Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. To prevent the Knights of the Duchy from surrendering easily, List had Anthony relocate all the nobles relatives of the Duchy to the Flame Kingdom. Let Anthony know that if it is not feasible, then give up. The strength of the Sapphire Dragon is too weak, and he's no Dragon Knight. He has no chance of winning a dragon-slaying battle. If he encounters a Dragon Knight of the Steel Ridge Kingdom while intercepting the fleet, retreat directly to Mind Island to reinforce. I've already instructed him. Emily said with a hint of disdain. Actually, Duke Anthony doesn't need a reminder. Seeing how nervous he is, once he detects a Dragon Knight, he'll certainly disappear from the battlefield at the first chance. I really doubt whether he dares to reinforce Mind Island. It doesn't matter whether he comes or not, but his attitude will influence the future status of the Sapphire Duchy. List patted Emily's shoulder. Emily's disdain for Anthony was understandable to him, but he was also clear that Anthony Sapphire was but a completion-level Sky Knight who had been forcefully matured by drugs. In both talent and bravery, he fell short of the previous Sapphire Duke. Added to that, the Sapphire Dragon having been severely injured several times, its strength was far from its peak. To include Anthony and the Sapphire Dragon in a dragon-slaying battle was truly putting him in a difficult position. However, as a follower of List, Anthony had to show the right attitude. He might not contribute much, but he had to maintain appearances. Emily did not bring up Anthony again, but instead asked, will the Steel Ridge Kingdom really deploy Dragon Knights to attack Mind Island? Blast Furnace Fortress is set on warring with the Fallen Leaf Kingdom, and with no worries of threats along the border between Steel Ridge and Eagle Kingdom, they can deploy a large number of Dragon Knights. Perhaps King Osborne Platinum wants to rely on mass dragon tactics to tightly press me on the ocean. List's speculation was not unfounded. Blood servants from various places had already discovered that the Dragon Knights of the two kingdoms had begun to move out. The Eagle Kingdom had 8 remaining dragons, with 5 Dragon Knights, and its 4 vassal states had another 4 dragons, with 2 Dragon Knights. The Steel Ridge Kingdom had 11 dragons, with 7 Dragon Knights, and its 6 vassal states had another 6 dragons, with 4 Dragon Knights. If this lineup were truly assembled, it would be very powerful. After all, that's 30 dragons and 21 Dragon Knights. If a dragon-slaying battle does indeed occur, how many Dragon Knights will they deploy? I'm not sure either. First, let's prepare defenses on Mind Island and wait for further news from the Blood Servants. As they were talking, a majestic unicorn suddenly flew across the sky, galloping through the void, and quickly arrived at the Sun Moon Star Palace. It was Ak riding the unicorn Charlie. Brother. Ak, have all the space magic beacons been placed? List quickly held Ak's hand and helped her down from the unicorn's back. Seeing the intimate gesture between the two, Emily's eyes darkened slightly before returning to normal. Secured in List's favor, she felt content to be his woman, never daring to hope she could replace Ak in List's heart. All set up. Your dragons and the mermaids were all very cooperative, Ak said with a smile. Her elemental incarnations were nearly complete. She had long mastered the space elemental incarnation, capable of placing space magic beacons. The formless dragon bard could sense the existence of the space magic beacons, thus determining their locations, allowing List to command the dragons in battle with ease. Otherwise, coordinating such intricate arrangements using just dragon heart electrical signals for communication would be difficult. With 2 archmages personally setting up the magic arrays, the mermaids managing the operation of these arrays, plus my dragons, Emily and I, Mind Island will be as impregnable as a fortress, List said, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Bring it on, we'll repel soldiers with generals and stem the water with earth. To List's surprise, the dragon-slaying battle did not come quickly. Instead, the naval wars raged on the high seas. The Sapphire Duchy's blockade fleet soon clashed with the Steel Ridge Kingdom's navy. And Anthony, protecting the fleet, soon found the Steel Ridge Kingdom had dispatched a Dragon Knight to guard their attacking ships. He and the Sapphire Dragon turned tail and fled. That Dragon Knight did not take the initiative to attack the Sapphire Duchy ships either, but merely drove off the Sapphire Dragon from a distance, then watched from afar the skirmishes between the connecting ships. Your Majesty, that Dragon Knight is the White Heart Iron Dragon Knight. Auden Platinum, a member of the Steel Ridge royal family, a prince by title, and a distant paternal uncle of King Osborne, said Anthony as he raced back to Mind Island. Upon seeing List, who had taken up residence in the Fortress of the Mind, Anthony lamented with a sorrowful expression. Auden Platinum? List knew of this Dragon Knight, a man around 50 years old with strong abilities. His white heart iron dragon was one of the more formidable of metal dragons, only slightly weaker than the white maw iron dragon, the gray iron dragon, and the malleable cast iron dragon, but stronger than the black heart iron dragon. Therefore, List comforted Anthony, "Don't panic, Duke Anthony. If Auden dares to personally attack the blockade fleet, I will act and eliminate him." "But, Your Majesty the King." Auden did not attack the fleet, he merely patrolled the sky atop his dragon. "My blockade fleet, many knights are intimidated by the Dragon Knight's presence, afraid to engage, they are now powerless to resist Steel Ridge's fleet and have begun to retreat." List frowned slightly, just lurking in the sky and watching. These Dragon Knights are quick learners. This strategy of Dragon Knights supporting Knight orders and charging was his original invention. He had even personally participated in sieges as a Dragon Knight a time or two. Under the Knight system, that was an act against the principles of Dragon Knights. Of course, at that time he was unconstrained since the Flame Kingdom had not been established. Now as a king, it was not appropriate for him to join in a knight's charge. Breaking the rules is fun for a time, but continual disregard is only fun if one possesses the overwhelming strength to defy the rules. The Steel Ridge Kingdom is coming on strong, dedicating national efforts to shipbuilding, with their fleet size already matching the Sapphires. Along with the support of the White Heart Iron Dragon Knight, it won't be long before Sapphire Duchy may fall. Anthony knelt on one knee, beseechingly said, "The Sapphire family requests the noble Flame family for protection and support. Duke Anthony, please rise." List helped Anthony up, his voice grave. "The Sapphire family are my followers, a loyal knight in distress will not be ignored by a compassionate landlord. I will, in the name of the Master of the Seas, order the Steel Ridge fleet to retreat from the Sea of Azure Waves. As for Auden Platinum, he will pay the price for his provocation." Chapter 1089, no longer Loki. The Dragon Knights of Steel Ridge Kingdom and Eagle Kingdom were restless, yet the plot List anticipated about besieging Mind Island did not unfold. Only White Heart Iron Dragon Knight, Auden Platinum, a single Dragon Knight, escorted the fleet attacking Sapphire Duchy. Perhaps this is a probe, or maybe it's just a tactic to lure the snake out of the hole or to distract the tiger from the mountain. But no matter which it is, it won't prevent me from meeting Auden personally. If he has no fallback plan, I don't mind killing Auden and then forcibly capturing the White Heart Iron Dragon. The only regret is that Jade Dragon's hind leg, has been studying for a long time, but a new mind fruit tree hasn't been cultivated yet. That is to say, List has only one bewildering dragon mind fruit left. Using it on the White Heart Iron Dragon, he will no longer have any bewildering dragon mind fruit. If the Jade Dragon's hind leg fails to cultivate a mind fruit tree, it almost means he would lose the immortal dragon. Of course, thinking in another way, the bewildering dragon mind fruit might not necessarily work on the immortal dragon, it might be better used to bewilder a metal dragon, elemental dragon, or gemstone dragon. Let's just use it. The White Heart Iron Dragon from Steel Ridge Kingdom is only 200 years old and has strong combat power. It's worth making a move. Signaling Bone Dragon Vinny, Fire Dragon Leo, and Water Dragon Walter to possess him, List directly went through the natural node of Black Horse Island and arrived at Sapphire Duchy. Rather than rushing to the battleground at sea, he rode the formless dragon bard and slipped into the material boundary, leisurely flying over Black Horse Island, enjoying the scenery. It had been a long time since he returned to Black Horse Island. The island's population was not very large, most had moved to Flame Island. Only some of the Royal Arcane Academy's laboratories were conducting research related to magic plants on Black Horse Island. Thorn Castle, with its distinct architectural style, still stood by the sea, but there were no longer any fishing boats coming and going, and the tall lighthouse stood permanently lit, but passing ships were few. He shook his head. List didn't express any sentiments, and Bard, in sync with his mind, accelerated instantly, quickly crossing the vast sea to reach Fresh Flower Town on Coral Island. Coral Island had already been returned to Sapphire Duchy, and the northwest border's Fresh Flower Town was no longer his territory. In contrast to the quietness of Black Horse Island, Fresh Flower Town was still bustling, with a music and dance show in full swing in the town center's square. Nobles sat in the boxes, and commoners stood on the stone slabs, all passionately engrossed in the music and dance. There was no sense of the ongoing war here, just daily jubilation. With the foundation laid by List back in the day, Fresh Flower Town had long since become a renowned city for food and entertainment. And also the former residence of the greatest legend of the sea. List. Many young knights traveled from afar to Fresh Flower Town to pay homage and experience the environment their idol once lived in, hoping to bask in his glory. The apple orchard in front of the small castle has been razed, leaving only a stone round table and stone benches. Initially, I planned to emulate King Arthur and establish a Knights of the Round Table. My achievements now far surpass the legendary King Arthur, and my burning legion is destined to sweep across the legendary continent.
He wasn't sentimentally moved. This place was no longer his fresh flower town, nothing worth lingering over. Let's go, Bard. Woo yeah. Together, the man and dragon raced swiftly along the material boundary, and in less than an hour, they had traversed the entire Sapphire Duchy, arriving at the location where a sea battle was underway. The fleet of Sapphire Duchy was being pursued by the fleet of Steel Ridge Kingdom, with Sky Knights occasionally soaring high, flying towards the fleeing ships, and then single-handedly defeating the resisting knights on board to capture them. List didn't concern himself with the battle at sea. He had already sensed the position of the White Heart Iron Dragon, controlling the formless dragon to dive directly towards it, with 3 dragons on him and 1 beneath him, plus his own phoenix incarnation. He had no fear of ambush in this dragon-slaying battle. When he closed into a distance of 15 kilometers from the White Heart Iron Dragon, the presence of the formless dragon could no longer be hidden. The White Heart Iron Dragon suddenly sensed it and its dragon scales bristled. The next moment, Auden Platinum, who was riding on the Dragon Tooth platform, used the dragon's amplification to shout, "It appears King List has graced us with his presence. Auden is clad in armor and cannot offer you a proper salute, please forgive me." While speaking, he was already directing the White Heart Iron Dragon to flee like a shooting star into the distance. There was no intention of fighting List or making idle chatter. A dragon in its prime wanting to escape is generally hard to pursue, even if one can match its speed, there's no guarantee of stopping it. But for List, nothing was impossible. His reliance was on his unparalleled ability to single-handedly defeat opponents. With resolve hardened, Bard instantly unleashed his full speed, pursuing the White Heart Iron Dragon from behind, firmly locking onto its presence. Chase and escape. The distance rapidly closed. However, it soon dawned on List what Auden's plan was. To lure him away, trying to tie List down in this vast sea. Emily had already sent new information using the Dragon Heart electrical signal. There were 6 dragon knights who suddenly appeared above the sea around Mind Island, heading straight for it. Does this even make sense? The natural nodes are distributed around the Sea of Azure Waves and Shell Sea. I can tear through space anytime to provide support. List glanced at the White Heart Iron Dragon Knight who was still desperately fleeing, decisively tore through the material boundary, and entered the world beyond matter. Locating the Mind Island magic gate, he passed through within a quarter of an hour, arriving atop Mind Island. There, 6 dragon knights were besieging Mind Island, protected by a defensive magic array. They took turns unleashing dragon chi attacks on the magic array, while dragons constantly spewed dragon breath. Though supported by 2 archmages and 6 mermaids, the magic array soon became critically unstable. How dare they? List, piloting the formless dragon Bard, suddenly transformed into a silent shadow spike, rushing towards the dragon knight closest to the magic array. Rudolph, Morning Glory of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, the Ruby Dragon Knight. Watch out, Rudolph. Another dragon knight suddenly shouted out a warning. Rudolph vigorously maneuvered his ruby dragon to twist its body, narrowly avoiding List's assassination thrust, and quickly moved away from the periphery of the magic array, shouting with lingering fear, "List is still around me, I can sense the formless dragon's presence, hurry and block him. Don't panic, if he shows up again, I'll lock him down." Before the words fell, several more dragons rushed out from the magic array, one of which had an eye atop its dragon tooth platform. It was the light green gemstone dragon knight. Emily Flame, accompanied by Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, Royal Sapphire Dragon Rise, Grey Iron Dragon Orn, and Aluminum Dragon Connor, all rushing to aid. With List's assassination attempt, he also released Fire Dragon Leo and Water Dragon Walter in an instant, gathering all the dragons of the Flame Kingdom. Except for the Bone Dragon Vinny, which transformed into Bone Dragon armor draped over List, a total of 8 dragons joined the battle, counterattacking the squadron of 6 dragon knights formed by Steel Ridge and Eagle Kingdom. Even though Water Dragon Walter was still very young, and both Aluminum Dragon Connor and Fire Dragon Leo were not yet adults. But Mountain Copper Dragon Mata and Royal Sapphire Dragon Rise were stronger than average dragon knights. The battlefield situation reversed in an instant. Now it was List's turn to lead his dragons, chasing after the 6 dragon knights. Retreat. The leading dragon knight issued the retreat command, turning around first, preparing to leave the battlefield of Mind Island. The remaining 5 quickly gathered together, starting an orderly retreat without any delay. With his cloak silently fluttering, an endless cold expression on his face, List remained hidden at the material boundary, murmuring to himself like a soliloquy, "Since they've come, they must leave something behind before they go." As per usual, the life of a dragon knight and a dragon is barely acceptable. During the first dragon-slaying battle, he had slain the light green gemstone dragon knight, Carol Violet, seizing the light green gemstone dragon. During the second dragon-slaying battle, he had slain purple copper dragon knight, Loyal Bronze, capturing Grey Iron Dragon. This was the third dragon-slaying battle. He had to slay another Dragon Knight and seize another dragon. Mada, Leo, Orn, the three of you charge directly and disrupt their formation. Rise, you handle ranged kiting, breaking their coordination. Walter, Connor, you two maneuver around the perimeter, lock down their escape route, just obstruct them for a moment. Through the Dragon Heart electrical signal, aided by Bard's sensing of space magic beacons, List quickly completed his command to his dragons. Lastly, he glanced at Emily, eager to try, still communicating through the Dragon Heart electrical signal. Once their formation disperses, I will concentrate on assassinating one of the Dragon Knights. You're to cover for me. As you wish. Emily promptly responded. At this time, Ak, no longer needed to maintain the magic array, had already ridden Unicorn Charlie from the material boundary to List's side. Brother, what should Ak do? List smiled slightly. You'll be with me. Whichever Dragon Knight I lock onto, you use magic to restrict his movement. This time, we play big, no more holding back. Chapter 1090, List wants to kill me. Golden Mountain Copper Dragons, Grey-White Grey Iron Dragons, Black-Red Fire Dragons. 3 massive dragons, under List's command, swiftly charged towards the 6 fleeing Dragon Knights, with the Mountain Copper Dragon, as an indestructible magic metal producer, adopting its usual simple and direct manner of combat, ramming forward with no fancy tricks. Boom. Dragons collided, dragon breath spewed, dragon chi was swung. In just a single encounter, the 6 Dragon Knights of the Steel Ridge Eagle Kingdom Alliance were forced to disperse. List's 3 dragons also sustained minor injuries. The Alliance leader, the Tin Dragon Knight Draftsipadilla, of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, immediately turned the head of his dragon and called out, "Gentlemen, we battle and retreat. The 6 of us Dragon Knights are enough to envelop the entire sea." "You're right, no matter how powerful List is, he cannot make up for the fact that he lacks the assistance of Dragon Knights," responded Arcas Goldrim Dagavi, an Emerald Dragon Knight of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The remaining 4 Dragon Knights were the Steel Ridge's Ruby Dragon Knight Rudolph Morning Glory, and from the Eagle Kingdom, the Topaz Dragon Knight Tracy Bloody Pelican, the Lead Dragon Knight Warren Upside Down Golden Bell, the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight Figo Iris. They each turned their dragons' heads, answering Giraffe's call. Just as they were about to regroup and charge at the Mountain Copper Dragon, the Fire Dragon, and the Grey Iron Dragon, they suddenly saw a deep blue dragon they had never seen in the reports, its wings flashing countless hailstones and lightning. This was the dense dragon magic power releasing magic. Although not yet refined, after List's improvements, the Royal Sapphire Dragon race had learned the basic principles of casting magic. By rearranging magic particles to form magic runes, the power of its magic power attacks had significantly increased, becoming more aggressive. This indiscriminate assault took the Dragon Knights of the Steel Valor Alliance completely by surprise, forcing the newly formed formation to disperse once more. Mada, Leo, Orn, keep on charging, completely scatter their formation. Roar. Who roar? Oh who? 3 dominant dragon roars answered, 3 immensely powerful dragons, heedless of the light wounds from the earlier collision with Dragon Chi, collided fiercely once again. This kind of attack hardly threatened the Dragon Knights but effectively disrupted their positioning, throwing off their combined Dragon Chi manual casting. Raise, avoid Mada and the rest, start attacking the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight now. List, who was secretly searching for an assassination opportunity, gave commands continuously using the Dragon Heart electrical signal. Soaring high above the battlefield, he had an overview of the entire combat process and issued precise commands. Raise had not trained with List for long, but that did not impede it from executing List's orders strictly at this moment. As a creature with high intelligence, it clearly understood the current situation. Roar. Flapping its wings, amidst countless basic forms of magic, Raise opened its dragon mouth again, laser dragon breath reappearing, like a lightsaber, it pierced straight at the Purple Sapphire Dragon. The Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight hurriedly dodged, and Raise followed his path, continuing to unleash laser dragon breath and magic power attacks. It didn't take long for Figo and his dragon to break away from the tight connection range of the Steel Valor Alliance, and at that moment List suddenly caught a glimpse of an assassination opportunity. Water, Connor, occupy the Purple Sapphire Dragon. Mada, Leo, Orn, don't spare your energy, even if it means taking a few hits, keep the other 5 dragons held for me. Emily, you also attack the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight, be mindful of cutting off the battlefield, don't let the Purple Sapphire Dragon shorten the distance to the other dragons. As you wish. Emily took a deep breath, her chest gradually heaving, in her eyes seemingly a glint of splendid brilliance sparkled. She watched the Purple Sapphire Dragon dodging the intense laser dragon breath and suddenly steered her light green gemstone dragon into a dive. Ethan, this is your and my first battle, you and I have been waiting for a long time. Roar. The light green gemstone dragon let out a deafening roar. The battlefield almost instantly turned white-hot, with over a dozen dragons and 8 dragon knights displaying their collision at the pinnacle of strength in the sky. Unfortunately, this area is far from Mind Island, so no spectators could peek into the speak dragon-slaying battle. Such a splendid dragon-slaying war has almost never occurred before. At least not in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. A dragon-slaying battle involving 5 or 6 dragons was already the limit, but this was the first time with over a dozen dragons. Damn it, has List gone mad? Duraf, the leader of the allied forces, steered his tin dragon to dodge as he frowned deeply. What does he want to do? Seek mutual destruction? He dares to risk the lives of 6 dragon knights. Completely different from the planned strategy of firing and retreating, with the expectation that List would not dare to intercept, Duraf had no time to ponder why things had turned out this way. 3 powerful dragons put a lot of pressure on them. After all, these were not ordinary dragons but top-tier dragons. Fire Dragon Leo was not yet mature, but his size was already huge. As a fire dragon from the evil dragon sequence, his combat power always surpassed most dragons. Mountain Copper Dragon Motto was a magic metal dragon, producing mountain copper that was indestructible, which speaks to its formidable strength. Grey Iron Dragon Orn was also one of the stronger metal dragons. Moreover, there was a dragon that was casting spells wildly. The Royal Sapphire Dragon was hailed as a magic metal dragon among gemstone dragons and could almost be treated like an archmage among dragons. Perhaps its direct combat ability was not outstanding, but its power to disrupt the battlefield was truly fearsome. Dragons might not need to guard against those superficial magics, but the Dragon Knights on the Dragon Tooth platform could not withstand it with their flesh and blood and could only dodge the magic by steering their dragons. This invisibly added a huge burden to the use of the Dragon Chi manual and significantly impacted the cooperation between the Dragon Knights. Without the Dragon Heart electrical signal transcending different dragons, they could only coordinate through speech and gestures. However, at this moment, with hail, torrential rain, lightning, and rocks filling the sky, they could not hear or see each other, only sense each other's presence. The key point was, List's dragons were also vigorously unleashing their dragon breath, chaotically interfering with the dragons sensing each other. Regroup with me, we'll break out together. Duraf shouted at the top of his lungs, trying to convey his orders through the immense noise. But the continuous roaring of dragons and the massive tsunamis constantly triggered by Water Dragon Walter on the outskirts directly drowned out the sounds. Even if the sounds weren't completely covered, it prevented the Dragon Knights from responding in time. The Steel Valor Alliance's formation for Dragon Knights had utterly fallen into chaos, particularly since the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight, Figo Iris, directly challenged by Emily and further drawn away by spells from distant Rise, was dodging left and right like a headless fly, forced to stray far from the Dragon Knight formation. At this moment, List turned to Ak and said, Ak, be ready to seal his movements at any time. You can see my position, pay attention to where I attack and where the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight might dodge. Don't worry, brother, just an ordinary Dragon Knight. Ak will use superior magic to completely seal him up, Ak replied with a confident smile. The true essence of space magic is not only something that Bard can grasp, Ak and Charlie can cut through space just like him. Snort. His mount, the unicorn Charlie, snorted loudly, echoing Ak's bold words. Then, let's do this. List's eyes were sharp as he steered the formless dragon Bard swiftly across the material boundary, stealthily approaching the surroundings of the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight, who was being fiercely suppressed by Emily. The 5-meter-long Thunder Fury Dragon Lance, with its tip flickering with a chill light, resembled a venomous snake flickering its tongue, searching for any flaws exposed by the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight. Roar. Feeling a chilling prickling sensation on his back, the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight Figo's heart suddenly clenched, his soul as if instantly frozen. Not good, List is going to kill me. Chapter 1091, Heaven and Earth mourn for it. Boom. Rifts one after another extended in the void, encircling the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight. Akerloid's Truth, wearing a gemstone crown, draped in a magic cloak, wielding the 8 Dragons God Sword, and riding the unicorn Charlie, continually extracted magic power from the magic web, condensing it into hugely powerful spatial magic, hurling them one after the other towards the Purple Sapphire Dragon Knight. Superior magic of the spatial kind, enough to single-handedly take on a Dragon Knight, was merely used to block movements. Almost instantly, the Purple Sapphire Dragon was trapped within the spatial rifts, losing its ability to move forward or retreat. Duke Figo Iris had a very accurate premonition when he was facing a crisis, his skin crawling. Suddenly, a point of cold light stabbed out from the void, followed by the flowing, transparent crystal-like figure, outlining a streamlined dragon with a wingspan of about 15 or 16 meters. Atop the dragon, List, clad in silver-white armor and a large red cape, seemed ablaze with flames. The dragon's flame G mixed with the spatial dragon magic power within the Thunder Fury Dragon Lance, the space no longer able to block this formidable force. Ah! Hyuga only saw the spear tip emerge from the void, and in the next instant, the spear tip had already reached his forehead, giving him no time to react. The purple sapphire dragon, linked with his mind, was also unable to respond in time. Boom! The tip of the Thunder Fury precisely pierced Hyuga's head, and the great head was shredded by the violent magic power in a fraction of a second, exploding into a puddle of powder. Duke Hyuga Iris, the purple sapphire dragon knight, who had dominated the Eagle Kingdom for over a decade and was in his prime, became the third dragon knight to fall at sea, to fall at the hands of List, following Carlo Violet and Loyal Purple Copper. It was merely a single strike. Roar! With the death of the dragon knight, the purple sapphire dragon went completely berserk, its dragon super magic crazily overflowing, striking hard on the spatial rifts, causing its body to rip open. But it felt no pain, the overflowing magic power solidifying it into a giant purple gemstone. This giant purple gemstone, with unstoppable momentum, fiercely charged towards List and his formless dragon beneath him. It sought revenge. Such deep emotions, alas, anger not only makes humans lose reason but also dragons. Facing the suicidally charging purple sapphire dragon, List remained unflustered, riding the formless dragon to the outer perimeter, while calling out to Emily, "Entangle the purple sapphire dragon, I want to subdue it." "As you wish, your majesty." Emily Flame, riding the light green gem dragon, directly faced the purple sapphire dragon. "Acroloids, try if you can heavily damage it, then freeze it. We still have battles to continue, we cannot waste too much time on the purple sapphire dragon." "Acroloids is trying hard." Acroloids held the 8 Dragons God Sword, following behind the purple sapphire dragon, continuously casting spatial magic, the strongest type of magic she wielded in combat. No matter how furious or berserk the purple sapphire dragon was, the strength of a single dragon was limited. Soon, it was entangled by Acroloids and Emily, with aluminum dragon Connor and water dragon Walter distracting it from the side, unable to counterattack or escape, leading to a complete stalemate. List no longer focused his attention here, he and Bard suddenly flapped their wings, rushing towards another battlefield. The 5 Dragon Knights of the Steel Valor Alliance had started to adapt to the tough situation they faced, pulling together in the struggle, gradually regaining their familiar formation. At this moment, they saw the enraged purple sapphire dragon and guessed that only with Hyuga killed would it have lost its reason and fallen into an indescribable frenzy. You actually killed Hyuga." 10 Dragon Knight Duraf, his eyes cracking and voice trembling. "I killed him with just one move, Duke Duraf." List and Bard roamed around the battleground, occasionally phasing into the material boundary and then back into the real world, disrupting the Dragon Knights' formation and allowing their own dragons a moment to breathe. Previously, the hard collisions with the formation had caused them quite some injuries. Unable to lock onto List, Duraf could only shout, "You actually killed Hyuga, this means you're openly declaring war against the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Don't you realize this will bring devastating terrible consequences for you and your Flame Kingdom? Hyuga was a Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom. I killed him. Will King Osborne really turn against me for this?" List stalled for time while looking for an opportunity to strike. "Mind Island is the territory of my Flame Kingdom, it should be me questioning you. Does the Steel Ridge Kingdom want to wage war against my Flame Kingdom?" List sneered, "What do you think?" Duraf glanced at the other 4 Dragon Knights struggling to hold on around him, took a deep breath, and said gravely, "Don't forget, Steel Ridge and Eagle Kingdom together have 30 dragons. If a full-scale war breaks out, even as a Holy Dragon Knight, you will only be crushed." "Crushed?" With a questioning tone, the next moment List had already charged like lightning on his formless dragon, thrusting with the Thunder Fury Dragon Lance in an instant. At this moment, his Dragon Chi manual was no longer limited to fixed moves. Having touched the barrier, his vision had already reached the peak of Dragon Knights, about to break free from the shackles of the barrier, every move in perfect harmony with the most pinnacle of strength. "Is this how you crush me?" Boom! The Thunder Fury pierced directly towards Duraf. In a panic, Duraf thrust his Dragon Lance in defense, and his tin dragon beneath him also flipped its body trying to strike at the formless dragon. But the formless dragon merely shifted sideways slightly, dodging the tin dragon's counterattack, and then List suddenly withdrew his Dragon Lance, a swallow and a spit, returning the Thunder Fury spear straight back. PFFT. The spear struck under the tender flesh beneath the tin dragon's wing, blood spurted, creating a large hole. Roar! The tin dragon cried in pain, but before Duraf could counterattack, List had already withdrawn his spear and slipped into the material boundary, reappearing from another direction in the next moment. "Duke Duraf, if I accept a slight injury as the price, you will sleep in the sea today just like Duke Hyuga, do you understand?" List looked at Duraf piercingly,
the formless dragon hovering silently in the sky like a sculpture. Not far away, watching closely, was a dragon knight, the lead dragon knight, wore an upside-down golden bell, who suddenly roared, "Duke Duraf, Duke Hueco is dead, we must avenge him." Topaz dragon knight, Tracy Bloody Pelican, also roared, "Duke Hueco must not die in vain." Both of them, along with Hueco, were dragon knights of the Eagle Kingdom. Although they often competed against each other, at this moment, saddened and filled with righteous indignation as one grieves for the fox when the rabbit dies. Ruby dragon knight, Rudolph Morning Glory, and Emerald dragon knight, Arcas Gold-Rimmed Agavi did not speak out, only quickly moved closer to Duraf's side to help shield him from List's possible next assassination attempt. Glancing at Warren and Tracy, and then looking at the still robust Brass Dragon, Fire Dragon, Grey Iron Dragon, and the continuously magic-casting Royal Sapphire Dragon, Duraf hesitated, unable to make a decision. According to the planned strategy, attacking the Sapphire Duchy was peripheral and the attack on Mind Island was just a feint, meant merely to tie List and the Flame Kingdom's dragons down. But now the problem arose. They were supposed to quickly retreat, yet Hueco died under List's Dragon Lance, throwing all plans into disarray. Should he retaliate or continue to flee? As Duraf narrowed his eyes, just about to make a decision, suddenly, a sorrowful dragon roar resounding through the sky interrupted. The next moment, all people and dragons drew their attention, turning their heads towards the distance. There was a brilliant purple light, taking the shape of a dragon, spreading out. When it spread across half the sky, the purple light dragon's shadow suddenly shattered. In everyone's and every dragon's heart, it was as if a glass had shattered, instantly feeling the mourning sadness that even the heavens and the earth would lament. List was no exception. He stared dumbfounded at where the light shattered, as the purple sapphire dragon he considered as sure to seize was spinning, slowly falling downwards. The once intense dragon's superior magic was now showing a slight dispersal. The purple sapphire dragon is actually dead? Chapter 1092, Irreconcilable Hatred. The purple sapphire dragon is dead, perishing under the eyes of many. That gigantic purple silhouette is its dragon soul swelling, transforming, and ultimately shattering and disappearing. A creature representing the pinnacle of power, a dragon, thus becomes eternal death. The ocean's surges continue to roll, and the magic power in the sky remains abundant, yet everyone came to a halt. They all gaze at the 40-meter-long dragon corpse as it slowly falls toward the sea level. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howls, as if representing the world mourning for the demise of the purple sapphire dragon. Each dragon is a supreme creation of nature, a collection of beauty, strength, wisdom, loyalty, or perhaps pride, always displaying unparalleled charm. Duraf, Arcas, Rudolph, Tracy, Warren, as well as List, Emily, and many more dragons, all ceased their battle, watching the sinking shadow of the purple sapphire dragon. Half an hour ago, the purple sapphire dragon knight, Duke Hueco Iris, fell in battle, and he did not receive such solemn attention. This is because the death of a dragon knight is not uncommon, but the death of a dragon is the greatest marvel. A dragon represents peak power, abundant resources, more valuable than a small kingdom. Your Majesty, it chose to collapse its own soul and die. We were unprepared for such a resolute act. Emily explained the death of the purple sapphire dragon to List through the dragon heart electrical signal. I understand. List nodded lightly, having recovered from the shock of the dragon's death. His heart was inevitably filled with regret, as the dragon that should have been added to the Flame Kingdom's forces had died, but what's done is done, and the tasks that need to continue must go on. Emily, you and Ethan retrieve the corpse of the purple sapphire dragon and transport it back to Sun Moon Valley. The blood shed by a dragon in battle can evolve into gemstones, metal veins, and the like. How much more so for the entire corpse of a dragon? Except for the dragon bones that can remain undecayed for a long time, most other parts will eventually transform into magic power and then form an enormous vein of ore. This purple sapphire dragon, even in death, could still produce a massive amount of purple sapphires, as well as countless derivatives. Amethysts. Yes, Your Majesty. Emily quickly maneuvers the light green gemstone dragon and rushes toward the falling corpse of the purple sapphire dragon. As Emily takes action, the other dragon knights also awaken from their shock, and Tracy directly roars, "Stop, the corpse of the purple sapphire dragon belongs to my Eagle Kingdom." However, his warning is meaningless as Emily doesn't hesitate for even a moment. The leader of the alliance, Duraf, with a gloomy face, looks toward List, who has now revealed himself, King List. The battle has ended. We admit defeat in this dragon-slaying battle, and I will issue a formal letter of apology and compensate for the losses suffered by the Flame Kingdom on Mind Island. He paused, then lifted his dragon lance and pointed towards the direction where the purple sapphire dragon fell into the sea, pronouncing every word. However, I need to take away the body of the purple sapphire dragon knight. List looks at Duraf and the others with a cold expression. You can start the war, But whether the war ends is for me to decide. King List, the war has really ended. Giraffe continued with a grim face. Perhaps you have the upper hand in this battlefield, but there is news I must relay to you. The battle at the Sapphire Duchy and Mind Island was merely a diversion. The real battlefield is at Heroic Yellow City. The gateway for the Flame Kingdom to the legendary continent is likely being baptized by the dragons of the Eagle Kingdom. You need to rush over there to support immediately. List raised an eyebrow. With no expression on his face, he had already understood the full tactics of this battle. The naval battle against the Sapphire Duchy was a probe, the siege on Mind Island a diversion to draw List and his dragons' full attention here. Meanwhile, the rest of the Eagle Kingdom's dragons launched an attack on Heroic Yellow City, severing the Flame Kingdom's reach toward the legendary continent. From the start, Steel Ridge Kingdom and Eagle Kingdom planned to hit Heroic Yellow City, to contain the Flame Kingdom at sea. Perhaps for these continental kingdoms, as dominant as List might be, confined at sea, he could not threaten their rule. Let's make concessions, King List. On behalf of the Eagle Kingdom, I express an apology. Warren, mounted on the lead dragon, his gaze much calmer than Tracy's. We take away the body of the purple Sapphire Dragon Knight, and Duke Figo's death cancels out the destruction of Heroic Yellow City. From now on, our two countries can still coexist peacefully. Heroic Yellow City and the Magic Gate are likely completely destroyed. After such a long dragon-slaying war, they had ample time to attack. Without Dragon Knights defending, it was simply impossible to stop the dragons of the Eagle Kingdom. A city and a gate were traded for the life of a dragon. Strictly speaking, List made a huge profit by accepting Warren's proposal, as it was an absolute bargain. But that was only on the surface. List knew very well that peace could only be maintained through struggle, not through compromise. Pursue the defeated with relentless courage, but do not trade honor for temporary dominance. The death of the purple Sapphire Dragon was an unforgivable enmity. The Eagle Kingdom had long harbored deep-seated hatred for him, with no possibility of peace. He spoke up quickly. All right, I can return the body of Duke Figo Iris to you and then let you leave this place. I'm talking about the purple Sapphire Dragon Knight, both the dragon and its rider handed back to us. Only the knight, strictly limited to Duke Figo, understand? It seems that King List has no intention of accepting my proposal, Warren said, bypassing Draft to speak directly to List in the name of the Eagle Kingdom. During the standoff, Little Water Dragon Walter had already grabbed Figo's body and, under List's command, tossed it to Warren in a parabolic trajectory. Take the body and get lost, or more will forever sleep in this sea. Just like Carla Violet, Loyal Purple Copper, and Figo Iris. As if answering to List's will at that moment, the many dragons behind him roared in unison. Oh oh. Roar. Who roar? Woo yeah. Roar. Yo ho. Roar. Roar. HMPH. Riding on Unicorn Charlie and sitting atop Fire Dragon Leo's head, Ak also snorted. Then her mount, the reluctant unicorn, followed suit with a pronounced snort. 8, 9, dragons, 2 dragon knights, 1 archmage, and another archmage who continued to oversee the magic array on Mind Island and did not accompany them. Such a lavish lineup exerted enormous pressure on the 5 dragon knights of the Steel Valor Alliance, especially with List and Bard, who flickered in and out of visibility. Like venomous snakes lurking in the dark, ready to strike fatally at any moment. They were unclear about how Figo died, but it didn't take much to guess that it was likely List who had stealthily landed the killing blow. Other dragon knights might fight for days and nights to determine a winner, but List always required only a few exchanges, or even just a single sneak attack. Catching Figo's body, lead dragon knight Warren took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with 10 dragon knight Giraffe. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, then opening them fiercely, so be it, the entire war lies within a single thought of King List. I hope His Majesty the King will act wisely. Chapter 1093, Seema the Old Thief Few. The lead dragon turned its body around and flew off into the distance, followed by the 10 dragon, Topaz dragon, Ruby dragon, and Emerald dragon. The tumult of the sea thus subsided. Lee CT did not make a move to keep them. With the past example of the purple Sapphire Dragon Knight's corpse in the sea, a hasty attack would inevitably provoke a frenzied counterattack. Previously, in order to divide the battlefield, the Mountain Copper Dragon Ma, Fire Dragon Leo, and Grey Iron Dragon Orn, who physically initiated group combat, all sustained injuries. The magic power of the Royal Sapphire Dragon rays was also massively depleted, equating to all support positions being half disabled. It was unwise to insist on retaining the full combat capability of the Steel Valor Alliance. Of course. He let them leave not because he was concerned about the heroic Yellow City. It was just a city, just a magic gate. The Flame Kingdom had 2 archmages and many arcanists stationed there, capable of rearranging the magic teleportation array at any time. If the city was destroyed, it could be rebuilt,
If the magic gate was lost, it could be reopened. If the population was lost, it could be plundered anew, so there was nothing to fear. Nor was it out of fear of their power. Even if not a single dragon knight could be captured, at least the enemy would suffer several severely wounded dragons as a cost. The real reason he let them go was that he sensed a thick thread of destiny flickering in the surroundings. This thread of destiny, one end linked to himself and the formless dragon he rode, the other end connected to a distant time-space, seemingly indistinctly that of a bronze dragon. Bronze dragon. As a favored one of destiny, Lee Ct certainly could act relying on the power of destiny, but he considered more his own choices. For instance, he had previously received a precaution from the power of destiny, detecting that heroic Yellow City, Mind Island, and Sapphire Duchy were all flashing with an indistinct fog. The fog over heroic Yellow City was the densest, indicating the true location of the impending crisis. Consequently, he chose not to support heroic Yellow City, but to defend Mind Island. The strategic value of Mind Island far surpassed heroic Yellow City at that moment. Indeed, it proved that breaking away from Destiny's guidance could also yield great benefits. Killing one Dragon Knight and a purple Sapphire Dragon. Only by integrating Destiny with oneself can the true power of Destiny be wielded. And only by acting so, instead of being a puppet of Destiny, will I be able in a future moment, alongside the Smoke Dragon, to break through the barriers of the power of Destiny and transcend it. With Fire Dragon Leo, having reached the elemental barrier, Lee Ct's perspective had long transcended the level of Dragon Knights, standing on a higher and farther spot, contemplating the present. Calmly choosing whether to step outside the framework of the power of destiny or to follow the path Destiny's power outlines. Since it's a bronze dragon, then it must be the Eagle Kingdom's bronze dragon knight. Alonzo Xianglai. Fate lets us meet again, it's a bond, and of course, I shouldn't disregard this kindness. Alonzo, I let you escape in the past, but not this time. Feeling guided by the thread of destiny, Lee Ct quietly awaited the departure of the Steel Valor Alliance. Only when the 5 Dragon Knights completely left the range of Dragon's perception, did he turn to Ak and say, "You and Lerald stay on Mind Island a bit longer, ensure that the enemy doesn't come back. I need to go to heroic Yellow City immediately to check the casualties, though I've already arranged evacuation." "Don't worry, brother. Ak will definitely protect Mind Island," Ak responded, then suddenly recalled something. "Oh yes, brother. Don't forget to have Emily summon the Arcanists to temporarily seal and preserve the corpse of the purple sapphire dragon to prevent too much loss of the dragon magic power. Ak still needs it to cultivate the mind fruit tree. Once a dragon dies, its magic power quickly dissipates to form new mineral deposits. Therefore, Lee Ct had Emily swiftly salvage the dragon corpses, aiming to prevent any loss. Every little bit counts, and the Flame Kingdom isn't wealthy enough to waste frivolously. I have already informed Emily, and Chris has led the Arcanists of the Royal Arcane Academy to set up the sealing magic array in advance. The term seal here is just a means of preserving materials, something that essentially every magician knows how to do. All is arranged. List signaled Fire Dragon Leo and Water Dragon Walter to assume their totem forms and attach themselves to him, along with Bone Dragon Vinny, each carrying 3 dragons. Riding the formless Dragon Bard, they rapidly tore through the material boundary, entering the world outside matter, searching through layers of crystalline displays for the natural node of heroic Yellow City. Flying in the world beyond matter, the channels of the Great Whirlpool Magic Teleportation Matrix, Heart Reed Teleportation Formation, and Yellow Fire Teleportation Array were particularly bright. Only the channel of the Male Jade Transmission Array was missing. Indeed, the magic gate of heroic Yellow City has been destroyed. Rebuilding it will cost a considerable fortune. If Eagle Kingdom dares to destroy my teleportation array, then we'll have them pay with bronze dragons. List thought it was very reasonable to compensate for mental loss with a purple sapphire dragon and for material loss with a bronze dragon. He found the location that had reverted to a natural node, passed through with the formless dragon, and the next moment List's visual scene had turned into grey ruins, with wisps of smoke from the burning swirling around. In front of him, heroic Yellow City was gone, only vast patches of scorched ruins remained, and one could faintly make out the pits and dimples left by attacks of Dragon Chi manuscripts. Not far off, a team of knights was searching through the ruins. After revealing himself, the knights immediately thronged around him, with the leading knight dismounting and kneeling on one knee, performing a solemn courtesy. "Greetings to the great His Majesty the King, honored Knight Gaitan, on behalf of my Lord Andrew Baron Grey Magpie, I offer you our loyal greetings." "So, you are followers of Baron Andrew, then Gaitan, when did you arrive here, and what happened before?" Gaitan replied, "Your Majesty, half an hour ago my lord received orders from the Outer Cabinet, and we were commanded to investigate heroic Yellow City. When we arrived, the city had already been destroyed, and we only saw the figures of 3 dragons flying northward." List looked meaningful. "That means the dragons left just half an hour ago?" He meticulously searched his memory, quickly sketching out all the natural nodes around heroic yellow plains, and marked their positions on the map. Originally, to select a suitable place to build a magic teleportation array, he had searched for several natural nodes outside heroic Yellow City, only to give them up as the locations were not appropriate. For instance, about 800 kilometers to the northeast, there was a natural node on the sea's surface. With a dragon's flying speed, half an hour would cover about 1 to 200 kilometers. The Eagle Kingdom's dragons must have flown straight north. If I instantly travel to the natural node in the sea and fly west from there, I could intercept them on their flight path. As he pondered, the threads of destiny flickered more intensely in the void, the end of one thread clearly outlining the figure of a bronze dragon and Alonzo's Zayank on its neck. That figure seemed to exude a reserved pride. Joining forces with Steel Ridge Kingdom to blockade Flame Kingdom on the high seas, such strategic finesse might just be the handiwork of the Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonzo Zayank. Much like the grandeur of Zhuge Liang from the Three Kingdoms period strategizing an alliance with Wu to resist Cao. Unfortunately, you are no match for Shu Han and Eastern Wu, nor am I Cao Wei. This Three Kingdoms is destined to be unified by my Western Jin. Pa, to even compare Sima the Old Thief to me. Chapter 1094, Time to start the war. The salty sea breeze blew across the ocean surface, and suddenly a crack appeared in midair, only to return to tranquility immediately after. However, the formless Dragon Knight List had already stepped out from the natural node and was swiftly flying westward, continuously sensing for any traces of dragon aura in the surroundings. Eagle Kingdom really went all out. Silver Dragon, White Maw Iron Dragon, Brass Dragon, Purple Copper Dragon, and even the Bronze Dragon Knight Alonzo Zayanklai. They brought 5 dragons just to destroy one of my magic gates. Perhaps they think the magic gate is too costly. Indeed, the cost of a magic gate or magic teleportation array was steep, requiring materials that accounted for 1/20th of Flame Kingdom's annual income. However, publicly it was declared that List had spent all his family's wealth to construct a single magic teleportation array. Perhaps for this reason, once List completed a magic teleportation array, the Steel Valor Alliance would deploy dragons to strike once, hitting List's finances repeatedly, a deal both kingdoms' kings found very cost-effective. Since dragons and dragon knights staying idly at home was boring, it was better to have them out and active. After the alliance between Steel Ridge Kingdom and Eagle Kingdom, the dragon knights stationed at the border no longer needed to be on constant vigil and could move freely. However, they did not anticipate the battle to be so fierce that the purple sapphire dragon knight Figo Iris would die on the spot. And now, the team striking at the finances was unaware that List had already intercepted them on their way home. Although it was still unclear which region these 5 dragons traversed, it did not hinder List from riding the formless dragon back and forth, sensing any lingering dragon aura. Most crucially, List could feel the threads of destiny, subtly guiding his direction. At dusk, the scenery was most beautiful. The wilderness, under the glow of the setting sun, revealed an irresistibly charming allure. At that moment, atop a cloud in the sky, the figure of a dragon suddenly appeared. Around this dragon, the other 4 maintained a distance of 10 kilometers, flying side by side. As these 5 dragons flew past, another dragon's figure flashed by behind them. It was List, silently trailing the 5 dragons. Indeed, following the threads of destiny, finding these dragons was easy. I'll follow them first and make my move once they separate. Dragons are immensely enduring. During their leisurely flight, they nearly need no rest. They only need to feed occasionally. Given their massive size, the energy they consume is enormous. Missing a meal could make them terribly hungry. After tracking for about 3 hours, the 5 dragons landed in a remote territory where the local landlord slaughtered sheep and cattle to entertain Alonzo and the 5 dragons. List did not reveal his presence, taking out from his space ring tender roast beefsteak and magic potions, rewarding the tirelessly flying formless dragon bard. He also consumed batches of fire dragon elixir, water dragon water, and other such sustenance for the possessed fire dragon Leo, water dragon Walter, and bone dragon Vinny. The magic potions are running low again, just a few days stockpile, and one major operation consumes them all. List sighed silently, looking at his now empty space ring. Alonzo and his group, having spent the entire night making repairs in this remote territory, set off again when the sun rose the next day. They flew through another entire night, maintaining a reasonable distance between the 5 dragons, leaving no opportunity for List to exploit. From the looks of it, Alonzo seemed quite anxious. Did they discover me? Impossible. Bard's combat ability hasn't matured yet, but his spatial concealment ability is absolutely the best in the world. He outright dismissed this possibility. Since it was impossible that he was detected, and yet the opponent remained highly vigilant, List speculated that Alonzo might already know about the battle situation on Mind Island,
To start a three-pronged strategy involving me and my dragon suggests they must have means of instant communication, otherwise, it would be too easy for me to exploit any time difference. With heroic Yellow City and Mind Island separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, without instant communication means, coordinating actions would be challenging. Could it be that the magic platform was pirated? He considered another possibility, but the core magic runes of the magic platform were strictly controlled by the Royal Arcane Academy. Other countries' magic advisors simply lacked the capability to master such technology. He couldn't figure it out. But the threads of destiny, shrouded in mystery, still tethered him to Alonso, so he continued to track the 5 dragons. Just as they moved from the periphery of the Eagle Kingdom deep into its territory, just when List was about to give up on this hunting plan, the 5 dragons finally split up. The White Maw Iron Dragon, Silver Dragon, Brass Dragon, and Purple Copper Dragon still flew side by side, heading towards the King's Castle of the Eagle Kingdom. Alonso Xianklai, however, rode the Bronze Dragon in another direction. This direction, according to the bearings calculated by the sextant, he is heading back to his own domain. List's eyes lit up, feeling the threads of destiny violently trembling. He continued to track for half an hour. When Alonso relaxed completely between the rugged mountains, both he and Formless Dragon Bard had a sudden impulse. The next moment, the Formless Dragon rapidly traversed the material boundary, accelerating to its maximum speed and charging straight towards the Bronze Dragon. When the distance between the two dragons close to about 15 kilometers, the Bronze Dragon's body violently shook, then it flapped its wings vigorously, trying to accelerate. Alonso had already sensed the presence of the Formless Dragon, trying to escape. Unfortunately, all these efforts were destined to be futile. Back when List, riding the young fire dragon Leo and assisted by the newly promoted Archmagek, could severely injure Alonso, let alone now. When the Formless Dragon emerged from the material boundary, it was no longer alone. Fire and mist surged together, Fire Dragon Leo and Water Dragon Walter suddenly appeared, and together they charged at the Bronze Dragon Knight. Alonso Xianklai. 3 against 1, aside from Walter who was just tagging along, Bard and Leo were both formidable dragons. List. Good to see you're well, Alonso. Boom, 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 the battle erupted quickly, and moments later, the Bronze Dragon was severely wounded, teetering on collapse. When Bard once again emerged from the material boundary, the Thunder Fury Dragon Lance accurately pierced Alonso's heart, and the Torrential Dragon Chi instantly shredded his internal organs. A Dragon Knight thus fell. Roar. The Bronze Dragon roared in anguish for its fallen knight, but it could not change the course of the story. Leo knocked it dizzy with a smash, and then List stabbed it several times, rendering it completely unconscious. Leo, grab it, we're going back. When the thread of destiny belonging to Alonso broke, List, feeling completely satisfied, led the dragons away. This Dragon Knight whom he had long wanted to kill was finally dead. Thus, the Dragon Knights who died at List's hand had become 4 in total, all from the Eagle Kingdom. 3 kingdom-affiliated Dragon Knights and 1 from its vassal states. Taking a deep breath, List gazed towards the distant mountains, his mood unusually calm. I wonder how the Eagle Kingdom will respond now? The peaceful times have ended, and next, it might be time for full-scale war with Steel Ridge, Eagle, and even Blast Furnace Fortress. Chapter 1095. 4 Fruits. Alonso's body was haphazardly discarded in the wilderness, and List had already left the scene, dragging the severely wounded Bronze Dragon straight to the Brassor Magic Gate of the Fertile Lands. Although the male Jade teleportation array had been destroyed, the Yellow Fire teleportation array still stood tall on the southwestern frontier of the Eagle Kingdom. After returning to Flame Island, List immediately used a last bewildering Dragon Mind Fruit and initiated a mind battle in the Bronze Dragon's inner world. The brand of the original Bronze Dragon Knight stood no chance against List, who was enhanced by the power of destiny. He erased it time and time again until it vanished like smoke and clouds. List then took over, becoming the sovereign of the Bronze Dragon's inner world. Nozdormu is a great name, certainly too much for you to bear, but no matter, you shall be called Gnome. List jumped off the Bronze Dragon and, with a smile, gave it a new name. A name as thunderous as the Bronze Dragon Cromie he knew from playing World of Warcraft. Of course, this was just his whimsy, a name was merely a code. The Outer Cabinet should closely monitor the aftermath of this war and also keep an eye on the naval battles concerning the Sapphire Duchy. Should the Steel Heroic States show any intention of reigniting a dragon-slaying war, report to me immediately. List then presided over a meeting of the Flame Kingdom's Outer Cabinet. The restoration of the male Jade teleportation array must also be expedited. Your Majesty, is there still a possibility of restoring the male Jade teleportation array? The Arcanists stationed in heroic Yellow City by the Academy have examined the remnants of the Magic Gate and observed that the dragon magic power at the scene is extremely chaotic, which may cause strong interference. Dean Chris of the Royal Arcane Academy spoke. It doesn't matter. I have consulted with AK, it's just a matter of organizing the magic power. You must now hurry to prepare the necessary magic materials. As you wish, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Li William of the Outer Cabinet said, the second Prince Skart Cornflower of the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy is currently isolated in the heroic Yellow Plains, along with many feudal nobles. It seems the annual festival this year might not go smoothly. It is already the end of December, and the first year of the Flame Era is about to end. Have the Outer Cabinet confirm the list of honorees. I will hold a celebration on both sides to grant titles to meritorious knights. As for Skart, grant him the title of Marquis of Snowstorm Mountain, allocate a plot of land near the heroic Yellow Plains for him to cultivate, and ensure the Flame Kingdom protects his safety. The disruption of the male Jade teleportation array means that trade with the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy and the transit trade with Yellowstone Kingdom could suffer significantly. Coupled with several wars, our finances might run deficits, said Paris, the first finance minister. Why would we run deficits? Have I not slain a purple sapphire dragon? This fortune can support the Flame Kingdom for several years. Your Majesty, my main concern is that the Steel Heroic States might cut off trade with our country. Up to now, the output from the self-cultivating land of the Flame Kingdom is not enough to be self-sufficient. It relies heavily on trade for food, magic potions, and other resources. Hold on for now. Once the male Jade teleportation array is restored, we will increase trade with the Yellowstone Kingdom. As for the Steel Heroic States, smuggling will do. If there is profit to be made, I believe their nobles will not give up. With such a long coastline, even dragon knights can't patrol it all. With that, the Outer Cabinet meeting lasted an entire day, discussing various war-related issues. Having given all necessary instructions, Liz then went straight back to the Sun Moon Valley, where AK was using the body of the purple sapphire dragon to cultivate the mind fruit tree. Brother, the power of the Jade Dragon is very domineering. AK is unable to cultivate the mind fruit tree normally. However, the hind leg of the Jade Dragon can directly extract the magic power of the purple sapphire dragon to cultivate the mind fruit tree, said AK, pointing at the small tree sapling growing parasitically on the body of the purple sapphire dragon. The sapling was not large, growing at a visible pace, with 4 buds forming on its branches. Arch, do you think the purple sapphire dragon can provide enough nutrients for 4 bewildering dragon mind fruits? List inquired. In a previous incident, the light green gemstone dragon had also triggered the growth of a mind fruit tree, forming 4 buds. Yet to preserve the light green gemstone dragon's life, only 2 fruits were nurtured. Now that the purple sapphire dragon was already dead, it could be used to cultivate the bewildering dragon mind fruits without any cost. Arch's assessment is that there are sufficient nutrients to cultivate 4 bewildering dragon mind fruits. However, to be on the safe side, it might be better to only cultivate 3. If we utilize the magic power of your brother's other dragons, perhaps we could efficiently maintain all 4, Arch analyzed. Lys narrowed his eyes. Trying to sense the threads of destiny on this mind fruit tree, he vaguely felt them. Indeed, there seemed to be 4 equal threads of destiny intertwined with his own. Although the perception was not clear, he could essentially discern that the best outcome could be smoothly reached. Then we'll cultivate all 4. Whatever my dragons need to do, I'll arrange for them to carry it out earnestly. Your dragons need to use the dragon's super magic and infuse it into the body of the purple sapphire dragon. Arch will set up a magic array to convert the dragon's super magic into the magic power of the purple sapphire dragon efficiently, which will be provided to the mind fruit tree. Dragon's super magic, huh? That's going to be another significant expense. Dragons are notoriously stingy with their super magic. Getting it requires offering them substantial benefits. And List, who is so poor he can scarcely afford potions, now has 9 dragons. No, 10 dragons waiting for him to sustain them. Cultivating the mind fruit tree will take about a month. With the promise of a future abundant supply of magic potions, List somehow managed to cajole his dragons into taking turns injecting the dragon's super magic into the purple sapphire dragon's corpse, maintaining enough magic power to nurture the mind fruit tree. At the same time, at the end of the Flame Era first year, on December 30th, right before the New Year's celebration, the Steel Ridge Kingdom and Eagle Kingdom officially severed all diplomatic relationships and trade with the Flame Kingdom. Is there no other movement? List stood on the corridor of the Sun Moon Star Palace, looking at the Flame King city already imbued with the atmosphere of the new year, and asked Mary Dawnbreak, who was behind him. According to intelligence gathered from the Blood Servants, the princes of the Steel Heroic States have already set off for the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. It is likely they are seeking to form an alliance between 3 kingdoms and then focus all efforts against our Flame Kingdom. Do they not plan to contact the Yellowstone Kingdom or the distant Fallen Leaf Kingdom? The Yellowstone Kingdom has never been in contact with the Eagle Kingdom, and the Fallen Leaf Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom are age-old enemies. There is no foundation for an alliance. However, one thing worth noting is that the earlier alliance between the Steel Heroic States has the shadow of the Kashan Imperial behind it, and our blood servants have successfully infiltrated the Kashan Imperial. Mary continued, according to investigations by the blood servants, a Dragon Knight Prince from the Kashan Imperial has left the Empire and may have already arrived at the Steel Ridge Kingdom. The Kashan Imperial, huh? List remained noncommittal. Encountering the Empire so early was not what he wished for, but he would take it in stride if it came to that, and continue the dragon-slaying battles. Unless they were swarmed by a dozen or more dragons together, there would be nothing too serious. And even if genuinely faced with an invasion of a group of dragons, the power of destiny would help him avoid danger and make the right choices. Chapter 1096 Catastrophe Volcano Cluster. Apart from severing diplomatic relations, the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom have not taken any more drastic actions, even after the Purple Sapphire Dragon, Phil Iris and the Bronze Dragon Knight, Alonzo Xianglai were killed, and the dragons were slain and looted. There was no official response. It is clear that they are secretly plotting an alliance of the three nations, with the support of the Kashan Empire. Li Ct was pleased with this development, as he presided over the first annual festival of the Flame Kingdom and conferred titles on a batch of meritorious knights. The Mind Fruit Tree was being closely cultivated, and the male Jade Transmission Array was also in the process of being restored. Meanwhile, following the guidance of the power of destiny, good news followed one after another. The first piece of good news, Giant Algae Greater Elf Pike, finally completed his evolution into a Dragon Elf after half a year, becoming his fifth Dragon Elf. Pike, handsome. As a Dragon Elf, Pike expressed his joy proudly. Still wingless, but his ability to control water greatly enhanced, standing on the sea naturally with currents lifting him up, similar to Axe water control ability. Li Ct praised with a thumbs up, Pike, indeed handsome. Yo, you are quite handsome too. Haha, mutual indeed. With Pike's evolution, the scale of the underwater giant algae forest soared, and the daily production of giant algae magic potion also progressively increased, greatly alleviating the pressure on Li Ct, who struggled to afford potions. The second piece of good news, after the Bronze Dragon Gnome was captured, Li Ct spent 3 days together with the Greater Elves getting along with Gnome. Then, the Coffee Greater Elf Mundo and an unnamed Barley Greater Elf fell in love with the Bronze Dragon, initiating their own evolutionary opportunities. Including the Gourd Greater Elf Clay, who was still brewing his evolution, he had 3 Greater Elves on the verge of becoming Dragon Elves, and with the interference of the power of destiny, the probability of success was going to be very high. The third piece of good news, Ak, during the dragon-slaying battle, became increasingly proficient in the use of spatial magic and gained new insights. She felt that she was now able to manage spatial rifts, and she was currently using the collapsing male Jade Transmission Array for experiments, aiming to complete its repair without relying on the help of the formless dragon. When Ak gathers enough experience with the male Jade Transmission Array, she will be able to help sort out the spatial rifts outside the ruins. Hee. The little sea monster's knowledge was growing deeper and her abilities stronger. Very good, I have been waiting to open this land of ruins for a long time. Li Ct pat Ak's head, slightly exhilarated. This land of ruins was initially the reward for exploring the Holy Mountain, which rewarded the ruins entrance. Generally, it's a kind of alternate dimension or special gemstone space. But because it was obstructed by dense spatial rifts, he could not enter, and so far, nothing was known about what lay within the ruins, only the ancestors of the Moonslayers, those archmages who fought against moondragons. At the same time, he vaguely felt the threads of destiny were linked to this land of ruins. Perhaps, by entering the land of ruins, we can uncover the reason behind the destruction of the ancient Moon Empire, uncover the secret of the sleeping dragon of the magic web, and the cataclysmic war that caused the deaths of the Smoke Dragon, Jade Dragon, and others. In the time following the annual festival, there were few matters that required the king's presence. Li Ct had ample time to freely train with his own dragons. Grey Iron Dragonorn's mind branding was successful, now he continues to return to the dragon nest, and along with Ilita, Dagal, and Nicola, 3 Dragon Knight candidates, to integrate and select suitable Dragon Knights. Leo was continuously sent to newly discovered volcano craters to draw in volcanic super magic to accelerate growth. In addition, the most frequent and longest training sessions were with the Royal Sapphire Dragon raised alongside Li Ct, as it was the only dragon with the potential of an archmage. Using its magic power, assorted powerful magics could be released, with tremendous potential in combat power. Prepare for battle. Time swiftly transitioned into March. A piece of news, not necessarily bad but somewhat unsettling for Li Ct, was brought back by a blood servant from the exploration of Steel Ridge Kingdom. Marilyn Rose of Red and White was officially married to a prince's son from Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. The Red and White Rose family, during their alliance with Eagle Kingdom and Steel Ridge, already understood that the possibility of marrying Lee CT was nil. Now, against the backdrop of a tri-nation alliance, the Red and White Rose family has become a part of politics, used to maintain the alliance foundation between Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress. Furthermore, with Eagle Kingdom already in matrimonial alliance with Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, it can be said that the tri-nation alliance has become an established fact. However, just as Lee CT was pondering how to react to this news, a truly good piece of information came from the Kushan Imperial. A blood servant positioned in the north of the Kushan Imperial learned of a desert area with dozens of active volcanoes constantly erupting. It's even bigger and more spectacular than the endless volcano cluster on Flame Island. Lee CT lifted his head, gazing into the distance, and immediately made a decision. This is a tremendous opportunity for Leo's growth, I must seize it. He quickly returned to the Sun Moon Star Palace, and approached a massive sand table. This sand table is a contour map of a legendary continent, crafted based on the merfolk's traversal of the vast oceans and positioned by a sextant. The northeastern area of the Tri-Nation Alliance has been filled with many details, while other areas remain blank. Another task for the Blood Servants is to map other regions using sextant positioning. Based on the Blood Servants' positioning, this volcanic area called Catastrophe Volcano Cluster is roughly located here. If I start from the Brass or Magic Gate, the straight line distance is about 58,000 kilometers. Using the speed of Formless Dragon Bard, traveling normally at 400 kilometers per hour, 10 hours of flying per day would cover 4,000 kilometers. 58,000 kilometers would take about 15 days. A round trip would take about a month just for traveling. Of course, if a natural node could be found near the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster, and travel through a world beyond material could be conducted, the time would be significantly reduced. The world beyond material is very special, not in the same dimension as the material world. It's like a ball, with the surface being the material world, and the inside being the world beyond material. The surface requires a long journey, whereas the inside has shortcuts. Taking Leo and Vinny, Bard and I will set off for the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster. As for Flame Kingdom, leave it to Emily and Ek for protection. If the Tri-Nation Alliance invades, cut off the teleportation array to defend ourselves. If attacked, just ensure that the dragons and the people are safe. He prepared for the worst, communicated his instructions, and in mid-March, embarked quietly on the journey. He crossed Eagle Kingdom, Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, and Fallen Leaf Kingdom, finally reaching Kushan Imperial. However, he had no interest in the scenery along the way, only stopping briefly to rest aside from the urgent travel. Space gems packed with sufficient food kept him, Bard, and Leo nourished. Short on magic potions, but still enough to sustain the needs of his group. Thus the stars shifted, and by early April, they reached the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster. The climate here was exceedingly harsh, no vegetation grew, hence it was devoid of habitation. Oh! Leo sensed the volcanic atmosphere, flew directly out of Lee CT's body, transformed into a 70-meter wingspan black and red evil dragon, and dove towards the volcano crater. Excitement was its first reaction. Go, with so many volcanoes, those with lava certainly aren't few. I hope after you absorb the volcanic super magic here, you'll grow into a true adult fire dragon. Then we can both touch the bastion, advancing towards the Bastion Knights. Lee CT smiled faintly. He watched Leo fly into a volcano crater. After a long while, he and Bard, with a melded will, slipped into the world beyond material, searching for a nearby natural node. Chapter 1097 Selling Gemstones. The Catastrophe Volcano Cluster has 3 easily identifiable natural nodes, scattered among several volcano craters, but no more have been found. In List's understanding, the formation of every natural node has a direct or indirect connection with a superior magic eruption. Among the natural nodes that have been discovered, there are Jade Vein, Brass Ore, Jade Dragon's Hind Leg, and remains of the Fire Dragon, etc., all of which are related to dragons. Therefore, it is very likely that fire dragons existed in the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster during ancient times. Apart from tectonic movements, probably only fire dragons can create volcanoes. Of course, there is also a possibility, the Phoenix, which also represents the power of flame, could have created volcanoes. Unfortunately, I cannot fully unleash the power of Phoenix incarnation. Creating a volcano is too difficult for me. After discovering the 3 natural nodes, List took the opportunity to inspect the magma distribution in the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster. The amount of magma here, as well as the quantity of volcanic super magic, far exceeds that of the Doomsday Volcano group on Flame Island. There's enough volcanic super magic. Based on Leo's absorption rate at full power, it will become an adult in another 6 months. At that time, fighting side by side with Leo, we will march towards the Bastion Knights. No, there's no need to break through their defenses. Just a slight advancement,
and I will be invincible in the legendary continent. Standing on a pitch-black rock at the volcano crater, List's gaze swept over the catastrophe volcano cluster, towards the vast mountains beyond. Once I unite the three kingdoms in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent, my next step will be to annihilate the Gushan Imperial. A vow of ambition was set. Bidding farewell to Fire Dragon Leo, who was greedily absorbing the volcanic super magic, List returned to Flame Island directly through the world beyond physical matter. With the natural nodes providing connection, he only needed to make the trip every 3 to 5 days, to bring food and drink to Leo. The male Jade transmission array was repaired and completed by Ak in early May. At this time, the Eagle Kingdom, Steel Ridge Kingdom, and Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom have officially announced their alliance to jointly develop the sea, organize Dragon Knights to patrol the waters, and actively combat the Flame Kingdom's maritime smuggling routes. At the same time, Dragon Knights also harassed the rebuilding heroic Yellow City. Suppressing Flame Kingdom's foreign trade, cutting off the nutrients for the growth of Flame Kingdom, was roughly the first policy after the formation of the alliance. This indeed proved effective, as it plunged the trade of Flame Kingdom into crisis, with the demand for magic potions especially suffering, leaving several dragons starving. Let the mermaids be involved in the maritime trade, each transaction swift and decisive, reducing the chances of being targeted by the Tri-Nation Alliance as much as possible. At the same time, strengthen ties with Snowstorm Mountain Duchy and trade with Yellowstone Kingdom through them. It would be best to make contact with the Yellowstone royal family and tell them I plan to sell them space gems. Space gems are important strategic materials, but strictly speaking, they are more like a luxury item. List uses space gems to transport essential supplies when he is away from home. As for military applications, they could potentially extend the endurance of Dragon Knights. But a single space gem is not enough to satisfy the long-term endurance needs of a Dragon Knight, it would take several together. Thus, it does not qualify as aiding the enemy. Therefore, selling space gems is entirely feasible, and he had plans to sell them a long time ago. Your Majesty, Duke of Snowstorm Mountain has re-established close contact with the Yellowstone royal family. The Duke holds Flame Kingdom in awe and believes he will be willing to act as a middleman for us to contact the Yellowstone royal family. Spot is very wise, I appreciate him, List smiled. Although he was still harboring Skart, the second prince, it did not prevent him from continuing to do business with Duke Spot. Tell him to inform the Yellowstone royal family that space gems are invaluable, but all I need are magic potions, plenty of magic potions. Yes, Your Majesty, I will relay this to the Duke of Snowstorm Mountain, Marquis of Heroic Yellow City. Yevich Water Peanut responded. Light green gem, mountain copper, fine gold, my thrill can all be sold, however large the Yellowstone royal family's appetite, Flame Kingdom can satisfy them. Also tell Spot that if he facilitates the deal, I will give him a 2% commission and guarantee that Skart will no longer harbor any thoughts of restoration. Flame Kingdom has an ample supply of light green gems. As for magic metals, they are in no shortage at all. The Alchemy Magic Circle has been refining magic metals for sale. Otherwise, with Flame Kingdom's resources, it would be impossible to support 10 dragons. As you wish, Your Majesty. The Duke of Snowstorm Mountain is a smart man, he will surely make the right choices. Smart people are the best, I like doing business with smart people. Having secured the source of the magic potion, List immediately focused all his energy on the entrance to the Land of Ruins. Ak rode Unicorn Charlie each day near the ruins entrance, tending to the spatial rifts, with formless Dragon Bard assisting on the side. Relying on Bard's spatial power and Ak's powerful magic calculation abilities, they could basically repair a spatial rift within a week. The dense web of spatial rifts seemed vast, but in actuality, clearing a path just wide enough for Bard to pass through was sufficient. From the current intertwining situation of the spatial rifts, approximately 16 spatial rifts need to be fixed, which means about 4 months' time, brother, said Ak. 4 months, eh? I can wait that long. It had already been 2 to 3 years since the rewards from the smoke mission had been received, waiting for such a long time naturally didn't bother him to wait another 4 months. And at the moment when the Flame Kingdom's foreign trade was suffering under the onslaught of the Tri-Nation Alliance, the Duke of Snowstorm Mountain, enticed by hefty profits, had managed to establish contact with the Yellowstone royal family and successfully fostered trade between the two great kingdoms. I am already quite familiar with Your Majesty List's legendary tales. May our trade enable you to successfully navigate the blockade by the 3 major kingdoms. The person sent by the Yellowstone royal family to oversee the trade was that Dragon Knight prince, speaking in a broken wind language. List had not yet learned the language of the Yellowstone kingdom, so he could only respond in wind language. Prince Punjab, please convey my friendly greetings to His Majesty Parsk, and I hope that our trade can continue normally. Of course,
His Majesty Parsk also instructed me to convey his hopes that our two nations can establish a friendship. That would be ideal. The atmosphere between the two was cordial, but the trade personnel underneath were engaged in a tongue-and-sword battle of negotiation, and after a week's time, they finally hammered out the details of the trade. 10 space gems were exchanged for 1 million mixed standard magic potions, 100,000 single standard magic potions, and 5,000 special standard magic potions. Indeed, the value of a single space gem could truly exchange for a large city with a population of 100,000. Unfortunately, the Yellowstone Kingdom did not sell strong magic medicine, auxiliary magic medicine, or dragon's magic medicine. 800 light green gems were exchanged for 200,000 mixed standard magic potions, along with a large quantity of wheat, barley, corn, and other grains. Magic metals like mithril, fine gold, and mountain copper, in turn, were exchanged for a large amount of magic materials. A month later, the trade was successfully completed. This greatly relieved List. Without the supply of magic potions, his dragons would have been in revolt. With this batch of trade goods, the Flame Kingdom could successfully sustain itself for an entire year. Bard, though, had it rough. Not only did he have to repair a spatial rifts, but he also painstakingly produced 6 space gems to replenish List's space rings, continuing to maintain an everyday carry of over 10 pieces for transporting supplies. In the blink of an eye, September slowly arrived, and Fire Dragon Leo had not yet returned. Ak had successfully repaired the 16 spatial rifts, clearing a path to the Land of Ruins. Brother, we can now open the Land of Ruins. Yes, we can open it now. List, riding on Formless Dragon Bard, exchanged smiles with Ak, who was riding Unicorn Charlie. Then, with a thought, Bard transformed into a beam of light, rushing towards the natural node at the entrance to the Land of Ruins. Chapter 1098 Milajouding. Passing through the natural node, a new world descended upon Lee Ct's view, a world shrouded in ice and snow, with thin air and extremely low temperatures. Is this the alternate space created by the ancestors of the Moon's lair, the ancient magicians? Lee Ct activated his superior magic dragon chi to resist the extreme cold brought by the surrounding ice and snow. Even with his current physical endurance, he couldn't withstand it and needed to utilize the dragon chi for warmth, showing just how cold it was outside. Ak, can you handle it? It's fine, brother. Ak has switched to Ice Elemental Incarnation, so I don't feel cold at all. It's just that the air is thin, making breathing slightly difficult. Ak and her Unicorn Charlie both appeared very natural and comfortable. And his own mount, the Formless Dragon Bard, felt no different. It's just that flying was very unstable and seemed very strenuous, finally landing on the thick snow. Dragon flight relies on air currents and magic power, both of which were sparse in this environment. Whoa. Though Bard was not afraid of the cold, it didn't mean it liked it here, constantly complaining. Patting its neck, Lee Ct gestured for Bard to walk. Let's move forward and see what's unique about this world and what the ancient magicians left behind. Bard walked. Charlie still strolled through the air, sometimes it seemed even more mystical than a dragon. Brother, this world is very strange. Why does Ak always feel like we're still in the original world? I tried to cast a spell, then suddenly realized, that's right, brother, this world is the same as the original one. Ak can still draw magic power from the magic web. What? Lee Ct was momentarily stunned. Perhaps the ruins entrance is not an entrance to an alternate space but a normal natural node, meaning brother and Ak, passing through the natural node, arrived somewhere on the legendary continent or possibly the Mafa continent. From the look of the environment here, it seems to be a mountaintop or plateau. Not alternate space, but somewhere on a mountaintop or plateau? Lee Ct found it hard to accept this. He had hoped he might gain many treasures from the Land of Ruins, but it turned out there was no Land of Ruins. But soon he recalled, no, the reward from the smoke mission was indeed the ruins entrance. It just didn't specify it would be an alternate space. The assumption of an alternate space was my own judgment, based on my understanding of natural nodes, deducing this natural node might lead to an alternate space. The natural node of Sun Moon Valley, and this one, both have connectivity, so he originally thought one led to the real world, the other to a different world. It turned out both led to the real world. But, whether or not it leads to the real world, this natural node is a ruins entrance, that's for sure. So this is still an ancient ruin site. Having clarified the logic, he directly asked, Ak, can you determine our current location? Ak shook her head with trouble. No, brother. The heavy snow and wind make it impossible to calculate with the sextant. I can't even distinguish north, south, east, or west. Then never mind, let's continue to look around and at least figure out where we are, and also see if there are any ancient ruins nearby. It's connected to the natural node of Moonslayer Sacred Mountain, maybe there will be items left by the Archmages. Right.
The group of one man, one sea serpent, one dragon, and one unicorn started searching on this vast mountain summit. The snowstorm along with the dense fog severely reduced visibility, and the thick snow also made it hard to spot any rock formations. Fortunately, Li Ct's superior magic dragon chi was strong. With a few slashes, he could melt large patches of snow and ice, exposing the underlying mountain rocks. Using this method, they soon discovered new issues in this location. Brother, these exposed mountain rocks are quite flat, but from the traces of the rock fractures, they weren't originally this smooth. Ak, with her profound knowledge, immediately judged, though there are no traces of artificial carving, Ak still concludes that this is a man-made platform. You're saying that someone shaved the top off this mountain just to create a flat mountaintop platform? Yes, indeed. It sounded a bit unbelievable, but soon Ak's guess was confirmed. The group had reached the edge of the platform, where the vast snowy land suddenly sloped downward. There were also howling snowstorms, rampant magic power and air currents, comparable to superior magic. Even with the physique of the formless dragon, merely touching the storm left white marks on the dragon scales. Wu yeah. Bard decisively backed away, still underage and not wanting to take risks. It seems your guess was correct. It is indeed an artificially created platform. A mountain peak has been cut off. The storm outside is too fierce, making it difficult to walk. We'll explore along the edge of the platform to see how big this platform is. The two continued along the edge of the platform. After a big circle, taking more than an hour, they estimated that the entire platform was about as big as a small town, nearly 100 square kilometers. Apart from the platform, everything was enveloped by the storm, making it impossible to walk even a step. With such high mountains and such fierce snowstorms, I already have a vague guess in my heart. Let's spend some more time clearing all the snow from the platform to see what remnants the ancient magician left behind on this platform. Immediately List used chi, and accused magic, continuously clearing the snow on the mountaintop platform. Of course, they weren't foolish to clear all the snow, but started clearing from the center of the platform. Once they cleared a large area, traces of human intervention finally appeared. It was a huge chisel imprint, forming mysterious magic patterns. It's part of a magic array pattern, but there's no magic flowing through it anymore. Time has rendered it obsolete, Ak surmised. Keep clearing, find out the true face of the magic array. As more snow was cleared, more and more magic patterns were revealed, each being several meters wide and hundreds of meters long. Some stood alone, others connected over a large area, continuously spreading across the entire mountaintop. Finally, near the evening, when darkness completely enveloped the mountaintop, the magic array was fully exposed. Due to the fog and snowstorm, it was impossible to probe the entire magic array, but that didn't stop Ak from slowly plotting the magic array onto paper. As night fell completely and the snowstorm continued to howl, they lit up the hand magic tube. List and Ak together examined the magic array, a massive disc-shaped array with varying patterns in each circle and various mysterious magic symbols. It looked like a giant compass, somewhat crude and not very refined. Ak, can you understand it? I can understand parts of it. Brother, look. This symbol means space, and this symbol means time. These two symbols, positioned centrally in the magic array, indicate that this magic array possesses the properties of space-time. Brother, look here, these patterns are similar to the magical construction of natural nodes. With an idea striking his mind, List said, it seems this magic array is a space-time portal. No, should I say a magic space-time teleportation array? That's possible, but we need to clarify the remaining symbols and patterns and retest it with infused magic power, Ak replied with precision. List suddenly had an inspiration. Ak, I've had a vague guess before, and now, this guess is almost completely confirmed. What's the guess? Ak asked curiously. Mount Milajiaoding. Chapter 1099, Dragon-shaped stone sculptures. There is a legend in this world that at the very center of the legendary continent lies Mount Milajiaoding, and at its peak there is a magic teleportation array that leads to the moon. Whoever can ascend to the summit of Mount Milajiaoding and activate the magic teleportation array will gain mastery over the endless wealth above the moon. It is also said that the royal family of the Neverfall Empire descends from magicians who returned from the moon to Earth, which is why they were able to establish the most powerful empire on the legendary continent. The Neverfall Empire. Others believe they were the guardian knights of ancient magicians from the ancient Moon Empire, who became rulers after the magicians disappeared. The term Milajiaoding itself means Moonlight's guardian knight in the Moon language. Mount Milajiaoding is located at the tri-point border of a Neverfall Empire, Blue Dragon Empire, and Icefield Kingdom. Currently, no one knows just how tall the mountain is, because nobody has managed to reach its summit. Not even the Dragon Knights, who can fly at altitudes of 10,000 meters, can do so. It is said that halfway up the mountain, already higher than 10,000 meters, a perpetual titanic storm blows, which can even destroy dragon knights. Thus, the legend has stood for thousands of years, yet not a single dragon knight has reached the pinnacle of Mount Milajiaoding. Suppressing his excitement, List calmly said, if my guess is not wrong, this is Mount Milajiaoding, and the magic array beneath our feet is the teleportation array that leads to the moon. Mount Milajiaoding actually exists, brother. Does this mean there could indeed be humans on the moon? It's very possible. I didn't believe in legends before, but the fact proves that if legends can exist, there must be a root cause behind their transmission. This is a fantasy world after all, where humans have no need to deliberately invent various myths. Dragons, elves, archmages, and dragon knights are parts of the myths themselves. So as many legends have been proven to exist, it wouldn't be unbelievable that people are on the moon. After all, there's even a dragon called the Moon Dragon. Perhaps it comes from the moon. If there are dragons on the moon, it means there are creatures, so it's only natural that humans might exist there too. Do you think we can still repair and activate this moon teleportation circle and then be teleported to the moon? There is no need for too much speculation about whether there are humans on the moon. Once the teleportation array is repaired, everything will become clear. Ak looked at the blueprints in his hands and pondered silently for a moment. Brother, Ak currently has too little information, and my research on this teleportation array is too superficial. I cannot make any judgment for the time being. Let Ak study it here for a while and thoroughly research the teleportation array first. Okay, research it first then, List nodded. There was both hope and disappointment in his heart. He thought he would discover a trove of treasures left by ancient magicians, but it turned out to be only a possible moon teleportation circle. But that didn't stop him from continuing to ride the formless dragon bard, clearing snow from the mountaintop platform. The snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. If not promptly cleared, the teleportation array would soon be covered up, which gave him an idea. Let's go, Bard, we need to find Leo. Returning to Sun Moon Valley required Bard's help, otherwise, both List and Ek couldn't open the natural node here. Passing through the natural node, entering the world beyond matter, a man and his dragon did not return to the Sun Moon Star Palace but instead found the natural node of the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster. Stepping through, they arrived at the Boundless Volcano Cluster. Leo was happily extracting volcanic super magic from the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster. Upon seeing it, List didn't beat around the bush. Leo, I need some of your fire dragon over magic. Don't worry, I'm just borrowing it, we'll return it when done, without much depletion. Oh ho. Leo was reluctant. Hurry up. Oh ho. In the end, Leo spat out a batch of volcanic super magic, which List stored in containers made of volcanic glass. Back on the summit of Mount Milajiaoding, he released the fire dragon over magic. A little bit of the super magic was allocated to each area, forming magic little fire dragons that freely danced through the air. These magic little fire dragons continuously emitted heat, melting and evaporating the snow, turning into a faint mist. It posed a slight hindrance to one's field of vision, but the ground was no longer covered in snow, and Ek need only unleash a bit of wind system magic to blow away the mist, consequently rendering the visibility unparalleled. If Big Brother is busy, go ahead and tend to your duties. Ek is planning to conduct research at the mountaintop these next few days. Is the magic platform receiving a signal okay? It is. Then that's fine. We'll stay in touch through the magic platform. As List spoke, he was ready to take to the skies aboard the formless dragon Bard through the natural nodes, but this time Bard stumbled unexpectedly. Crack. Both man and dragon nearly fell flat on their faces on the ground. Bard felt vexed, but List noticed that beneath Bard's foot, a rock had shattered. When the rock broke apart, it revealed a dark and gloomy entrance. Don't move, Bard. He dismounted from the dragon and walked up to the mouth of the passage, peering down to find a staircase carved from stone leading deep underground. Ek also rode over on Unicorn Charlie and joined List in examining the passage. Big Brother, this tunnel seems to be part of a magic array. I'll go down and check it out first. Be careful, it might be dangerous. No worries, there aren't many things in this world that can harm me. Besides, who knows how many years ago this relic was left behind. List was not being arrogant, rather, the force of destiny hadn't given any premonitions of danger. On the contrary, he faintly sensed a thread connected to the passage, giving him the impression that this was also part of the ruin's entrance reward. Ek will go down with Big Brother. Ek was concerned. Alright, let's descend together. List said with a smile, taking Ek's small hand and eliciting a disdainful snort from Unicorn Charlie behind them. The stone staircase was winding but not narrow. List and Ek each held a hand magic tube, the intense light illuminating the corridor so brightly that they could see intermittent magic runes etched into the walls. Ek, what do these all mean? These are magic runes constructed by mages during the ancient Moon Empire,
many of which have already been phased out. Modern magicians use the latest structured runes. Look at this rune, big brother, it signifies radiation, able to emit magic power. This one is acceleration, it can speed up the flow of magic power. They walked and observed. Almost all the runes on the wall appeared to be casually etched, with many rendered obsolete, though occasionally there were some still in use today. What were those ancient magicians carving these for? Are they part of a teleportation array? It shouldn't be. These runes show no signs of being infused with magic power, they are likely just simple stone carvings without direct connection to the teleportation array. As they journeyed and conversed, the passage extended roughly 3 kilometers downward, including a fracture along the way that was bottomless. Other than this, there was nothing notable about the corridor until, after 3 kilometers, their view suddenly widened, arriving at a massive hall. The hall was easily as large as a football field. At the central position was a pillar akin to an altar, connecting to the ceiling of the cavern. Surrounding the altar, 108 colorful dragon-shaped stone sculptures were arranged in a circle, guarding the altar pillar. These stone sculptures. List opened his mouth. Does each one represent a different dragon? Take a look too. Are there no repeated dragon-shaped stone sculptures? Chapter 1100 Classification of Dragons. Dragon-shaped stone sculptures, exactly 108 in number. They are distributed around the altar, not categorized by type, and the order is somewhat chaotic. List and Ak, shocked, began to observe these dragon-shaped stone sculptures closely. The ancient magicians ruled the legendary continent, their understanding of dragons was definitely more comprehensive than it is now. These dragon-shaped stone sculptures are probably all the types of dragons. Brother, can you recognize all of the dragon-shaped stone sculptures? I don't know. Let's start by eliminating the ones we do know, like the gemstone dragons, all 36 varieties. The dragon-shaped stone sculptures are all colored and made of different materials, making it easy to identify the gemstone dragons. From red to green, from blue to yellow, from purple to pink, 39 types of dragon sculptures resembling gemstone dragons were found in total. This one, translucent in color and petite in form, is clearly a sculpture of the formless dragon. This one, lush and not very large, must be a jade dragon sculpture, and this one, with a dull gemstone color, deviates from the 36 known gemstone dragon colors, likely not a gemstone dragon. The remaining 36 dragon-shaped stone sculptures all correspond to their respective types of gemstone dragons, from the royal sapphire dragon to the light green gemstone dragon, all present and with accurately fitting proportions. Then they found the dragon-shaped stone sculptures with a metallic luster, 54 in total, among which iron dragon, copper dragon, tin dragon, golden dragon, silver dragon, platinum dragon, aluminum dragon, and lead dragon could be identified, but many more could not be distinguished and were only vaguely recognized. This one is a fire dragon. This one is an ice dragon. They quickly identified all 8 elemental dragons, and indeed among the metal dragons, gemstone dragons, and elemental dragons, the elemental dragons were relatively larger, especially the fire dragon being the largest. This one is a smoke dragon. Look brother, it really looks like a wisp of smoke. Ak pointed at a dragon-shaped stone sculpture, which was made up of swirls of smoke, undeniably a smoke dragon sculpture. List's gaze lingered on the smoke dragon sculpture for a while. Although he was already incubating the egg of a smoke dragon in his mind, it was the first time he actually saw what a real smoke dragon looked like. Unexpectedly, true to its name, it was indeed composed of smoke. Up to this point, the 54 metal dragons, 36 gemstone dragons, 8 elemental dragons, as well as the formless dragon, jade dragon, and smoke dragon had all been identified. 7 more dragon-shaped stone sculptures remained, some difficult to discern. Ak, do you think this sculpture with a dull gemstone texture could be the Twilight Dragon? Look at the way its dragon scales are carved, doesn't it give the impression of a lens? The shape of the dragon sculpture was not abrupt, nor was it particularly large, but the scales had a distinct texture. Ak floated up, observed closely, and said, "It really does, brother, it should be the Twilight Dragon." "Alright, let's tentatively consider it the Twilight Dragon." Lis then walked over to a new dragon-shaped sculpture. "We already know 4 types of sacred dragons, and there's one last immortal dragon left. Among the remaining dragon sculptures, this one has the softest and most delicate lines, somewhat feminine. Could it be the immortal dragon?" "Medium in size, let's tentatively consider it the immortal dragon," Ak replied. "After all, too little is known about the immortal dragon, it's only known that it might exist in the exiled lands." Lis nodded. "So now we are left with 5 dragon-shaped stone sculptures, among which there should be 3 evil dragons, the Cursed Dragon, Shadow Dragon, and Silent Dragon. So Ak, you must know which one is the Cursed Dragon?" Ak pointed to one of them and said, "This is the one, its shape is essentially identical to that of the Cursed Dragon,
formed from the remaining power of the curse, very ferocious and terrifying. This cursed dragon sculpture looked somewhat similar to Nergigant from Monster Hunter. Its scales were grayish-brown, and its body was as slender as a snake, with wings that seemed like skeletal frameworks, and its entire body appeared to be just bones wrapped in scales, with hardly any flesh on its bones. At a glance, one could tell it was the cursed dragon. There are 4 more dragon-shaped stone sculptures, each much larger than the fire dragon sculpture. Aside from the silent dragon and the shadow dragon, what might the other 2 be? They should be the dragon of the magic web and the moon dragon, said Ak. That's what I think too, and as the dragon that breaks barriers, the dragon of the magic web must be the largest, so this sculpture here is of the dragon of the magic web. He pointed to the largest of all the sculptures, his gaze slightly heavy, feeling a great pressure from just a single sculpture. Indeed, the sculpture of the dragon of the magic web was enormous, 5 to 6 times the size of the fire dragon sculpture, covered in sharp spikes, like a hedgehog dragon. Though the dragon's eyes were merely carved from stone, the air of indifference to all life, of being high above, was unmistakable. The cursed dragon's size should be similar to that of the silent and shadow dragons. Among the remaining 3 sculptures, the 2 smaller ones should be those. The slightly larger one, about 2/3 the size of the dragon of the magic web sculpture, is the moon dragon that the ancestors of the Moonslayers killed. The moon dragon sounded beautiful, and indeed it looked beautiful, with its most striking feature being a pair of unique wings. These wings were similar to those of the little minor elf, greater elf, and dragon elf, all transparent like cicada wings. The 2 stood on top of the moon dragon's head, carefully examining the sculpture, while simultaneously contemplating the connection between the moon dragon and elves. In the era of the Moonslayers' ancestors, elves were just elf bugs and could not evolve. After the Moonslayer's ancestor killed the moon dragon, modern elves could evolve. Ak, what do you think? The residual power of the cursed dragon can pollute the ocean, so maybe the residual power of the moon dragon could cause pollution too, and what it polluted could be the elf bugs. Perhaps it was the moon dragon's power that gave elves the ability to evolve? Ak proposed a possibility. I thought so too, and look, the magic power of the dragon of the magic web can be drawn upon by all magicians, showing that these unimaginably powerful dragons have powers that are almost touching upon rules. They could be described by rules. These dragons themselves are manifestations of certain rules. List was contemplating the existence of barriers. In his view, the elemental dragons, gemstone dragons, metal dragons, and even sacred dragons certainly represent a pinnacle of power, but they are far from completely mastering it. They are just a display of power, not control over it. However, dragons like the evil dragon, moon dragon, and dragon of the magic web clearly broke through barriers, transcending power itself and began to master the underlying rules of powers. The dragon of the magic web mastered the magic power rule, the moon dragon mastered the elf rule, and the curse dragon mastered the curse rule. Although I'm not sure if my guess is accurate, my understanding of this world is becoming clearer. It also gives me and Leo a new understanding of how to break through barriers in the future. Hee, congratulations to you, brother, Ak chuckled. Ak should also congratulate herself, more truths have been unveiled. Haha, same to you. Now there are 2 sculptures left, one of the shadow dragon and one of the silent dragon. Ak, how do you think we should distinguish them? This dragon looks so ugly, and it's so black it's like a shadow, let's tentatively call it the shadow dragon. This other sculpture has many blue light bulb-like scales on its body, and it's very bulky, like a big toad, let's tentatively call it the silent dragon. Okay, let's settle on that. Yep, when Ak has time, she will go back and create the pictorial compendium of dragons to add to the Great Encyclopedia. Ak did not forget her part-time role as the chief editor of the Great Encyclopedia. Chapter 1101, Murals of the Past Dragon of the Magic Web. Moon Dragon. 3 kinds of evil dragons. 5 kinds of sacred dragons. 8 kinds of elemental dragons. 36 kinds of gemstone dragons. 54 kinds of metal dragons. 108 dragon-shaped stone sculptures unveil all the breeds of dragons in this world. Although dragons are not the only magical creatures, they fundamentally represent all the powers and rules necessary for the operation of this world. The moon teleportation circle is based on the magic array on the ground, and it can only truly operate with this dragon-shaped altar as the core, to allow travel between the moon and here. Brother, the research required for this teleportation array might be more massive than Ak imagines, it will take a lot of time. It's okay, I have enough time to wait. List was brimming with confidence. Originally, he had planned to obtain ancient treasures to support his dragon rearing. Now, the speculation of the moon dragon infecting the elf has given him a brand new understanding of breaking through barriers. Once the fire dragon Leo matures after absorbing sufficient volcanic super magic, it will be the moment for him and Leo to strike at becoming a bastion knight. Once successful, It means he will master the rules of flame. By then, all the Dragon Knights of the legendary continent combined might not be a match for List. He could indirectly roll over all the empires and kingdoms of the legendary continent, purify the seas, and bring the Mafa continent under his rule as well. Establishing a legacy undying through the ages, making the name List Flame the noblest title of this era, passed down through generations. Hee. Ak held a hand magic tube, constantly observing the details of each dragon, in preparation for the pictorial compendium of dragons. List turned his gaze to the underground hall. It was empty except for the dragon-shaped stone sculptures and the altar, leaving only the walls. However, when he concentrated on the walls, he abruptly realized that they were not devoid of content. They were adorned with giant murals. The murals were not painted but created in relief, which made them less conspicuous. The entire circular wall was one continuous mural, circling 360 degrees. At the point where it began and ended, there was a section of moon language narrative. Ak, come here, let's study this mural. List called Ak over immediately. Ak was quite proficient in moon language, swiftly translating the moon language narrative, which seemed like each segment had its own special melody and charm. In the beginning, humans lived like beasts. Later, they learned to use tools and rites. They grew, pondering the future. From the will of humans, the great dragon awakened, to continue the order. When the will wavered, the great dragon disintegrated, flesh and bones became elves, soul became giant dragons, elves spread as all things, giant dragons embodied power. Sacred dragons to reinforce the origin, evil dragons to purify pollution, elemental dragons to command weather, gemstone dragons to embellish time and space, metal dragons to diffuse resources. There are magic dragons that operate the magic web, ruling over the cycles of the sun and moon, and therein lies magic as well. Mafa of the sun, legend of the moon, both have the magic dragon as their totem, ceaselessly living, the stars shift and battle in the sky. The narrative of the moon language ended here, but it brought a huge impact to List and Ak. Although the moon language from ancient times had some stumbling, it did not hinder understanding their meaning. List instantly had many questions. Was the great dragon born from the will of humans? And after the great dragon disintegrated, there were elves and many giant dragons? The magic dragon must be the dragon of the magic web, the totem of the Moon Empire and Sun Empire? This sounds too mythological. Ak's gaze shifted from the moon language narrative to the mural, contemplative. Brother, perhaps this story is true. List did not immediately delve deeper. Forget it, let's first see what the mural depicts. He and Ak illuminated the mural with their hand magic tubes, viewing it from right to left in a clockwise direction. The mural, complete in its entirety, primarily featured dragons, with humans merely part of the symbolic elements. The mural began with a magic dragon emanating threads like a spider's web, connecting many cities on the ground, with magicians floating above the cities, casting magic. There were also some dragons flying around the cities, creating an atmosphere of peace and tranquility. One large city had the moon hanging over it, while another had the sun day. However, soon 3 dragons began attacking humans. According to their sculpted images, they were the Shadow Dragon, the Cursed Dragon, and the Silent Dragon. Consequently, the mural depicted humans overcoming these 3 evil dragons with the aid of other dragons, especially the Magic Dragon. The Silent Dragon died to the north of the 2 cities, the Cursed Dragon in the sea between the 2 cities, and the Shadow Dragon around the city under the Sunday. The mural then transitioned into a new era, seemingly tainted by the 3 evil dragons, with heavy casualties in the Sun City and the sea. Monsters emerged from the midst. The Magic Dragon prepared to exhale dragon breath, aimed at the sea, the far north, and the monsters in the Sun City. The human magicians of the Moon City seemed to be aiding the Magic Dragon, but another group from the Moon City confronted them. Subsequently, these dissenters, in alliance with the 5 sacred dragons, created a magic array atop a high mountain. The magic array shot directly towards the moon. After discovering this, the Magic Dragon led a large group of gemstone dragons, elemental dragons, metal dragons, and surrounded the 5 sacred dragons. The Jade Dragon, Formless Dragon, Twilight Dragon, and Smoke Dragon were all killed, with only the Immortal Dragon apparently escaping to an unknown location. The magicians of the Moon City began to celebrate victory. But then a dragon was born on the moon, which could clearly be seen as the Moon Dragon previously identified in the dragon-shaped stone sculptures. The Moon Dragon flew out from the moon and came to hover over the Moon City. The Magic Dragon once again united with many dragons and the magicians of the Moon City to face the Moon Dragon. Thus far, the mural ended. It seems to be a story from before the fall of the Moon Empire. Ak, do you understand it? List asked. Ak nodded. Brother, Ak has made sense of the mural, combined with the poetry of the moon language we encountered earlier. It seems the ancient mages were introducing the history of the world's origin. Tell me what you've figured out, let's see if it matches my understanding. Ak began summarizing her comprehension. After the birth of humanity, the great dragons were born in accordance with the will of humans, but humans soon fell into war and other troubles, their will began to waver, and the great dragons thus disintegrated. Then they split into elves and giant dragons to help humans. At this time on the legendary continent and Mapha continent, humans established two civilizations with the magic dragon as their totem, continuously developing magic. But soon after, evil dragons began to invade. The magic dragon, many dragons, and humans joined forces to slay the three evil dragons, but monsters contaminated by the evil dragons began to roam. The magic dragon planned to clear the monsters, while the magicians of the Moon Empire were divided into two factions, one firmly intent on eradicating the monsters, and the other seemed to want to protect them. The protecting faction received help from the sacred dragons, built the moon teleportation circle, and went to the moon. The sacred dragons were then slaughtered by the magic dragon and others, with only the immortal dragon escaping. Afterwards, the moon dragon was born, returned to this planet, hence the magic dragon and the moon dragon, namely the eradication faction and the protection faction, began the decisive battle. She paused. Then Ak added, the moon dragon certainly died, but its power spread to all elves, assisting in their evolution. Maybe it's preparing to resurrect from the body of the elf king. The magic dragon was gravely injured. It must be the dragon of the magic web which brother and Ak saw, constantly sleeping, causing the magic web to wither. The Moon Empire also perished in this battle. Chapter 1102, Forgetting and Confusion. Ak's summarized history was much the same as what List had concluded in his mind. It sounds implausible that dragons and elves were conceived by human volition, yet upon closer contemplation, there seemed to be traces to follow. Elves can make contracts with humans. The contract is immediately successful as soon as an elf's tooth touches human blood. Although dragons do not make simple contracts with humans, the dragon tooth platform on dragons' backs is naturally designed for humans to ride. It's like a thoughtful artificial design. So originally, there was a great dragon in this world. After the great dragon died, such a diverse range of dragons and elves came into being, he remarked wistfully, yet felt somewhat uneasy inside, or rather felt like he had fallen from a hero to a villain. According to the mural, the magic power dragon was clearly on the side of justice, serving as a totem for the Moon Empire and the Sun Empire, supporting the human magic civilization. On the other hand, the sacred dragon, which opened the moon teleportation circle, played the role of the antagonist. Now, List, having conceived the smoke dragon in his mind and thus merging with it, naturally became an antagonist since the smoke dragon was an antagonist. What worried him more was that the magic power dragon was sleeping. If it awakened, would it come looking for trouble? Originally, the magic power dragon killed all the sacred dragons except for the immortal dragon who escaped, while the formless dragon, jade dragon, twilight dragon, and smoke dragon all fell on the spot. Now the newly conceived formless dragon Bard has become my ally, and the smoke dragon has become my embodiment. This villain role just can't be cleansed. He recalled the scene shown to him by the time diamond, which was a pair of eyes awakening from the void, staring intently at him, undoubtedly belonging to the magic power dragon. Moreover, perhaps all of the sacred dragons were once dragons that broke barriers, just reduced to their current state because they were killed? Logically, being named sacred would mean that the sacred dragons should not be inferior to the evil dragons. Now, it can basically be confirmed that the cursed dragon is an existence that breaks barriers, yet formless dragon Bard doesn't even have the strength to confront ordinary dragons face to face. Admittedly, Bard is still not mature, but the strength it shows does indeed seem inflated. Compared to the gemstone dragons, metal dragons, and elemental dragons, where multiple dragons of the same kind can exist, it seems that only individual sacred dragons and evil dragons exist. He had previously noticed that the Eagle Kingdom had a white Moa Iron Dragon, and so did the Steel Ridge Kingdom. But the sacred dragons and evil dragons seem to have never appeared more than once. Perhaps they are all barrier-breaking beings who started to master the rules, thus becoming unique dragons? He had thought a lot in a short time, and quickly accepted the possibility of becoming a villain, facing the future threat of the magic power dragon's awakening. Regardless of who was right or wrong in ancient times, the Moon Empire and Sun Empire have long vanished, and the magic civilization has collapsed, leaving no reference for right or wrong. Originally, the magic power dragon commanded the dragons to kill the sacred dragons, but it also was severely injured in a fight with the moon dragon. Only if I can break the barrier again, help my dragons grasp the rules, then the barrier-level formless dragon, smoke dragon, fire dragon, and others, united, might have a chance to battle the magic power dragon. He also remembered that in the scenes brought by the Time Diamond, the future Ak once told him, if possible, it would be best to ride every rideable dragon. Perhaps this is the Twilight Dragon reminding me that I will eventually have to fight the magic power dragon again? Regardless of whether it was true or not, he was determined to ride as many dragons as possible, aiming to mount all the dragons in Legendary Continent and even the entire Mafa continent. Once a few more dragons broke through the barriers, what challenge would a magic dragon pose? This was no longer the era of magic civilization, it was the era of knights, his era. Brother. Axe called drew List back from his strategic mind games with the magic dragon, separated only by the air between them. What's up, any new discoveries? Yeah. Ak pulled List to a certain spot of the mural, shining the hand magic tube on the Sun City depicted on it. Brother, the shadow dragon died here. Then she pointed the light to another spot, to the north of many cities. The silent dragon died here. List was puzzled. Ak continued, plus with the cursed dragon dying in the ocean, the three great evil dragons polluted most of the creatures. But Ak has a doubt, why would the sacred dragon and some magicians from the Moon Empire oppose the magic dragon's elimination of these polluted creatures? Indeed, I'm also puzzled. Why would the sacred dragon protect those contaminated devils? He had seen those devils deep in the ocean. Utterly evil, their malign aura still vivid even after tens of thousands of years. The creatures contaminated by the cursed dragon were rotting, their minds muddled, turning the ocean into the devil's sea. It was unimaginable how horrifying the creatures contaminated by the silent dragon and the shadow dragon must be. Logically, there would be no reason for the sacred dragon to protect such creatures. However, Ak provided a speculation. Ak wonders if the sacred dragon thinks that the contaminated creatures can be cured? Can they be cured? List immediately thought of the mermaid Gulvig, who was initially tainted by the powers of the cursed dragon, and it was Ak who cured her. That does make sense. Perhaps the faction of the magic dragon decided to take a strong approach while the sacred dragon favored a gentler method. There's no clue to support Ak's point for now. Brother can set it aside for later. Actually, Ak has another doubt. Oh? Let's hear it. That is, the will of humanity gave birth to the great dragon, which then fragmented and evolved into countless elves and dragons. So, what about the intelligent races that aren't human, like the sea serpents, mermaids, and those species long lost in the annals of history? What magical creatures did their will give birth to? Ak's doubts resonated deeply with List. Right, they too are intelligent species. It doesn't make sense that only humans could give birth to the great dragon. By the way, do you think those sub-dragons might be what other intelligent races' wills gave birth to? Sky behemoth Ziz, marine behemoth Leviathan, and land behemoth Behemoth were said to be as majestic as dragons in legends. Unicorns and phoenixes, List had seen with his own eyes, their magic was no less than that of dragons. Nemea the giant lion, although weaker, being indestructible and tough was also miraculous. There were also legendary creatures like Hellhound Cerberus, Hydra, Chimera, giant wolf Fenrir, Ouroboros, and Lydon dragon, each with their colorful magical traits. If dragons and elves were born from human will, then where did these sub-dragons originate from? Ak is unsure if sub-dragons are born from the wills of intelligent races, but clearly, these details are not recorded in the mural. Instead, it's dominated by human narratives, somewhat deliberately ignoring other races and the existence of sub-dragons. Especially that passage in moon language, it makes the history ambiguous. For instance, the mermaids in the era of the Moon Empire ruled the seas, their influence surely no weaker than humans. It made no sense that they would be wiped out by a single contamination by the cursed dragon. Unfortunately, so much history has been obscured, a single mural couldn't reveal it all. List rubbed Ak's head, signaling her not to stress over it. That's all the clues we have. Speculating blindly is useless. Once we fix the moon teleportation circle, we can go to the moon to search for clues. Maybe the moon dragon is a being born from the wills of lunar colonists. Ak revealed a smile as comfortable as a kitten's. I'll listen to brother. Chapter 1103, Burning Reef. Ak was ready to put aside most of his current work and stay at Mount Milajouding to study the moon teleportation circle, while List decided to leave first. He still had vital tasks to handle. Since the formation of the Tri-Nation Alliance, they had become increasingly aggressive, severely constraining the living space of the Flame Kingdom. Moreover, to prevent assassination attempts by List alone, all Dragon Knights had begun to form groups for patrolling, with no fewer than 5 dragons per team. The blood of the 4 Dragon Knights, Carla Violet, Loyal Purple Copper, Figo Iris, Alonzo Immortal Arrival, was enough to keep them on their toes. Faced with this, List felt somewhat helpless. He couldn't engage in direct dragon-slaying battles, which meant he couldn't leverage his personal combat advantage. And the prospects of issuing pioneer mandates or punishment orders were unrealistic. Perhaps his own actions had crossed a line, and now the Dragon Knights of the Tri-Nation Alliance no longer forbade killing ordinary knights. And if a real battle were to start, the Knight Order of the Flame Kingdom would not be nearly enough. In battles between Dragon Knights, ordinary knights were far too weak, so weak that the survival of the state had no direct connection with them. The greatest function of the Knight class was to stabilize national logistics, accumulating massive resources to meet the needs of dragons. List relied on those knights within the kingdom to manage the serf-operated farms, then collect taxes and goods, which were exchanged for various dragon necessities, to maintain his 10 dragons. Your Majesty, the sea smuggling routes to the Eagle Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom have been repeatedly raided by the Tri-Nation Dragon Knights. Our fleet, with the help of the Mermaid Landlord, is not afraid of their raids, but the noble landlords willing to engage in smuggling trade with us have all backed down. Can't even attracting them with profitable promises bring noble landlords. We've already ceded a large part of the profits, but the deterrent power of the opposing Dragon Knights is too great. These noble landlords have even dissolved their mercenary corps and dare not approach the coastline any longer. Hearing this, List sighed. He had underestimated the intimidating impact of Dragon Knights on ordinary people. This wasn't Earth, where regardless of how severe legal crackdowns might be, there were always people who took risks. In this world, there was power beyond imagination, and it was extremely difficult for ordinary people to escape such force. What about trade with the Yellowstone Kingdom? The trade is going smoothly for now, but with the suppression of the 3 great kingdoms, the Yellowstone Kingdom must have gotten the news. Now the volume of trade is increasing, but the transaction amount has not grown much. First Financial Minister Paris Flame handed over a report. List pushed the report aside, he couldn't be bothered to look at it. Feeling somewhat stuffy inside, he mused that the Yellowstone Kingdom was also taking advantage of the situation. But considering the circumstances, it was normal. The Flame Kingdom was temporarily in a difficult position, a perfect opportunity to be exploited. It was a piece of fatty meat that any wolf would want to bite a chunk from, perhaps even more. After contemplating for a moment, he said, "Have the outer cabinet prepare a set of materials for the magic teleportation array. I want to open a new teleportation array." Your Majesty, which destination should the teleportation array be connected to? To the mercenary city-state. The legendary continent has 3 great empires, Neverfall Empire, Blue Dragon Empire, Kashan Imperial, and 11 great kingdoms, namely, Steel Ridge, Eagle, Blast Furnace Fortress, Yellowstone Plains, Fallen Leaves, White Deer, Ice Field, Paradise Bird, Thunder Dragon Edge, Modula, and Grey Castle Kingdom. In addition, there are 3 great city-states. City-states are a type of national system formed by small duchies united together. The 3 great city-states are the Freedom City-State, Lost City-State, and Mercenary City-State. Previously, with mermaids patrolling the seas, blood servants positioning everywhere, and information gathered by trade caravans, professional arcanists from the Royal Arcane Academy gradually mapped out a complete map of the legendary continent. According to the map, the Kashan Imperial is on the northern continent, Neverfall Empire occupies the western continent, and Blue Dragon Empire occupies the southern continent. Icefield Kingdom lies in the central mainland, nestled between the 3 great empires. Mount Milajouding is located at the intersection of Icefield, Neverfall, and Blue Dragon, not bordering with Kashan Imperial. In addition, between Kashan Imperial and Blue Dragon Empire is the Lost City-State and Freedom City-State, separated by the Icefield Kingdom. The entire eastern part of the continent is comprised of 11 major kingdoms. Among them, Fallen Leaf Kingdom, White Deer Kingdom, and Kashan Imperial are closely connected, with a mercenary city-state at the center of the Tri-Nation border. Lee Ct's gaze towards this place signifies a desire to connect the teleportation array between Flame Kingdom and Mercenary City-State. The reason is simple. City-states are aggregates of small nations, with loose governance, suitable for trade. Another important reason is that many of the member nations, or rather the dragon-rearing families who are members, were originally vanquished by Kashan Imperial. Ever since the Kashan Imperial started expanding from a kingdom to an empire over 1,000 years ago, numerous dragon-rearing families have been destroyed. Thus, hatred has long been buried in the hearts of the rulers of Mercenary City-State, making them highly suitable collaborators. After finalizing the construction of the teleportation array in Mercenary City-State, List did not stay long at Sun Moon Star Palace, mingling with Paris and Emily for 2 days, before mounting the formless Dragon Bard and rushing towards the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster to pay a visit to Fire Dragon Leo. Then, changing direction, from the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster, he flew towards the Mercenary City-State. It took a full 6 days of flying to arrive there. He was relatively well informed about the Mercenary City-State, as blood servants had been dispatched there previously. There are, in total, 7 large cities. Each is controlled by one of the 7 dragon-rearing families, each supporting 1 dragon. Even though the 7 major families have their conflicts, they are united when it comes to defending against external threats. However, Kashan Imperial's infiltration into Mercenary City-State hasn't stopped for a moment. In the past 100 years, there have been 3 assassinations of leaders from dragon-rearing families. The common languages here are quite a mix too, including Chai script from Gushan Imperial, the elegant language from Fallen Leaf Kingdom, Deer script from the White Deer Kingdom, and some local dialects. But what do I have to do with any of that? I don't need to interact with them. He maneuvered Bard into a world beyond the physical, roaming in search of natural nodes. With a growing proficiency in the power of fate, he quickly followed the guidance to find a clear natural node. Passing through it, he emerged at the foot of a desolate low hill. According to the sextant positioning, the low hill was located to the southeast of Mercenary City-State, in an undeveloped hilly area. To the north was a large city at a distance of 300 kilometers, to the west, 400 kilometers away, was another large city, to the southeast, 600 kilometers away, one would enter the territory of White Deer Kingdom. Good, the geographical location is not bad, I can construct a teleportation array here and then develop a city for Flame Kingdom. List was very satisfied. He named this place Liaoyuan Hills, taking inspiration from the saying a single spark can start a prairie fire, symbolizing that Flame Kingdom's fire will continuously radiate outwards. The future city was also named, called Liaoyuan City. For the natural node of Flame Island, I'll choose the node of Reef City, avoiding direct connection with the island itself, but also not needing to go through any other locations in transit. With the two natural nodes that needed to connect confirmed, the next step was to wait for the preparation of the magical materials, and then the Liaoyuan City Reef City Magic Teleportation Array could be constructed. Axe mastery over magic teleportation array technology was quite proficient, laying out such a teleportation array wouldn't take much time at all. Meanwhile, the outer cabinet also actively went into operation, preparing for the construction of Liaoyuan City. Once the Liao Reef teleportation array was complete, they planned to immediately begin building the city and send trade personnel to negotiate trade with the major forces of Mercenary City-State. Hustling and bustling. Another month passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was October. While consoling the Thorn Greater Elf Jayla, who was frowning and distressed over not finding a dragon she liked, List suddenly had a thought and then smiled. Great, following Ethan, Orn has also found his own dragon knight. Hilita, it turns out to be this young lady. Chapter 1104, Precious Flash Hilita, a native girl of the Moonslayer tribe. Initially, during the conquest of the Moonslayer native tribe, because she protected several elves, List saw her in a new light and sent her to the academy to study the night course. Since then, Hilita demonstrated exceptional talent and became a member of the first batch of Dragon Knight candidate program. She also turned out to be very beautiful, earning her the title Flower of the Killing Moon among enthusiasts. Among the 3 members of the first batch of Dragon Knight candidate program, her talent was not prominent, perhaps even less so compared to Nicola Fongxiang and Degal. Especially Degal, whose talent was extremely outstanding. List always felt that Grey Iron Dragon Orn was most likely to choose Degal. Unexpectedly, after a period of adjustment, Orn actually chose Hilita. Orn, bring Hilita to the Sun Moon Star Palace to see me. He communicated with Orn using the Dragon Heart electrical signal, as Hilita, who had just started dragon riding, had not yet learned to communicate using the Dragon Heart electrical signal. List, when are you going to ride a new dragon? Jayla asked sullenly beside him. She is still a greater elf, and although due to the presence of auxiliary medicine thorn, her value is ranked among the top few in greater elves, it is much lower compared to Man-Eating Tree Dragon Sprite, Kali, Buckwheat Dragon Sprite, Yachty, Phoenix Perch Parasol Dragon Greater Elf, Annie P Dragon Spirit, Ash, and Giant Algae Dragon Sprite, Pike. Even King Lotus Great Spirit, Kench has a higher value than her, as Kench can produce dragon medicine, Water of the Water Dragon. Especially when Jayla once met Pike, she was harshly ridiculed by the sharp-toothed and sharp-mouthed Pike, which left her trembling with anger. Now among List's greater elves, none desire evolution more than Jayla. Becoming an elf butler has always been her wish, to be stronger than all other elves. Don't worry, Jayla, Ak has already successfully cultivated the mind fruit tree, and soon 4 bewildering dragon mind fruits will mature. Then, I will look for a new dragon to ride, and you can freely choose any dragon you like, there will always be a dragon suitable for you. You need to hurry. Rest assured. List was now waiting for Leo's return, then he will quickly train with Leo to break through the barriers. When he becomes a Bastion Knight, it will be the time to sweep across the legendary continent. By then, all dragons on the legendary continent, whether state-sponsored or wild evil dragons, will become his mounts. Actually, I'm a bit worried, if there are too many dragons, it's simply impossible to complete mind branding with all of them, thoroughly merging with the dragons. Gemstone dragons and metal dragons are fine, as long as he wins in a mind battle, he can gradually adjust, he has enough long lifespan to adjust. But the elemental dragons, or the evil dragon sequence, are more troublesome. Evil dragons strongly resist the mind branding, with evil thoughts constantly emerging, especially adult elemental dragons,
whose evil thoughts have most likely taken deep root, difficult to truly eliminate? The moment they are free from the suppression of a Dragon Knight, the evil thoughts will crazily counterattack the small imprint branded. Jayla didn't know what List was worried about, but she said fiercely, "List, if a dragon doesn't behave, just kill it." Huh? List slapped Jayla's head hard. "Why do you have so many strange ideas? Isn't it good to be a quiet elf?" Whoa. Jayla, with her hands on her hips, threw her depression aside and said with soaring spirit while flying midair, "Jayla will become the elf butler of the Sun Moon Star Palace, and no one can stop me, not Kali, not Yachty, and certainly not Pike." Then she landed on List's shoulder. "List, take me to see Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, I feel I might try to get along with it again. Otherwise, let's go see Bronze Dragon Gnome, I was a bit hasty when I met Gnome, otherwise I'm almost certain I'd like it." Jayla, don't be impatient, keep the right mindset, and believe that one day you will meet a dragon you like, List advised helplessly. "Rest assured, the position of the elf butler of the Sun Moon Star Palace, in my eyes, has always been reserved for you, and I also believe that you will eventually become a dragon elf." Whoa. You are the most special one, understand? Perhaps ordinary dragons are simply not suitable for you. Then only formless dragon bard suits me, but I don't like the smell of its chewed smoked grass. Whoa, that's really unbearable for Jayla. Perhaps it's not bard, but another dragon. Anyway, wait. He could only comfort her in such a way, as the threads of fate surrounding Jayla did not illuminate any immediate opportunities for evolution. This was something that couldn't be rushed. Alright. Jayla went back to her room with a bit of a mood, needing some time to calm down. The next morning, Orn and Hilita hurried to the Sun Moon Star Palace. List received this flower of the killing moon in his study. It had been just a few months since their last meeting, and Hilita seemed to have matured further. Graceful and charming, she radiated the youthful essence unique to young girls. "Your Majesty." "At ease?" List asked with a smile. "How does riding a dragon feel?" "Absolutely wonderful. I couldn't sleep at all last night, it felt so unbelievable. I thought I couldn't compete with Nicola and Dagal, and Orn was always cold to me. When it chose me, I felt an unreal sense of bewilderment," said Hilita excitedly. Not only was Hilita surprised, List was equally astonished. Just now, he had carefully inquired Orn through the Dragon Heart electrical signal. Orn's answer was that Hilita possessed a kindness that he had never seen in List, a valuable shining trait. That really irritated List. "Am I not kind? Under my rule, whether nobles, commoners, or serfs, all live in peace and contentment. Although not everyone is equal, basic necessities and human rights are guaranteed. Compared to other countries, the Flame Kingdom is practically heaven." However, Orn responded to him with a clear implication. The kindness of a ruler is different from personal kindness. Orn yearns for the goodness within one's heart. That's called being a saint. List scoffed, but he acknowledged Orn's choice. A hypocritical saint might be detestable, but a truly benevolent heart is indeed admirable. Hilita had known how to protect elves since she was very young, perhaps her heart housed a true saint. "Orn, kindness is indeed worth pursuing, but as a dragon and a dragon knight, you must understand that battle is an inevitable ordeal of fire and blood for dragon knights." Roar. Orn responded affirmatively to List. It was centuries old and had experienced various wars, big and small. It would certainly not be soft-hearted. And between it and Hilita, it would be the one guiding her into battle, unaffected by Hilita's saintly qualities. Don't forget, in its soul resides the mind branding of List. The unsaintly List would certainly not tolerate any undue mercy from Hilita. Of course. He didn't need to express this explicitly to Hilita. Watching the inexplicably excited girl, or rather woman, since Hilita was of age, and not much younger than Emily. "Hilita, you are fortunate to have been chosen by Orn to become a glorious and sacred Dragon Knight, the second female Dragon Knight on the legendary continent. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Hilita will fulfill the duties of a Dragon Knight diligently, defending the Flame family and the Flame Kingdom." "That's good. Next, I will have Emily teach you how to become a qualified Dragon Knight. Go home and spend some good time with your family for a few days, since the training of a future Dragon Knight is quite arduous." The young woman stood tall with her chest puffed out, confidently. Hilita never fears hardship. Chapter 1105, Half-Step Bastion Knight. The best news in November was not that Gord Greater Elf, Clay, graduated from Royal Sapphire Dragon, Rise and began the final stage of his sprint toward becoming a Dragon Elf. The majestic power of destiny enveloped Clay to ensure that his evolution process encountered no mishaps whatsoever. But the greatest news of all was that Leo had completed his training in the Catastrophe Volcano Cluster to perfection, absorbing enough volcanic super magic. His body finally grew to 100 meters in length and 100 meters in wingspan, making him a true adult fire dragon. Oh ho!
His roar had become even more oppressive, conveying an intense sense of force. The scales on his body changed from black-red to dark brown, with streams of deep red flames swirling only in the deep crevices. The dragon horns on his head grew more fierce and the narrow vertical pupils in his dragon eyes appeared full of a rampant and sinister aura. The overall temperament he displayed was chillingly malevolent. Leo, congratulations on reaching adulthood. It took you 7 years to transition from your juvenile period and become an adult giant dragon, List, standing on the head of formless dragon Bard, exclaimed admiringly at the imposing fire dragon before him. Leo nodded slightly in a human-like manner. In the next instant, his entire body vaporized into a mass of flames and forcefully collided with List's chest, transforming into the familiar fire dragon totem. List patted his chest and sat back on Bard's dragon tooth platform. Immediately, man and dragon tore through the material boundary, returned to the world beyond matter, found the natural node in Sun Moon Valley, and traversed back in a single leap. The time that follows will be just for Leo and me to spend alone, to touch the barrier. In the Doomsday Volcano Group, an active volcano crater. List and Leo stood at the volcano crater, starting the official charge toward becoming a barrier knight. List had previously completed a smoke mission that touched upon the barrier, skillfully finishing it through his understanding of creating something from nothing in regards to the barrier. But after understanding the murals on Mount Milajouding and the existence of barriers as the mastery of rules, his conception of creating something from nothing was sublimated. I used to think that the existence of superior magic there was no superior magic here, but there should be, so there was. Actually, this is quite superficial. It's not that there should be therefore it exists, but rather it's an embodiment of a rule. The existence of superior magic is a product derived from a rule. This is neither an idealist nor materialistic view of the world. It's a unique cultivation system of rules in this world, where magic dragons, moon dragons, evil dragons, and even the previous generation of sacred dragons, are all masters of this rule. Now, it's your turn, Leo, and mine, to master the rules. Oh ho! The best way to master the rules is to integrate with them. This volcano crater will be our training ground for a long time to come, List said as he touched the scales on Leo's forelimb before he took the lead and leaped into the volcano crater where bubbling, scorching lava waited. With a fierce roar, Leo followed right behind, leaping into the volcano crater. He was so large that he had to transform into his magic form midway to merge into the lava following List. The Doomsday Volcano Crater, not having been harvested by Leo for its volcanic super magic in a long time, was rich in super magic throughout the lava. Tiny particles of super magic performed Brownian motion arbitrarily in the lava, their origins and methods of creation unknown. In their magic forms, List and Leo became one entity. Two synchronized minds controlled a massive magic form, capturing super magic particles at will, feeling them, and thinking in the lava. In fact, Leo's body was essentially made up of super magic, and after absorbing the essence of the phoenix, List's body had also largely become super magic. Their resonance with super magic was, to a large extent, the closest to the abode of the rules. Training in seclusion, they were oblivious to the passage of days and nights, only interrupted by hunger. After soaking in the lava for an entire day and night, List was the first to endure no longer, hungry beyond measure without a meal, let alone for an entire day. He burst out of the lava, reverted to his human form, and from his space ring, he took out food and devoured it heartily. Leo also emerged to enjoy his favorite grilled steak. Thus, soaked in the Doomsday Volcano Crater for a whole half-month, although far from breaking through the barrier and mastering the rules, both he and Leo had their control over super magic greatly enhanced. Now, I can truly call myself a half-step barrier knight. With the combat strength of his Fire Dragon Knight status, he could now instantly kill any Dragon Knight in the legendary continent, without the need for the sophisticated Dragon Knight manuals. Purely relying on the formidable fire attribute mana, he could eradicate everything. Let's go back and have Emily and Hilita join us to test out the combat strength. Oh ho! Back at the Sun Moon Star Palace. Emily, riding the light green gem dragon Ethan, and Hilita, riding the gray iron dragon Orn, were already waiting in the back mountain. The combat strength of the two female dragon knights wasn't particularly strong, but it was sufficient to measure List's combat strength. Your Majesty, Hilita is still getting used to being a dragon knight and may not be able to utilize all of Orn's combat strength. Please focus on me when you attack, Emily said. Her usual valiant appearance. Hilita was dressed in bright silver armor, holding an 8-meter-long dragon lance in her hand, forged from a magic metal alloy. The Flame Kingdom was short of everything except for magic metal. Your Majesty, although I'm not as strong as Sister Emily, I will give it my all. Don't be nervous, I am only using this battle as a reference for my current strength, List stated with an indifferent smile. Leo and I have undergone a complete transformation, so unleash your full power without any mental burden.
Only this way can I accurately understand my current strength. As you wish, both women responded. Then the battle began. List, riding the 100-meter-long fire dragon Leo, also switched to the largest 10-meter-long dragon lance. He didn't use the dragon breath attack. Purely with brute force and the strength of the superior magic dragon chi, he faced Emily and Hilita. In his hands, the dragon lance seemed to come to life, parrying and blocking, seamlessly dispelling the tempestuous barrage of attacks from both of them. No matter how much impact force they combined with their dragon chi manuals, they couldn't break through his defense. Roar! Roar! Although both Ethan and Orn are dragons, seeing List unmoving as a mountain, they gradually unleashed their fury. The wild magic power connected with the dragon knights, exploding into even greater attack forces. But in vain. List still effortlessly defended against the two dragon knights' onslaught, even leisurely finding flaws in Emily and Hilita's fighting styles. He had fought alongside Ethan and Orn in the past, so he understood where their dragon chi manuals needed refinement. Not enough, Emily, your attack frequency is lacking. You and Ethan have not yet found the right rhythm, mutual care is mediocrity. You must accelerate the attack frequency. Ethan will gradually adapt to your fighting style. Remember, it's the knight who leads. He swept away their attacks with a single thrust of his lance and then, with a fierce push, drove Leo forward, the dragon lance vibrating in the air, flickering countless spear flowers condensed with superior magic. Boom. 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 Every vibration was accompanied by a thrust aimed directly at Emily on the back of the dragon, passing by her forehead. If he chose, he could stab the dragon knight dead at any moment. The strength disparity was a total domination. A half-step barrier knight was no longer comparable to the level of a mere dragon knight. Stop now, I already understand my strength. List retracted the dragon lance and looked at the two women calmly. You still both need to improve a lot, even as dragon knights in Air Prime. It is not the end of the cultivation system. If you can keep up with me, I will guide you to your future direction. Having said that, he had already taken Leo to fly towards the Sun Moon Star Palace, leaving behind a back that seemed unreachable. To the two women, it grew further and further, even as it shrank into a tiny dot, it was still blinding like the sun. Chapter 1106, Family Dinner. The Flame Calendar Year 2 was a time of festivity. Just a few days before the new year, the magic teleportation array between Liaoyuan City and Reef City was completed. Reef City became another major trading city in the Flame Kingdom, and Liaoyuan City also began construction in the hilly areas of the mercenary city-state. The opening of this trade route would successfully meet all the various needs of the Flame Kingdom. Free of worries, List prepared to move against the Tri-Nation Alliance. Father, the task for the Outer Cabinet this year is to coordinate all the Knight Orders to attack the Eagle Kingdom. I will personally take action to crush the Dragon Knights of the Eagle Kingdom, one by one. The remaining mopping up work shouldn't be too difficult, right? The scale of the Burning Legion is expanding, but the Knight Orders of the feudal nobles are still weak. However, as long as you crush their Dragon Knights, the Knight Orders of the Flame Kingdom, buoyed by high morale, will not be a match for those of the Eagle Kingdom. To subdue them should pose no difficulty, Li William said. But he had some concerns. List, are you really sure you can defeat the other side while under the attack of so many Dragon Knights? My strength has already surpassed that of a Dragon Knight, stepping into another level, growing every day. List stretched out a hand and lightly clenched it into a fist. One could see the surging fire attribute superior magic chi evaporating in the palm of his hand. No number of Dragon Knights is a match for me. He paused. Then he added, most importantly, I am ready to ride a new dragon. He referred to the 4 ripe bewildering dragon mind fruits on the mind fruit tree. 4 fruits, corresponding to 4 dragons. His plan was to snatch all the dragons from the Eagle Kingdom. The Eagle Kingdom originally had 9 dragons, while their vassal states possessed 5 more. But now, 3 dragons had already been stolen by List, namely the Bronze Dragon, the Purple Sapphire Dragon, and the Light Green Gemstone Dragon, and one from a vassal state, the Grey Iron Dragon. Currently, the Eagle Kingdom along with its vassal states, still had 10 dragons and 4 Dragon Knights. White Maw Iron Dragon Knight, Alex White Maw Iron, Topaz Dragon Knight, Tracy Bloody Pelican, Lead Dragon Knight, Warren Upside Down Golden Bell, along with Silver Dragon, White Maw Iron Dragon, Brass Dragon, and Crimson Gem Dragon Knight, Edward Deep Red Gem, Pink Gemstone Dragon, Golden Green Gemstone Dragon, and Purple Copper Dragon. For the dragons and dragon knights of the Eagle vassal states, I will primarily aim to win them over, but for the dragons and dragon knights directly under the Eagle Kingdom, I won't show any mercy. Your strength is beyond my estimation, List. As a father, I am proud of you, filled with immeasurable pride. The Tulip family is honored by your birth as well, hoping that the Flame family will flourish and forever be a towering pillar for the Tulip family.
Li Huiliam said with emotion. Father, it will be so. The Flame family will grow, and so will the Tulip family. I will not forget my origins from the Tulip family. I am very relieved. Let brother give Levi's a good upbringing. The Tulip family's member most likely to become a Dragon Knight, I believe, is that boy, Levi's. List was speaking about his brother Leon's son. Indeed, we are focusing on nurturing Levi's. Li Huiliam actually wanted to ask List if he could give Leon a chance at dragon riding, but considering that Leon has been at odds with List since childhood, he decided not to bring it up. Now List had become a figure to look up to. His will could not be swayed by anyone. No matter how one looked at it, all the men of the Tulip family would bask in the distinguished air that List's existence bestowed, enjoying the noble privileges of the aristocracy all their lives. After the new year, List followed tradition, inspecting the territories of his followers, visiting each feudal noble's castle for a dinner to show intimacy. The first visit was naturally to his father Li Huiliam's territory, Tulip Island. The new Tulip Castle, towering in the center of the island's mountain range, was grand and majestic. However, it was currently only half complete, with a great portion still under construction. Such a speed of construction was already quite fast, as it takes decades, if not hundreds of years, to build a large noble's castle. The Flame Kingdom, thanks to the technology of cement and brick manufacturing, has seen its construction industry thrive. Its progress of several hundred years was accomplished in just a few years. The fire dragon stopped midway up the castle, lying quietly with clusters of flames gathering on Leo's body, bathing the entire castle in a red halo. Knights carrying grilled steaks approached Leo with care, offering the meal for his enjoyment. How magnificent! The great fire dragon. The knights of the Tulip family, watching Leo from a distance, exclaimed in admiration. For ordinary knights, the only adjective for any dragon was great. Their reverence for dragons was deeply ingrained in every knight's bones. Oh, List, my dearest grandson, the great king of the Flame Kingdom, you finally deigned to visit your grandmother. Lady Penelope, leaning on a cultural stick designed for women, stood at the castle gate to welcome List's arrival. List handed his cloak to the castle butler and embraced Lady Penelope with a smile. It's my negligence, but seeing that you are still in good health, grandmother, I can breathe a sigh of relief. You'll surely live to be 100. Lady Penelope had practiced qi in her earlier years, but had long since declined to that of an ordinary person. After dinner began, the family talked and enjoyed each other's company. As they chatted, the conversation turned to List's marriage. After the Steel Ridge Kingdom declared hostility towards the Flame Kingdom, the Red and White Rose family had already formed a marriage alliance with the Blast Furnace Fortress royal family. There were no longer suitable candidates for a political marriage for List. There were no suitable aged princesses in the major kingdoms, and the princesses of the smaller kingdoms were inappropriate. To find a fitting candidate, he would either have to look to distant countries or wait for the young princesses of several kingdoms to grow up. Or he could simply forego a political marriage and look for a suitable aged woman within the country. List, although you're a king, the matter of marriage should be settled as soon as possible. Only a king who has sired heirs is a qualified king, said Lady Penelope. I understand, grandmother. List had certainly considered it, but felt no sense of urgency. He already knew he could live for hundreds of years, so what was the hurry to produce heirs? Sooner or later, he would be the one sending off the young with white hair. It might be better not to have heirs at all, to avoid the awkwardness of many generations passing without his own demise. But on the other hand, he'd only been king for 2 years and was already feeling a bit weary of it. I will consider the queen candidate soon, and then sire heirs. The dinner ended, and List chose to spend the night at Tulip Castle. He talked all night long with his father, elder brother, and younger brother Lidun, discussing the world's major events and family private matters. They were all adults and standard nobles, with vast differences in status, and the atmosphere of one big family was long gone. But at least some familial affection existed, allowing them to speak their minds. List did not enjoy the solitude of being alone. The next morning, he left Tulip Castle. Before departing, Lady Penelope brought a potted plant to give to List. Although you're now a king and lack nothing, with plenty of elves around, this is a token of your grandmother's affection. I've given potted plants to many people, but only in the hands of the Son of Glory, they can sprout into elves. List glanced over and knew that it was just an ordinary potted plant, but he still picked it up. The potted plants you've given me, I have taken good care of them. Go forth, my king. Oh! Fire Dragon Leo soared into the sky, like a streak of black and red light, vanishing into the horizon. Chapter 1107, Magic Combat Group. The war has begun. P. Island Marquis, Demaria U.S. Stone, stood on the top floor office balcony of Flame King City, watching the bustling crowd on both sides of Gilded Boulevard. He sighed softly. Uncle, the family's night order has assembled and is on standby. Ready to move out with the kingdom's knights, his nephew, Debryu Stone, said standing behind him. Has His Majesty really considered deeply before taking the lead in this dragon-slaying battle, with the knights charging to assist? For List, all ordinary knights of the Flame Kingdom have reached a level of blind devotion, basically doing whatever List decides. However, as nobles, the family always has various different sentiments towards the kingdom. Demaria smiled slightly, turned around to face his nephew who was no longer young, and said, His Majesty is a very contradictory king, almost no desire for power is seen in him, nor any strategies of domination. He's even unfamiliar with some political maneuvers. Debra listened quietly. His uncle was the epitome of wisdom in his eyes. Demaria pondered and said, His Majesty is more like a knight than a king, he is more accustomed to speaking with strength. This is probably also a difference in thinking between dragon knights and us ordinary knights. In any case, in terms of power, His Majesty is the most authoritative existence in the Flame Kingdom, even the entire legendary continent. Indeed, His Majesty's power has long been unfathomable. Dragon Knights from the Tri-Nation Alliance must go out in groups for inspections. So when His Majesty decided to take the initiative to launch the dragon-slaying battle, what we need to do is just follow behind His Majesty. But, Uncle, this time His Majesty is facing a group of Dragon Knights. The momentum of the Tri-Nation Alliance's Dragon Knights is unimaginable. Demaria smiled warmly and said, Do you know how His Majesty described his strength and the strength of the Tri-Nation Alliance during the Outer Cabinet meeting? How did he describe it? His Majesty said, He is a boulder, and a single Dragon Knight from the Tri-Nation Alliance is but a grain of sand. No matter how much sand gathers, it remains dispersed sand, only the boulder is indestructible. As Demaria repeated these words, he instantly visualized the tone Lest used while speaking. It was a transcendent calm, as if all beings were mere ants, insignificant and naturally so. Debra was stunned for a moment, then repeated, a boulder and loose sand. Lord Lerald, the defense magic array of Mind Island will be overseen by you. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Lord Akerloid's improved defense magic array is very stable against Dragon Knight attacks. I will defend the Mind Island magic gate for the kingdom. Inside the Fortress of the Mind, List and Archmage Lurid Truth conversed. The former magician of the Kashan Imperial had now completely integrated into the Flame Kingdom, and had even taken a lover to conceive an illegitimate child. Transforming from a magician to an arcanist was the first step of magical reform. Next is the reform of the magician's inheritance mode, no longer secretive but integrated into the knight system, adopting academy-based education. All arcanists are similarly encouraged to marry, even to start arcane families. Now, the arcanists have truly become the scientist archetype in List's eyes. After Lerald left, Dean Chris Truth of the Royal Arcane Academy entered the study. Your Majesty, Kenli is resolute in her attitude. She wishes not to involve herself in war matters, voluntarily avoiding controversy. She's transferred to the Overmarine Laboratory on Anchor Island to research purifying the devil. Kenli Truth, the Deputy Dean of the Royal Arcane Academy, hails from the Magic Elephant family of Steel Ridge Kingdom and came to Flame Kingdom to follow the path of truth as personified by Akraloids. She has been engrossed in magic research for years, never returning home, and only corresponding with her family through letters. However, her background has always been a barrier since Steel Ridge Kingdom and Flame Kingdom are enemy states. Li Siti nodded and said, Please tell Kenli that I haven't lost trust in her. Since she has no interest in battles, she should continue her research in the Overmarine Laboratory with peace of mind. Once I unify the northeastern corner of the legendary continent, I will ensure the Magic Elephant family is treated well and she won't have difficulties. He recognized Kenli's character. In fact, even if she were a spy, it wouldn't matter as the overpowering strength of his forces would render the Tri-Nation Alliance as insignificant as chickens and dogs made of clay. As you wish, Your Majesty. How are the preparations for the Magician's Combat Unit? With a large influx of ancient magicians from the Moonslayer, the Magical Combat Unit has been fully equipped with 10 magic pools. They only need to cast missile-type spells, so coordinating them is straightforward to train. In formal combat, they should match your Black Horse Knights. Missile-type magic is just the basic and slightly more advanced common magic that solely involves the condensation and release of magic power. Examples include Water Arrow Spell, Water Arrow Barrage, Flying Rock Technique, Wind Blade Spell, and multiple wind blades. Missile-type magic is suitable for large-scale warfare. It draws stored magic power from the magic pools, forming missiles that are then hurled into the fray. Boom. A huge blast area is created. This is the age of a withering magic web, a new direction for magical combat where knights no longer disrupt magicians from casting their spells. Chris rated the magical combat unit's strength as comparable to the Black Horse Knights, which are the lowest tier of the Burning Legion. Thus, overall, the magical combat unit isn't strong enough yet. But they are much stronger than the knight orders from feudal nobles, and the ability to cast from a distance offers a significant complement to the Burning Legion's charging knights. Very well, let the war test the mettle of the magical combat unit. If the results are good, the Royal Arcane Academy can promote it. Yes, Your Majesty, Chris said, then stood up to take her leave. Lee Sitio leaned back in his chair, gazing at the turquoise sea and blue sky outside the window, occasionally spotting knights riding magical beasts flying across the distant sky. The entire Mind Island has become a war fortress, soon to unfold a grand epic war in step with his actions. First, I'll break the spine of Eagle Kingdom, then after gradually weakening them, I'll swallow Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress. Should 1 year be enough? He optimistically estimated, believing that with the might of the half-step barrier knights, no deceit was necessary. Only honorable battle was required. Closing his eyes, he could sense the formless Bard soaring above Eagle Kingdom. Bard was tasked with locating natural nodes. Once all natural nodes in Eagle Kingdom were identified, he could swiftly transport himself and Fire Dragon Leo to intercept any Dragon Knight. This battle to slay dragons would not just kill 1 or 2 Dragon Knights. A large number of dragons and Dragon Knights were fated to fall. The power of destiny surrounded him, and Lee Ct even felt the smoke dragon egg in his mind start to stir. As long as I keep pushing destiny forward, the smoke dragon will gain more magic power and be reborn. Once the smoke dragon is reborn, can I twist fate at will? The birth of the smoke dragon would rely on his will. In essence, the new smoke dragon's nature would be supplanted by Lee Ct's personality. It would be his alter ego. I am the smoke dragon, and the power of destiny is my power. Chapter 1108, Flame Baptism War is about to begin. Mist gathers by the seaside, and the Tri-Nation Alliance has already sensed List's resolve. As a result, the Dragon Rider Corps patrolling the coastline and striking at smugglers have increased to a group of 7 dragons. 7 dragons, what a pity. Scattered sand remains scattered sand. You will never understand what a barricade truly is. I have not completely shattered the barricade, but I have touched that hint of rule. Belonging to the Flames Law. Merely this sliver of law elevates me and Leo beyond the mundane. List is patient, he has the kingdom prepare for battle, but he himself leisurely indulges in the pleasures of the world, patrolling his domains. The formless Dragon Bard searches for natural nodes within the Eagle Kingdom every day, and for every node found, List's control over the Eagle Kingdom strengthens by a fraction. This is only the beginning. In the future, he will continue to search for natural nodes in Steel Ridge and the Blast Furnace Fortress, casting shadows over every Dragon Knight's head. Now, he has returned to Flame King City, approaching a training field at the Royal Knight Academy. On the field stands a group of children aged 7 or 8 to 12 or 13, most of them boys, with a few girls among them. Former Moonslayers, Eagle People, and Sapphire People are all present. Now they are all children of the Flame People. Are you certain they all possess a fire attribute physique? He asks Lucy and Rose, who accompany him. Yes, Your Majesty, responds Lucy, who has not reached adulthood yet already bears the charm and allure of a woman, dressed in the garb of a Grand Arcanist with respect. She and her sister Rose, the twin girls directed to by the Smoke Mission, possess an exceptionally outstanding gift for magic. Under Axe tutelage, at their tender age, both have already attained the rank of Grand Arcanist. One criterion for this advancement is that their magic abilities must reach the standards of a Grand Magician. Without a doubt, both twins have broken through to the level of Grand Magicians. They have the potential to aim for the rank of Archmage in the future. Elder sister Lucy is currently assisting in Axe Laboratory, while younger sister Rose holds the position of administrative assistant to Chris and is a prospective management member of the future Royal Arcane Academy. Your Majesty, Rose states with a touch of pride, the fire attribute Monosensitivity Magic Array designed by Masterak can precisely measure the deep qualities of the chi inside each child capable of generating it. These age-appropriate children are all tested by me personally, with absolutely no errors. List nods lightly. If that is the case, then begin preparations for the Fire Paladin transformation ceremony. The Fire Paladin, an idea conceived long ago, is inspired by Paris Flame's identity as the Black Dragon Child. The current Paris has become a great light magic swordsman, with combat prowess roughly equal to that of a completion-level Sky Knight. Constrained by the cultivation system, she can't advance further. But such strength is already commendable. Not every knight has a chance to become a domain knight, let alone a dragon knight. A completion-level Sky Knight represents the pinnacle foreseeable by the average knight. Now, by creating a cohort of Fire Paladins, he can aptly supplement the shortage of candidates for the Royal Knight Squad. The Flame Kingdom still lacks geniuses. Oh ho! Leo descends from the sky, landing before the training field. He is the main participant in the Fire Paladin transformation ceremony. Lucy bows deeply to List and replies, Your Majesty,
The transformation ceremony requires your assistance as well as that of Lord Leo. I am familiar with the process of the ceremony. When Leo needs to release the fire dragon over magic, I will coordinate with you. Let's begin now. As you wish, Your Majesty. The Fire Paladin transformation ceremony isn't riddled with many cumbersome steps and doesn't even require much from the children. When Paris was forcibly transformed into the White Dragon Wraith by the Court Grand Mage of the Maple Leaf Duchy, complex measures and a sacrifice of life were employed. And yet, it failed and turned her into the Black Dragon Child. The current ceremony is more like an infusion of magic power, using the magic array to construct a vessel within the children's bodies capable of holding mana. Lucy and Rose begin to instruct the surrounding arcanists to activate the magic array, and the ceremony officially starts. Jim has grown taller. He is no longer the small child who followed his mother from the Eagle Kingdom to Flame Island. In the past 2 years, as his mother remarried to a widowed and lame knight, he has become the son of a knight. Although the knight has a somewhat volatile temper and occasionally scolds his mother while drunk. But as a former member of the Black Horse Knights, he enjoyed many benefits. One of which allowed his children access to the best education at the Knight Academy near his fief, so Jim received a good education. After showing outstanding talent at the Knight Academy, he was recommended by the Academy to take part in the Fire Paladin selection. And he was honored to be chosen. His lame knight stepfather told him that a Fire Paladin is a royal guard under His Majesty the King, and they are the most glorious knights in the kingdom. Jim, strive to become a Fire Paladin, your mother will be proud of you. Will you be proud of me? Why not? Echoing his stepfather's words in his ears, Jim took a deep breath, longing to become a Fire Paladin. Not only to fulfill his childhood dream of becoming a knight who could protect his mother but also hoping that his mother would be treated with more respect once he gained the glory of a Fire Paladin. He was grateful for the protection his stepfather brought him and hoped his mother could be happy and no longer abused. The light from the magic array was somewhat blinding. Jim felt his newly born low-level chi pulsating in waves with a special force. Then, suddenly, a trembling roar echoed in his ears. Oh! The next moment, he raised his head to see the huge fire dragon squatting near the plaza, flapping its wings and sending bursts of flames crashing into the light of the magic array. Boom! The entire magic array trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Leo, take it easy. Not very loud, but a clear and forceful voice emerged in Jim's heart and ears, and in his young mind, an image of a tall and unapproachable figure instantly appeared. It's His Majesty the King. Jim thought. In the Flame Kingdom, from the 80-year-old lady to the 3-year-old baby, no one was unaware of the nameless Flame, the Flame King. In other kingdoms, knights always say Knight's glory be with you, but in the Flame Kingdom, many choose His Majesty the King's glory be with you as their saying. It's not flattery, but a heartfelt reverence. Jim's stepfather always had this saying on his lips and took pride in having followed His Majesty the King. His Majesty the King will eventually unite the 3 great kingdoms. Like a fervent believer, after drinking, the stepfather would proclaim this to anyone he met, and Jim was inevitably influenced. His Majesty the King will eventually unite the 3 great kingdoms, and I will become a Fire Paladin, a royal guard for His Majesty the King. Mother will be proud of me, and my stepfather will respect her even more. As he was thinking, suddenly, his body felt as if plunged into a blazing fire. Jim bit his teeth to keep from screaming out, enduring the scorching burns in silence. Beside him, other young boys couldn't bear the burning sensation and cried out. Soon an adult voice came, Lady Rose, this child's willpower is too weak. Then a cold female voice rang out, dismiss him, he no longer qualifies to withstand Lord Leo's magic power. Jim's heart chilled, and he bit down even harder, firmly resisting the painful sensation of being scorched by flames. Just when he was about to give in, the feeling finally subsided. Afterward, a wave of warmth filled his exhausted body, soothing the torment he had experienced. Congratulations, little fellas. The king's voice was like the arrival of spring. Jim opened his eyes to see the king, dressed in a leather armor with golden stripes and a black cloak with red lining, walking towards them. You've endured the fire dragon's magic baptism, and now you are qualified to become a Fire Paladin. The road ahead is long, but the Royal Knight Squad will open its arms to you. Work hard on your cultivation. Chapter 1109, The Intertwining of Fate. The transformation of the fire dragon over magic within the children is proceeding well. They are now able to cultivate according to the system of the Fire Paladin. Your Majesty, the transformation ceremony was very successful. Lucy reported. Seeing no servants in the study, she walked behind List and her fair, slender fingers skillfully began kneading List's shoulders. With this transformation ceremony, Lord Leo has used up so much fire dragon over magic. Could it negatively impact Your Majesty's cultivation? List leaned back in his chair, allowing Lucy to knead his shoulders, and while flipping through a document submitted by the outer cabinet, he said,
In the volcanoes of the Doomsday Volcano Group, there is enough volcanic super magic for Leo to replenish himself. Leo is now an adult, and overmagic is no longer a shackle that troubles him. Lack of super magic can limit the growth of young dragons, but adult dragons only need super magic for their daily consumption. Moreover, List and Leo had already touched the barrier, mastering the rules of flame, and once they break through the barrier and master the secret rules of creating something from nothing, they will continuously produce fire dragon over magic without needing to draw from the external world. Just like the boundless magic power of a magic dragon. Ever since the era of the Moon Empire, although the magic web has shrunk, the magic power remains inexhaustible. The growth rate of Lord Leo is really fast. Lucy remembers when she first saw Lord Leo as a child, he was just a very small young dragon. Lucy reminisced. List chuckled, childhood? Lucy, you are still just a child now, aren't you? On the legendary continent, 16 is the age of adulthood. Lucy walked to List's front, straightened her full chest, and said seriously, Your Majesty, Lucy had her birthday last month, now both Lucy and Ruth are adults. Her golden hair draped smoothly to one side, and her pretty face was lightly dusted with blush. She looked as tempting as a ripe apple. List stood up from his chair, tilted up Lucy's chin, and looked down at this female Grand Arcanist. Her stature, slightly less than 1.65 meters, in front of List's towering 1.90 meters height, was barely different from a child's. I really didn't realize you sisters had grown up already. He sighed softly. Time passes so quickly, without realizing it, he has already been in this world for a whole 9 years, growing from a naive 16-year-old boy to a splendid 25-year-old young man. Those cute little girls around him were also gradually moving towards their most beautiful and blooming youth. Becoming dragon knights like Emily and Hilita, overseeing the finances of the kingdom like Paris, and the Grand Arcanists like Lucy and Ruth. Perhaps the only one who is not yet of age is the little sea monster Ache. But Ache's body had matured long ago. Growing legs is a sign of maturity for a sea serpent, and as an archmage, there's no question of an immature soul. Your Majesty. Lucy's gaze shifted away, her cheeks flushed with 2 profound clouds of red crimson, her voice as faint as a mosquito flitting its wings. List loosened his fingers and said lightly, Tonight, you and Ruth stay at the Sun Moon Star Palace. Lucy was immediately surprised and opened her mouth slightly, taking a long moment before a sweet smile appeared, vigorously nodding her head. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. In April, the grass grows, and warblers fly. In the Sun Moon Star Palace, a dragon sprite clad in a well-fitting tailcoat, a pale yellow gourd perched on its head, looked at List like a little adult. Jayla is too hot-tempered. I think the best solution is to banish it from the dwelling areas of the Little and Greater Elves and restrict its access. This was the gourd dragon sprite, Clay, who had successfully completed its evolution. From the very beginning it was stimulated by Jayla to evolve, so the first thing after evolving was to pick on Jayla. List coughed softly and said, Clay, I'll educate Jayla properly. Right now, the kingdom has a very high demand for gourds. I hope you can help out more at the plantation. Of course, I will go to the plantation. I'm planning to live there. I like the scenery there. The royal palace is too monotonous, Clay replied. Yes, the royal palace is indeed monotonous. You should plant more gourd vines. Climbing gourds would add much beautiful scenery to the palace. Thank you for your kindness, but I have decided not to plant so many gourd vines. You know, Yadi likes to plant buckwheat, Kali likes to plant man-eating trees, and Ash likes to plant bees. But the palace is not a plantation. The scenic plants here are managed by professional magic plant masters. There's no need to worry. Their taste is terrible. I thought your taste would be as refined as mine. Cough cough, Clay, don't talk like that. You make me think you're Pike. The image of Pike, the giant algae dragon sprite. Grinning with his full mouth of sharp teeth, laughing loudly, and proudly shouting about his own handsomeness, popped into List's mind. Clay shrugged his shoulders. It was just a suggestion. Then he turned and flew away. Now at the Sun Moon Star Palace, the number of greater elves hasn't increased much. After the temporary suspension of the Pioneer Mandate, the source of greater elves mainly depended on the evolution of little minor elves. But even though List could guide the power of destiny to bless the evolution of little minor elves, it still required great fortune. And there was still a chance of failure. Thus, the number of elves in the palace entered a period of moderate growth. However, his number of dragon sprites continued to grow, currently having 6, man-eating tree, buckwheat, phoenix perch parasol, giant algae, pea, and gourd, plus the coffee greater elf. Mundo, and an unnamed barley greater elf, which is evolving, totaling 8. 8, that already meets the standard of a general royal family. The number of elves will gradually increase. It's just a pity that Jayla still can't trigger evolution. I wonder which dragon it is truly fated with. Jayla is really unique, brother. Have you noticed? Jayla has the highest emotional intelligence among all the greater elves, even richer than the dragon sprites. Ak returned from Mount Milajiaoding, planning to stay a few more days at the Sun Moon Star Palace to decode some recorded runes. Wow! Jayla sat on List's shoulder, lacking the self-awareness to not be a third wheel. List smiled and said, Jayla is indeed unique, one of a kind. I wonder which dragon it will take a liking to. If I knew, I would just go and snatch it directly. The smoke mission had mentioned Jayla's uniqueness before. The power of destiny surrounding Jayla indeed surpasses that of ordinary greater elves. Ak rubbed Jayla's head. In the palace, apart from List, only Ak could do this, even Paris and Emily couldn't. Actually, what Jayla likes most is brother. Rarely do greater elves display such affectionate behavior. Elves are born from plants, and since plants are individual beings, the personality of elves is also similar to that of plants. They are not social creatures and lack strong emotions. Even for their contracted masters, it is only a general feeling brought about by the contract power. It was because of this that Buckwheat Dragon Sprite Yachty from the Eagle Royal family swiftly integrated into Sun Moon Star Palace, Man-Eating Tree Dragon Sprite Kali constantly went out and rarely lived in the palace, Phoenix Perch Parasol Dragon Sprite, and even lived in a distant Doomsday Volcano group. Giant Algae Dragon Sprite Pike stayed all day in the undersea forest, P Dragon Sprite. Ash was engrossed in the art of ropes, and Clay was also planning to move into the gourd plantation. Only Jayla liked to stick to List. Yes, Jayla likes me the most. List smiled, but though unintentionally said by the speaker, Ak's words stirred waves in his heart. He looked at Jayla, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Jayla likes me the most? Jayla, as highlighted in the smoke mission, is the most unique elf. So, the dragon that Jayla should truly like, wouldn't it be the smoke dragon that merged with me? Is the meeting with Jayla the interweaving of destiny? Chapter 1110, Reproduction of Life. Is Jayla destined to be with the smoke dragon? Once the smoke dragon is conceived, we will know for sure. List left Jayla in the castle, and spent a whole day having fun with Ak, only returning to the Sun Moon Star Palace when night fell. After dinner, he took Ak to the music room. Playing piano, singing songs, it didn't take long for Ak to sit in List's embrace, just like when the little sea monster hadn't yet grown feet. Ak, how many years have we known each other? Hee. Ak and brother have known each other for 8 years, 3 months and 15 days. Ak, with her Archmage's super brain, could recite these data effortlessly. Back then, Ak was being chased by Dulu Mikita, and it was brother who protected Ak, settling in the little castle of Fresh Flower Town. Then Ak, feeling nostalgic, said, it was in that little castle where Ak gradually came in contact with the profound knowledge of magic, understanding the operating order of the entire world. Yes, at that time I showed you the magic books just to make your stay in the castle less boring. I never expected that the fragile little sea monster would grow up to be a powerful archmage known far and wide, attracting countless magicians to pilgrimage. Ak smiled and tugged at List's earlobe, but Ak knew from the start that brother would become a very, very formidable dragon knight, protecting Ak. That is true, I do have a rather outstanding temperament. Hee. Looking at the adorable Ak, List bowed his head and kissed her smooth forehead. Then he parted her thick azure hair to reveal her transparent, soft, fin-like ears, a feature distinguishing sea serpents from humans, including a pair of transparent fin-like wings on her back. The transparent water bands that originally surrounded her body had disappeared, and she has now adapted to human behaviors, wearing clothes. Ak. Would you like to be your brother's queen? List asked with a smile, a question he had wanted to ask for a long time, as there was never a possibility to maintain a mere sibling relationship with Ak. From the moment they first met, he knew that the diamond-like beautiful Ak was the most precious gift arranged by fate for him. This fate, this bond, had long been established, inseparable. Ak looked at List and also showed a sweet smile. Okay. Her expression was relaxed and natural, without hesitation or panic, as if it was supposed to be this way. So. List bowed his head again, kissing Ak fiercely on her lips, not parting until Ak almost couldn't breathe. I will declare with a grand wedding to the whole legendary continent that Takaroide's truth will be my, List Flame, lawful wife. Hee. Ak seemed very happy, but then she frowned slightly. But brother, Ak is a sea serpent, and brother is a human. Sea serpents and humans are reproductively isolated. Ak cannot have babies for brother. We will not have babies, we both have lifespans of hundreds of years and have already transcended the mundane. Why bother with the worldly pursuit of procreation? Although Archie doesn't understand the human obsession with offspring, Archie wishes Big Brother could have a complete human life. Archie playfully blinked. Big Brother can have babies with Emily, Paris and the others, they are excellent vessels indeed. Cough cough. Even Lee C.T., with his thick skin, blushed a little. Not wanting to discuss this topic further, he abruptly changed the subject. Archie, you are an archmage, with far greater understanding of the soul and physiology than anyone else. I remember you once researched vitality potions, especially those to enhance the fertility of Yuchu. He paused, then continued, do you think that through our union, along with some magical methods, we could conceive a new life, a child inheriting our noble lineages? Archie pondered seriously. The creation of sea serpent life, essentially, has a lot in common with elf breeding. Archie has also considered the different biological structures between sea serpents and humans. Even though sea serpents possess most organs similar to humans, they lack a reproductive system. Elves can be seen as living gemstones, using plants to condense. Sea serpents can be seen as living seawater, gaining new life through shells. Gemstones and seawater clearly do not follow the rules of sexual reproduction, and the absence of a reproductive system means it is difficult to blend bloodlines and foster the next generation. Lee Ct felt very disappointed. He truly hoped that he and Archie could have a child, as family is an inseparable part of a complete earthly worldview. Seemingly sensing his disappointment, Archie quickly added, however, Archie has pondered the essence of life inheritance, the resurrection of a dead elemental dragon, magical beasts' discernment from bloodlines, direct progeny between mermaids, phoenixes' rebirth from ash, elves born from plants, and sea serpents raised by the sea, leading to a conclusion. What conclusion? Life also follows the triangle theory of magic, matter, and spirit. The body is matter, the container of life, the soul is spirit, representing life, talent is magic, the growth of life. Creatures that have not practiced magic must reproduce to proliferate, but creatures that have practiced magic have grown in life and are no longer confined to reproductive proliferation. The triangle theory is something Lee Ct is familiar with, so it's not surprising to apply it to life. He pursued further, you are an archmage, and I am a bastion knight. Your body has elementalized, mine has phoenixized, our life forms have surely grown. Archie, how else could we propagate? I don't know. Archie, like learning to play koi, deliberately paused before adding, but does Big Brother remember the scene seen in the Time Diamond? Big Brother said that future Archie reminded him about the immortal dragon in the exiled lands. Lee Ct contemplatively said, you mean? The immortal dragon is the dragon that represents life among the sacred dragons. Perhaps if Archie wishes to bear Big Brother's child, we must harness the power of the immortal dragon. Good. Lee Ct immediately decided, after we unify the legendary continent, we will find a way to enter the exiled lands. Even the Grand Magician Curtis Truth almost succeeded in finding the exiled lands. Together, with our powers combined, we can definitely reach the exiled lands. The next morning, Lee Ct commanded all officials of the Outer Cabinet, Inner Cabinet, and Inner Court directly, I, the sole master of the sea, landlord of all islands, the formless Dragon Knight, Fire Dragon Knight, Water Dragon Knight, Mountain Copper Dragon Knight, Bone Dragon Knight, Aluminum Dragon Knight, Royal Sapphire Dragon Knight, Bronze Dragon Knight, the King of the Flame Kingdom. Lee Ct Flame, under the witness of knightly glory and magical truth, will marry Archmage Archie Royd's Truth as my wife. She will be the Queen of the Flame Kingdom, and I will be the King of the Flame Kingdom. Together, we shall govern the sacred authority of the Flame Kingdom. Chapter 1111, Grand Wedding. His Majesty the King is to hold a wedding with Her Excellency the Archmage. The Flame Kingdom, equipped with a magic platform for communication, rapidly spread the official news. Within just an hour, all major cities of the kingdom received the notice and posted announcements about the wedding of List and Acroloides, scheduled for June 1st of the second year in the Flame calendar. His Majesty's grand wedding, the Flame Kingdom will thrive for thousands of generations. Knights across the land rushed into the streets, spreading the news and celebrating for His Majesty the King. The commoners in the city soon heard the news and also rushed into the streets, gathering in excited groups to discuss. The great His Majesty the King is finally getting married, our little prince of the Flame Kingdom will soon be born. This is truly a joyous occasion. The Queen is the great Her Excellency the Archmage, a companion who has been by His Majesty's side even before he rode dragons. Their love must be more glittering than gold. Her Excellency the Archmage is not only a great mage but also a pure unicorn rider. Only Her Excellency the Archmage's purity is worthy of His Majesty's nobility. Their prince will surely have the noblest bloodline in the world. I originally thought His Majesty the King would marry a princess to become the queen. HMPH, the kingdom's princesses are simply not worthy of our great His Majesty the King, and those three kingdoms are our enemies. His Majesty the King should not marry princesses from those kingdoms. I used to be a serf in the Eagle Kingdom, where I worked every day but never had enough to eat. In the Flame Kingdom, I now have my own house and a little pony. My son is currently learning knightly courses, all thanks to our great His Majesty the King. Only our His Majesty the King is the noblest of nobles. I really want to go to Flame King City and witness the wedding of His Majesty the King and Her Excellency the Archmage myself. It will definitely be an unforgettable moment. Ah, Her Excellency the Archmage is so fortunate to become the wife of the great, handsome His Majesty the King. She must be the happiest woman in the world. To celebrate His Majesty the King's grand wedding, I've decided to have a 10% sale off everything in my bakery today. Yes, today I must have a drink of stout to toast to His Majesty the King and Her Excellency the Archmage. They are the perfect couple and will lead the Flame Kingdom to a great era. Hey, old Jack, did you ever see His Majesty the King when you were farming on Black Horse Island? Haha, of course, I've seen His Majesty the King. Not only have I seen him, but he also spoke to me. He said, "Old Jack, your peas are not bad. My peas sell for more than others because they were praised by His Majesty the King." I've also seen His Majesty the King and Her Excellency the Archmage riding horses together. That's when I knew, the great Dragon Knight and the Archmage, they were bound to be together. Old Jack, you're bragging again. You always boast about your peas, but you've never mentioned seeing His Majesty the King and Her Excellency the Archmage riding horses together. You folks know nothing. I was keeping the King's marital affairs confidential. The decision for the Majesty's wedding seems somewhat rushed. A feudal noble, serving as an official in the city, discussed with another official, Highness Acraloides is a nixie. I thought His Majesty would choose Princess Emily as the Queen. Louis, His Majesty the King's wisdom is not something you and I can speculate. I'm just a bit concerned, with the great battle with the Tri-Nation Alliance looming, whether this wedding will encounter any setbacks. You know, His Majesty the King needs an heir. The official glanced around, no one was nearby, and he responded in a low voice, "In His Majesty's royal palace, there lives not just one noble woman. Princess Emily, Minister Paris, and it is said that Lady Hilita has also spent the night. Essentially, you really don't need to worry about this." I know, I'm just overthinking. His Majesty is not an ordinary king, he is the most powerful holy dragon knight on the legendary continent. Sea serpent identity has long been no secret to the nobles, and thus the topic of reproductive isolation between humans and sea serpents is often discussed. At this moment in Tulip Castle, Lady Penelope was a bit worried. When List brought Ack to the castle on Coral Island, I knew it was not simple. Li William has told me about her sea serpent identity, and I admire her contribution to List's nation building, but the Flame family needs an heir. Lady Marie comforted her. "Your grandson is the first self-made king in 1,000 years on the legendary continent, he knows what he is doing, and the Flame family will surely grow stronger and become a great, long-lasting dragon-rearing family." Loria chimed in, "Yes, grandmother, His Majesty's choice is actually quite charming." "Oh, Loria, tell me how he is charming?" "His Majesty did not choose a foreign princess, but instead chose Ack whom he met first. This shows his loyalty and honor. Although marital alliances are the best option for maximizing noble interests, such a choice also highlights His Majesty's noble knightly qualities." "Indeed, List possesses all the noble qualities of a knight." Lady Penelope naturally nodded, "But I still hope he could form a marriage alliance with a foreign princess, or choose that young girl Emily. I've met her, her physique is absolutely suitable for bearing children." Then, she added, "Minister Paris is also good, and that young girl Hilita, who could become a dragon knight, is surely fit for childbirth." Lady Marie empathized, "Yes, Princess Emily, Minister Paris, Lady Hilita, the kingdom has many outstanding women." "Grandmother, Lady Marie, I think your views are somewhat biased." "What bias?" "His Majesty chose Ack, but that doesn't mean he has rejected Princess Emily, Marquis Paris, and Lady Hilita." Loria said earnestly, "His Majesty's grand strategy is evident from the number of dragons he rides. If he can ride so many dragons, then having more wives seems quite natural. List has already broken the phenomenon of one knight per dragon." Hearing this, Lady Penelope and Lady Marie looked at each other, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if he marries only one wife as the queen, he can have many lovers. Even if the bastards cannot inherit the king's glory, can't they inherit their mother's glory? Emily is currently a marquis and will inevitably be promoted to duke in the future, as will Hilita. Paris might not be promoted to duke, but being a marquis is already glorious. Really just worrying over nothing. Lady Penelope paused with her cultural stick in hand, said, "Marie, Loria, you now need to prepare with care. When List's grand wedding arrives, Tulip Castle's gift must be more precious than any noble's gift in the kingdom." Lady Marie unconsciously asked, "Are you still sending a potted plant?" Lady Penelope held her head high, proudly said, "Of course, I will additionally gift my potted plant. Although the elf bug bred within can no longer match List's status, this is a grandmother's heartfelt sentiment. Ever since he was the Baron of Fresh Flower Town, my potted plants have accompanied him." Chapter 1112, the only focus other than appearing happier, Acraloid seemed quite natural regarding the upcoming wedding. Perhaps for her, the pleasures between men and women were just a small part of life, while wandering in the ocean of magic knowledge embraced a vast future. Or perhaps she still didn't understand what pleasures between men and women were. Lee Ct, however, was holding back his excitement, striving to appear as composed as Acryloids and looking forward to the deepest level of communication with her after the wedding. Perhaps from the first sight of Acryloids, such a notion had already taken root in his mind, but he had enough patience to wait. Swish, swish, swish. With a new type of pen, he flamboyantly signed his name on documents and sealed them with the latest type of magic anti-counterfeiting label, then gestured for his secretary to send the documents to the outer cabinet. Leaning back in his chair, he turned towards the window of his study. From his position, one could see the whole of Flame King City, with the triumphal arch at the center of the city particularly striking, topped with his enormous statue. Unlike other kings, his authority was exhibited all over Flame Kingdom, and what was said to be a knightly system was more of a semi-feudal, semi-centralized system. His authority not only enveloped his direct territories but also extended into the lands of the feudal nobles, where he had absolute jurisdiction over taxation, laws, and education. The kingdom's war machine is now operating at high speed, with the Knight Order gathering and training in full swing. Bard has almost finished scouting the natural nodes in Eagle Kingdom. After my wedding with Acryloids, the real beginning of the dragon-slaying war will commence. Apart from normal dragon riding training, Lee Ct devoted most of his time to the preparation of the wedding. Acryloids needed to quickly unravel the secrets of the moon teleportation circle, so the wedding preparations had to be undertaken by Lee Ct. Though, it was mostly a joint effort by the outer cabinet, and inner court. He was mainly responsible for nodding or shaking his head, and then receiving gifts from the nobles, which he thought would not arrive at this time from the three great kingdoms. Unexpectedly, although the three great kingdoms hadn't sent gifts, the duchies had secretly sent numerous gifts. Your Majesty, this is a list of gifts secretly sent by the Rose Duchy, please check it. The secretary handed him a list that recorded a string of items. The most conspicuous were the red dragon water and platinum magic potion, with a large quantity of each. The red and white rose family is still so generous. After I overthrow Steel Ridge Kingdom, I shall allow the Rose Duchy to continue existing as a state under me, he internally decided. He had a fondness for Prince Matthew, who liked to spend money and smash others with magic potions. Immediately after, the secretary handed over another list. Your Majesty, this is a list of gifts secretly sent by the Emerald Duchy, please check it. The Emerald Duchy was a vassal state of Eagle Kingdom, with a golden-green gemstone dragon within the country, but the king was no dragon knight. Lee Ct glanced over and immediately frowned. Flower, animal skins and a heap of gemstones, are these wedding gifts or an insult? He tossed the list away. The Emerald Duchy might not send gifts, but if it did, it couldn't be so stingy. This wasn't networking, it was mockery. The Emerald Duchy has no further reason to exist. In a short while, he reviewed the gift lists from 6 vassal states. According to their value, 2 duchies could be moderately retained, but the other 4 had no reason to continue existing. As for those duchies that did not send gifts, they were similarly classified as unnecessary. Have the gifts from the Yellowstone royal family not yet arrived? Your Majesty, we have not received them yet. What about the gifts from Snowstorm Mountain Duchy? Just now, through a magic platform connection with Heroic Yellow City, the gifts from the Snowstorm Mountain Duchy have just passed through the magic gate of Heroic Yellow City and arrived at Jade City. The list of gifts hasn't been delivered yet. Lee Ct nodded. For the domestic nobles' gifts, according to their ranks and territorial outputs, you and a secretary team should carefully compare and arrange them in order before presenting them to me, understand? As you wish, Your Majesty. After the secretary left, another secretary from the secretary group knocked on the door and entered. Your Majesty, Princess Emily requests an audience. Please, let her in. Soon, Emily entered the study and said to the secretary, you may leave now. Yes, Your Highness, the secretary replied, withdrawing. Emily quickly walked up to List, greeted him formally despite their romantic relationship, still rigorously adhering to the etiquette of a follower towards a landlord. It's been a while since we last met, Emily. How is your progress in learning at Hilita? List asked with a smile. Hilita is studying very hard, with Orn's guidance, I just need to give occasional advice. Her combat abilities are rapidly increasing, but to become a completion-term Dragon Knight, she still needs to put in more effort. I originally planned to bring her here with me, but she refused. It seems my wedding with Acryloids has had some impact on her. She's still young, Your Majesty. Give her some time to relax and she will come to terms with it. Emily walked over naturally and slowly sat on List's lap. Your nobility, even as a dragon knight like myself and Hilita, is still something we look up to. Only Acryloids is the most suitable candidate for queen. Do not sell yourself short,
It's just that Acroloids and I met first. List stroked Emily's hair, although in reality, it was Paris who he met first. But some things, whether true or not, do not need to be dwelled upon as long as they sound pleasant. Your Majesty's grand wedding with Acroloids has left me worried about what gift to prepare, Emily said, leaning against List's chest. You should know Acroloids' personality, she wouldn't care about any gifts, and as for me, do you think our relationship needs to rely on gifts to sustain? Don't worry, just let your butler handle it. Emily is the Marquise of Jade City and owns her own castle. In it, there is a butler and a group of knight followers, who manage her estate for her. Listening to List's heartbeat, she replied. The wedding took place as scheduled on June 1st. A grand celebration was held in Flame King City, with people singing and dancing to celebrate the great king, who was marrying the noble and pure queen. The actual wedding ceremony was held in the Sun Moon Star Palace, attended only by international emissaries and the nobles fortunate enough to witness it. As an elf of the sea, born and raised, Acroloids had no family. To make up for this, List personally arranged for a giant dragon to bring 7 mermaids from the ocean. Mermaids can't go ashore but could stay in a man-made lake in Sun Moon Valley. A red carpet stretched from the man-made lake to the magic elevator of the Sun Moon Star Palace. When the auspicious moment arrived, the nobles and several commoner representatives standing on both sides of the red carpet eagerly stared at the calm lake. The band played a cheerful wedding march. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake split in the middle, steps formed of water gradually appeared, and 6 mermaids swam to either side, gently waving their hands to create extremely beautiful water sculptures decorating the steps. Moments later, during the climax of the first part of the wedding march, the 7th mermaid made her appearance. On her shoulders, stood a petite figure, dressed in a pure white wedding gown, nobly and stunningly beautiful. Acroloids truth. Gently, Acroloid stepped onto the water staircase from the mermaid's shoulders. That instant, hidden arcanists around the lake rapidly cast prepared magic, and suddenly the entire sky burst into countless colorful magic power flowers. Highlighting Acroloids walking on the water, she became the sole focus in the midst of Sun Moon Valley, nobly unapproachable. Chapter 1113, The Deepest Union. As the unapproachable Acroloids, step by step ascended the red carpet from the man-made lake along the cascading steps, a streak of light flashed across the sky. The unicorn Charlie came galloping out of the void, pacing diligently beside Acroloids to escort her. In front of the red carpet, List, dressed in black wedding attire, waited with a smile for Acroloids to arrive. Under everyone's gaze, Acroloids swiftly approached List. She returned the smile, and instantly, it seemed like all the magic flowers in the sky, as well as the potted blossoms along the carpet, lost their color at the same time. Only Acroloids' smile was exceptionally bright. Brother. List stepped forward to take Acroloids' slender hand. Acroloids. Roar. Oh roar. Yo roar. Who roar? Woo. The giant dragon's voices rose from Moon Mountain and Sun Mountain, while Nemia the giant lion roared nearby in the Sun Moon Valley, celebrating this sacred and solemn moment. List and Acroloids hand in hand, walked down the long red carpet and took the magic elevator straight to the Sun Moon Star Palace. Officiated by Li William himself, he read the wedding vows, on the 1st of June in the 2nd year of the Flame Calendar. With the sacred authority granted to me by the Knight's honor and the magic truth, I declare List Flame and Acroloids truth, to be wed. Applause thundered. Nobles and commoner representatives who rushed to the royal palace clapped their hands frantically. With friends and followers as witnesses, List took the ring passed by the flower child. A space ring crafted from space gems. He slid one onto Acroloids' finger, and she placed one onto his. With that, the wedding concluded. No overly cumbersome procedures, nor the usual exchange of gifts between marrying nobles. He and Acroloids were already family, this was merely to give Acroloids a proper status. Nevertheless, the splendor of the wedding was significant, especially with the participation of unicorns, Nemia the giant lion, and the giant dragons. It was just like a Chinese wedding, where a fleet of Rolls-Royces is hired to pick up the bride, too dazzling for the eyes. At the wedding banquet that followed, Acroloids did not show up again. She had never liked such bustling events. Brother, is this okay for Acroloids? What's not to be okay with? In the Flame Kingdom, I make the rules. You are my dearest Acroloids. Any rule you don't like can be as if it never existed. List kissed Acroloids' forehead and immediately left the room. He still had to socialize outside. Holding a glass of wine, when nobles came to toast, he would take a sip. List, my great His Majesty the King, now your life is finally complete. Grandmother is proud of you and wishes for you and Acroloids to walk hand in hand until the end of your days, inseparable, Lady Penelope uttered emotionally as she embraced List. Thank you for your blessings, grandmother. I will, he replied. Cousin Maibo Taro, and Princess Angela Sapphire of the former Sapphire Duchy, holding their wine, came over. Your Majesty, as you know, Levi's, Levira, and I have been waiting for this day for a long time, he said respectfully raising his glass. The Levi's couple and the Levira couple also held up their wine glasses in unison. Lidon, newly married, stood aside with his wife, not very acquainted with Maibo. List raised his glass in response. We all eventually approach marriage, Maibo, Levi's, Levira, and Lidon, thank you for coming to my wedding. At the very end, Li William also picked up a wine glass and walked with List to a corner. List, you are my king, and also my son. I watched you grow up, and I watched you become the king, and now, I watch you enter into marriage, with your own wife. I will continue to watch the Flame Kingdom grow and flourish under your hands. Father, you will soon see the flourishing Flame Kingdom. Be kinder to Acroloids. No one will cherish Acroloids more than I do. The hustle of the royal palace did not subside until the evening. After a day's fatigue, List comfortably took a bath. When nightfall came with its blanket of dark, he returned to the king's sleeping chamber, full of eager anticipation. He gestured for the servants around the sleeping chamber to leave. Alone, he walked in. Acroloids had already changed into normal home attire, and was earnestly reading a magic book. However, her slightly trembling hands betrayed the unrest in her heart. Even the usually composed Acroloids could not remain indifferent to the approaching adult baptism. Acroloids. List approached her, his palm caressing her azure hair with tenderness. Now you are my queen. Acroloids nodded with forced calmness. Marrying brother, becoming brother's wife, do you feel happy? Acroloids is very happy, brother. Then, are you ready for a deeper union with brother? List pulled Acroloids up, leaned over slightly, and asked close to her face. The warm breath on Acroloids' face caused a blush to surface on her exquisite cheeks, but her eyes remained determined yet tenderly affectionate as she gazed at List. Brother, Acroloids is ready. The homely clothes were not flashy, but they draped over her, accentuating her exceptional elegance. Embracing such a beauty, List even felt a surreal daze in his heart. Once upon a time, he never would have imagined that he could marry a noble and pure sea serpent like Acroloids. With you, I possess the whole world. He suddenly bent down, scooping Acroloids into his arms. Her petite form seemed almost boneless, so light. The touch of his hands was particularly delightful. Although it was not the first time he had embraced Acroloids, each time his heart would throb. The only difference was, this time, he did not suppress the heat inside him but let it ferment and erupt vigorously. The soft bed sheets, the golden canopy. He undid her robe lightly. In an instant, every delicate and flawless detail of Acroloids' body was in List's view, unobscured by clothing or water ribbons. This moment fulfilled all the fantasies List had had since he first saw Acroloids, inspecting the entirety of the sea serpent for the first time, inside and out, down to the smallest detail. Ho! Heart against heart, their strong pulses beat. Beneath the soft lighting, the solid bed made of rocky woods trembled slightly. Everything was so wonderful and magical. List felt surrounded by endless warmth, striving towards the ends of the world, over and over, each time an ascension of both spirit and flesh. In this continuous effort, his swelling passion, with one final sprint to the summit, burst forth completely, transforming into a blaze, into an arrow, consuming everything. Boom. 3 days later. List, dressed in a king's regalia, stood in the highest corridor of the Sun-Moon Star Palace, arm around Acroloids, who wore the queen's regalia. The golden sun rose from the east, draping the earth in a resplendent mantle of light. He stretched out his hand towards the endless lens and said to Acroloids, "Do you see, Acroloids, this is our kingdom, where all living beings, resources, even magic, belong to us. And one day, a day that will come soon, the legendary continent, the Mafa continent, all the seas, will be ours." Chapter 1114, Destined with Me. The wedding didn't impact the established policies of the Flame Kingdom. On the sunny and breezy day of June 6, List felt the surging power of destiny around him. It's time for a grand and fierce dragon-slaying battle. I can feel that this dragon-slaying battle will be the first domino to fall. Once this domino falls, there will be no more obstacles to my unifying the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. He mounted the formless dragon bard, his spirit soaring. A sweet smile appeared on X's face as she nestled in his arms. As an archmage with a unicorn, her strength was more than enough to assist List in any dragon-slaying battle. Behind them, were Emily riding the light green gemstone dragon, Ethan, and Hilita on the gray iron dragon, Orin, as well as mountain copper dragon, Mada, royal sapphire dragon, Rise, and bronze dragon, Gnome. As for the underage water dragon, Water, it clung to List in totem form. Aluminum dragon,
Connor stayed behind to guard Flame King City, while Bone Dragon, Vinny was also attached to List. Bardian Cry. Bard sensed the dragons from the enemy patrol. In their previous encounters, Ak had secretly placed a space magic beacon on the enemy dragons. Due to the unique nature of space, these magic beacons are difficult to erase and also go unnoticed. Go, let's get there quickly, commanded List, and the mighty troop of dragon riders, like sharks smelling blood, swiftly assembled and moved forward. Hundreds of kilometers away, 7 dragons were patrolling in formation along the coastal waters between the Eagle Kingdom and the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Each Dragon Knight was equipped with a standard telescope. An equipment that had failed to remain secret for long and had already been stolen by rats. The Flame Kingdom has been blockaded by us for half a year. We thought that young king would be fretting. But who would have expected him to hold a wedding at this time? It seems he's still living quite comfortably, remarked Robert Lance, the Zinc Dragon Knight from the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, trying to spark a conversation. Topaz Dragon Knight, Tracy Bloody Pelican said, a blockade can't kill the Flame Kingdom. It's only because the Yellowstone Kingdom is unwilling to cooperate that List has had a chance to catch his breath. A hint of worry appeared on his brow. As a Dragon Knight of the Eagle Kingdom, he had once encountered List in a dragon-slaying battle and had felt the might of List. No matter how strong, he can't jump around for long. Our Tri-Nation Alliance's strangling is just the prelude. When the Dragon Knight of the Gushan Imperial arrives with the ancient artifact, it will be the moment when List and his formless dragon are thoroughly annihilated. Grunted Orn Platinum, the White Heart Iron Dragon Knight. He was a prince of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Lead Dragon Knight, Warren Upside-Down Golden Bell said offhandedly, it's unexpected that the Gushan Imperial never intended to leave the formless dragon alive from the start. But it makes sense, the presence of a sacred dragon isn't good for the legendary continent. From the viewpoint of the kingdom, the sacred dragon disrupts balance. When a kingdom acquires a sacred dragon, it will inevitably break the existing system and aspire to join the ranks of empires, thus offending the interests of the empires and warranting destruction. If an empire acquires a sacred dragon, it will provoke a fierce backlash from the other 2 great empires. It's a pity not to witness the day a sacred dragon like the formless dragon grows up, lamented Edward Deep Red Gem, the Crimson Gem Dragon Knight. He was the Grand Duke of the Deep Crimson Gem Grand Duchy, a vassal of the Eagle Kingdom, who had successfully mounted the family's Crimson Gem Dragon. The 5 Dragon Knights flew side by side, and in addition, there was a Silver Dragon from the Eagle Kingdom and an Azure Sapphire Dragon from the Steel Ridge Kingdom. With 7 dragons flying together, creating a formidable presence, even the fish swimming deep in the sea would instantly faint, overwhelmed by the immense dragon might. And just at that moment, the Silver Dragon suddenly let out a rapid roar. Then it turned around, facing the Eastern Sea and adopting a defensive stance. Lord Silver Dragon, what's happening? Tracy asked. It must be that Lord Silver Dragon has detected the aura of a dragon from the Flame Kingdom, Auden, the temporary leader of the Dragon Rider Corps, declared emphatically. Everyone be on alert and be prepared. Let's see if it's really the Flame Kingdom attempting to cross the border. In an instant, the 7 dragons that were flying separately gathered together. 3 minutes later, Auden raised his voice again. My Heart King has also sensed the dragon aura, a very powerful dragon aura, and it remembers this aura. It's the aura of the formless dragon. List himself has come. Everyone, be cautious. The Heart King is the name of his mount, the White Heart Iron Dragon. Originally, he had confronted List during the naval battle at the Sapphire Duchy and remembered the aura of the formless dragon Bard. How dare he? Is he looking to start another dragon-slaying war? Not enjoying the company of that beautiful sea monster magician in the royal palace, he actually shows up here. This King List really doesn't know how to enjoy life, Robert sneered. He was from the Blast Furnace Fortress and had never had contact with List, so deep inside he wasn't very convinced. Both being Dragon Knights, why should the Holy Dragon Knight be stronger, especially since it was an underage formless dragon? Robert, when List appears, do not provoke him. If a dragon-slaying war really breaks out, we may not necessarily get the upper hand, Auden said with a serious expression and caution in his voice. You have never encountered List, so you are unaware of how formidable he is. With that said, Tracy and Warren nodded repeatedly, having experienced the fear of being dominated by List. Robert frowned, annoyed at Auden speaking to him in that tone, but he wasn't oblivious to how things work. Having been a Dragon Knight for so many years, his pride didn't equate to arrogance. Rest assured, Prince Auden, you are in charge of the Dragon Rider Corps. I will follow your instructions. Only then did Auden nod. Immediately after, he looked toward the distant sky, and after a few minutes, he said heavily, Here they come. Before the words had settled, 6 small black dots suddenly appeared in the distant sky, flying towards them at high speed, gradually taking the shape of 6 dragons and 3 Dragon Knights. It's a fire dragon, a light green gemstone dragon, a gray iron dragon, a mountain copper dragon, a bronze dragon, and a royal sapphire dragon," exclaimed Tracy. Warren added, "And there's the formless dragon, hidden somewhere around us." Auden's eyebrows raised, putting down his telescope. "List is riding on the fire dragon, not the formless dragon. It doesn't seem like he's here to start a dragon-slaying war this time." They had thoroughly researched List's combat style. Normally, List would enter battle riding the formless dragon. This time, riding on the fire dragon might be sending a certain signal. He waited until List and his party got close enough for communication through the dragon's vocal cords, then opened with a bold inquiry. "King List, you have crossed the maritime boundary of the Eagle Kingdom. As the Tri-Nation Alliance and the Flame Kingdom are hostile kingdoms, what is your purpose here?" "My purpose, you ask?" Riding on the back of the fire dragon, List, facing the 7 dragons and 5 knights who were as if prepared for a formidable enemy, declared resolutely, "Glory as a knight guides me. Here are 4 dragons that share a fate with me." Chapter 1115, Physical Confrontation. Blustering nonsense. The different world didn't have this exact phrase, but when Zinc Dragon Knight Robert Lance said it, its equivalent would be blustering nonsense. He looked at List, who sat upon the fire dragon, where handsomeness and temperament perfectly combined, speaking in an extremely cold and disdainful tone. "King List, are you trying to provoke a full-scale war with the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, Steel Ridge Kingdom, and Eagle Kingdom? Can the Flame Kingdom withstand the crushing force of the Tri-Nation Alliance?" With 7 dragons at his side, Robert had enough confidence to engage in verbal confrontation with List face to face. List glanced indifferently at the middle-aged dragon knight, showing no interest in his appearance whatsoever, instead, sizing up the Zinc dragon. It was a stunning giant dragon with light gray scales that shimmered with a metallic luster, about 60 meters in length. "Robert Lance?" "Correct, King List must have heard of me." Robert slightly upturned the corners of his mouth. "I had no fate with a Zinc dragon initially, but ever since you uttered blustering nonsense, knightly glory has guided me to my destiny with it." "What?" Robert took a moment to understand. List, however, no longer wasted words. He suddenly gestured for Bone Dragon Veni to transform into Bone Dragon armor, enclosing his body, and the Bone Dragon's tail became a 10-meter-long Bone Dragon spear. Simultaneously, Mountain Copper Dragon, Royal Sapphire Dragon, Bronze Dragon, as well as Emily and Hilita, all received List's command through Dragon Heart electrical signal. Attack! Facing 7 dragons and 5 dragon knights, on their side were 6 dragons and 3 dragon knights, yet their momentum was in no way diminished. Moreover, there was Ock riding Charlie, and formless Dragon Bard lurking silently at the edge of materiality, ready to materialize and assassinate at any moment. "What are you implying, King List?" Auden Platinum shouted loudly. No response. List, riding Fire Dragon Leo, became one with the dragon, transforming into a meteor crashing to the ground as a wild flame, charging at Robert Lance and the Zinc Dragon. "Form up to face the enemy." Auden roared upon seeing this. "King List, this is a provocation to the Tri-Nation Alliance. Your every move will bring disaster and destruction to the Flame Kingdom." Roar. The Royal Sapphire Dragon's furious magic swept across the entire sky. Roar. The opposing Silver Dragon directly spewed dragon breath, the silver metallic stream turning into a barrage of beams, radiating in every direction, first to meet List's side, rushing towards the Royal Sapphire Dragon. Foolish flame people. Robert, steering the Zinc Dragon, charged towards List without the slightest hint of stage fright. Tracy Bloody Pelican, steering the Topaz Dragon, charged towards Light Green Gemstone Dragon and Emily. Warren Upside Down Golden Bell rode his 8 Dragon, intercepting the Grey Iron Dragon and Hilita. Azure Sapphire Dragon swiftly found the Bronze Dragon and started the collision with a ferocious roar. Edward Deep Red Gem, steering the Crimson Gem Dragon, was positioned in front of Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, Magic Metal Dragon. "Are you really as powerful as the legends say?" "I seriously doubt it." "Who roar?" Mata roared angrily, expelling a golden yellow dragon breath from its mouth. The 12 dragons and dragon knights of both sides paired off and began their fierce fighting, except for Auden Platinum, riding the White Heart Iron Dragon, who coldly watched over the entire scene. "Everyone, mind your formations, don't scatter apart, always wary of the formless dragon's sneak attack. Since King List desires combat, we shall give him combat." However, before he could spot the formless dragon's assassination, Zinc Dragon Knight Robert Lance, who had just brushed past List, suddenly let out a half-scream, the rest muffled and ending abruptly. The next instant, his head was pierced open by the Bone Dragon Sphere. The outpouring violent fiery force directly incinerated his body to ashes. Roar. The Zinc Dragon let out a hoarse roar, fiercely colliding with Fire Dragon Leo. But Fire Dragon Leo simply twisted its body and flicked its thick tail, thump, knocking the Zinc Dragon into spinning circles in midair, and before it could steady itself and find its direction,
A flaming bone dragon spear, like a rainbow piercing the sun, plunged into its neck. List's icy gaze swept across as he drew out the bone dragon spear, guiding Leo to turn back once again and charge towards the zinc dragon. Robert! Stop! Auden Platinum watched as Robert was instantly killed, his eyes nearly splitting with fury, and commanded the White Heart Iron Dragon to step forward to rescue the zinc dragon. The death of a dragon knight was trivial, but the dragon must not fall into enemy hands. But suddenly, a crisp female voice rang in his ear, "Shattered Storm." Immediately following, ripples spread in the air before him, and a white tornado instantly enveloped him and the White Heart Iron Dragon. Only then did he realize that this so-called tornado was not wind at all, but space being twisted and torn apart by powerful magic like a twisted biscuit, with the broken tiny cracks continuously slicing the scales of the White Heart Iron Dragon. Scream! The White Heart Iron Dragon let out a wail, but at the same time, it quickly activated its innate ability, with the scales tightly contracting to encase Auden within the dragon tooth platform, resisting the strike of this powerful space magic. Yuya! Before the shattered storm dissipated, the formless dragon materialized from the boundary of matter, spewing out a white fog like dragon breath, which was an even more ferocious space-superior magic, rushing into the shattered storm like a blender and quickly hitting the White Heart Iron Dragon, blowing a huge bloody hole in its belly. Dragon blood was scattered into the sea like it cost nothing. Wrapped within the scales, Auden was already drenched in a cold sweat, seizing the interval between magic spells, drove the White Heart Iron Dragon to escape outward, and shouted loudly, "Retreat, scatter and retreat, they are not our match. You can't escape." List, guiding Leo, struck thrice in a row, almost with an overwhelming force, directly causing heavy damage to the zinc dragon. 3 gaping bloody holes gushed with unstoppable dragon blood. The mighty metal giant dragon, on the last hit, clumsily crashed into the ocean. Without paying any more attention to the zinc dragon, List immediately changed direction, with Leo transforming into a blaze, charging towards the silver dragon entangled with the royal sapphire dragon, which represented the Eagle Kingdom symbol and was also the key target for List on this mission, to break the backbone of the Eagle royal family. Lord Silver Dragon, escape quickly. Tracy broke free from Emily's onslaught, attempting to merge with the silver dragon. However, Emily, riding the light green gemstone dragon, fiercely clung onto the topaz dragon, preventing Tracy from avoiding the attack and hence unable to rescue the silver dragon. Roar! The silver dragon sensed the crisis, its proud nature simply not permitting it to turn and flee. Instead it suddenly turned fierce, igniting the dragon's super magic all over its body, disregarding the royal sapphire dragon's magic, and charged straight at the fire dragon. Oh roar! Leo's dragon eyes sparkled with a disdainful evil gleam. Now fully grown and having touched the barrier, it felt an unmatched sense of superiority over any other dragon. Seeing the silver dragon's mad dash towards itself, it signaled to List not to deploy the Dragon Knight secret techniques, but to rely purely on physical strength to clash with the silver dragon. List naturally did not refuse, for his strength was already aloof from mundane affairs, and he could display it in any manner he wished. Clang! The 2 dragons thus collided head-on, one 100 meters long, and the other 50, the absolute disparity in size, causing the silver dragon's chest bone to its wings to be broken by the mighty body of Leo. The silver dragon struggled in vain to continue flying, but Leo did not give it a chance. It was another display of true physical strength, all landing on the silver dragon, breaking countless bones, and directly smashing the silver dragon into the sea. Numerous whirlpools suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea, with currents like chains, wrapping around the struggling silver dragon, and then submerging it into the water. Not far away, the zinc dragon quietly floated on the surface of the water, likely having already passed out. Mermaids were swimming around the zinc dragon, waiting for other dragons to fall. Chapter 1116, There is still a dragon. Lance Dragon Knight Robert Lance died, the zinc dragon fell into the sea, and the silver dragon followed suit, plunging into the sea. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Rider Corps of the Tri-Nation Alliance suffered heavy losses. This was an outcome no one could have anticipated, and Auden Platinum could only escape far away on his White Heart Iron Dragon, unable to care for the others and dragons. Even he himself felt terrified, facing the joint attack of Archmage Archie and the formless dragon, completely unable to resist. No. From afar, another scream was heard. Roar. A dragon's roar reverberated through the skies as a huge bloody hole tore open on the topaz dragon, dragon blood spraying everywhere, shaking and about to fall. Tracy Bloody Pelican on its back already had his head blown open, dead beyond death. Fire Dragon Leo carrying List didn't even look at the topaz dragon, turning around and flying towards the lead Dragon Knight, wore an upside-down Golden Bell, who was fighting with Hilita in the distance. Emily gripped the dragon lance, taking advantage of the gap when the topaz dragon was severely wounded by List, and attacked furiously. Ethan,
You've always wanted to prove that you are not the weakest among the gemstone dragons. Now is your time to prove it, and make sure the topaz dragon cannot escape. Roar. Ethan roared and continuously spewed dragon breath without cost, restricting the topaz dragon's flight path. The topaz dragon had once been crippled in battle by the young fire dragon, List, and the newly promoted Archmajorchi, almost dying on Mind Island, an indelible shadow in its proud dragon life. Only the blood of other dragons could wash away its disgrace. With a mournful wail, the topaz dragon stopped turning to flee, a resolve to face death emerging in its dragon eyes, responding to Ethan and Emily with a surging dragon breath. Then, completely disregarding its own defense, it charged towards the light green gemstone dragon, aiming to perish together. Do you wish to die alongside your dragon rider? Emily clenched the dragon lance, taking a deep breath. Very well. I will fulfill your wish. The kingdom has enough dragons, and the cultivation of bewildering dragon mind fruit precisely needs a new supply of dragon blood. And I, too, must use this opportunity to catch up to His Majesty's back. Boom. The battle instantly heated up, dragon blood and magic power intertwined everywhere, one yellow and one green figure constantly weaving through each other, riding a beautiful yet deadly waltz in the sky. Puff. The abdomen of Grey Iron Dragonborn was slit open by a spear wound. It twisted its body with effort, its tail swinging to fend off the lead dragon's assault. On the back of the dragon tooth platform, Hilita's forehead was sweaty, hands trembling. She was just a young girl who had just come of age, her chi not yet perfect, her talents not truly top-notch, unexpectedly chosen by Auron to be a dragon knight, trained for only a few months. The battle as a dragon rider was truly too difficult for her, utterly unable to withstand the lead dragon knight's attacks. Auron was equally helpless, being an iron dragon, one of the most powerful in the metal dragons, but hindered by his young and immature rider needing time to grow. This caused immense frustration in battle, even making it difficult to parry the attacks from the opposing lead dragon knight. Especially since the lead dragon knight had abundant combat experience, seemingly aware that Grey Iron Dragon Knight, Hilita was a novice, every move in the Dragon Chi manual aimed directly at Hilita. Auron was exhausted protecting Hilita, further falling into disadvantage, and even felt better fighting alone than in tandem. Suddenly, the lead dragon knight executed a maneuver to charge back, catching Auron when his old strength was waning and new strength had not yet emerged, suddenly erupting with a powerful Dragon Chi manual, the dragon lance heading straight for Hilita, intending to kill this still-growing female dragon knight. Hilita tried to dodge, but could only manage to make Auron turn sideways, inevitably exposing Auron to the opponent's dragon lance attack. Auron's intention was probably a feint attack on her, but actually aiming to strike Auron hard. Auron, I. Roar. In a split second, the dragon and rider had communicated well, Auron using his body to block the attack of the dragon lance, protecting Hilita. However, just at that moment, a cold voice exploded in midair. Auron, you're courting death. It was Listriding Leo, who directly took the bone dragon spear as a throwing weapon, hurling it with force. The bone dragon spear instantly became a radiant white light, enveloped in burning flames, soaring like a shooting star towards Auron. Auron was startled and quickly counteracted with his lance. Clang. The massive collision noise as the bone dragon spear, empowered by Li Ct's chi, was knocked away by Auron directly and plummeted towards the sea. Auden, take Hilita and dodge, I'll handle things here. List communicated to Auden using the Dragon Heart electrical signal, then immediately stood in front of the lead dragon knight. Your Majesty. Hilita gasped, overwhelmed with emotions, almost mesmerized by List's figure. Auden had no time for infatuation, promptly taking Hilita aside, having sparred with Leo before, he knew just how strong the Fire Dragon Knight now was. Facing Auron, who was initially startled by the incoming bone dragon spear, he soon realized that List no longer held his dragon lance. What an opportunity! His eyes gleamed instantaneously. Harnessing the lead dragon to perform the most powerful Dragon Chi manual, he charged fiercely towards the fire dragon. List, you will pay with your life for your carelessness. But before he could fully execute his Dragon Chi manual, the glowing in his eyes abruptly turned into dilated pupils, a chill running up his spine to his forehead. In just the blink of an eye, a blue light emitted from List's hands, and then a 10-meter-long dragon lance materialized. It was no longer a bone dragon spear or any other magic metal alloy dragon lance. It was the water dragon spear. Although little water dragon Walter was young with sparse combat power, the spear he formed was still stronger than any other dragon lance. Sky burning, sea boiling. List bellowed coldly, the water dragon spear instantly infused with powerful blended magic power, then, like a meteor across the sky, it struck towards Auron on the back of the lead dragon at a speed surpassing sight. No. Auron frantically pulled back his dragon lance to block. Boom. The dragon lance was smashed by the water dragon spear, Serving no purpose whatsoever, it broke in half, then the water dragon spear continued its relentless force, striking Warren's chest. A spurt of blood burst forth and evaporated immediately by the high-temperature flames, Warren's chest rapidly shriveling and splitting. He was smashed into two parts by one strike, his charred upper body flew off while his lower half still sat on the dragon tooth platform. Roar! 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 The lead dragon cried mournfully, lacking the courage to seek revenge. Even with the dragon's proud nature, when faced with overwhelming strength, it chose to flee. List did not pursue immediately, turning to look at Hilita and the gray iron dragon nearby. Your Majesty. Hilita's eyes sparkled with excitement, cheering loudly. Hilita, you need more training, go and pursue the lead dragon with Auden, try to capture it. As you wish. Hilita swiftly rode the gray iron dragon in pursuit of the lead dragon. List twisted his neck, communicating with Leo through the mental link. How about it, Leo, are you tired, can you continue fighting? Oh. Continue fighting was no problem, the fire dragon at the half-step barrier had stamina far superior to ordinary giant dragons. List scanned his surroundings. Emily had already severely injured the lead dragon. Archmage Archie and Bard were pursuing Auden Platinum. Mountain Copper Dragon Motto was fighting Edward Deep Red Gem single-handedly and still had the upper hand. Bronze Dragon Nam and the Azure Sapphire Dragon were embroiled in a tough fight. Royal Sapphire Dragon Rays was employing magic to cut the battlefield, preventing these dragons and dragon knights from escaping. The Azure Sapphire Dragon belongs to Steel Ridge Kingdom, and White Heart Iron Dragon Knight Auden is a prince of Steel Ridge Kingdom. Let these two dragons be for now. He quickly targeted his next objective. Leo, let's go and capture the Crimson Gem Dragon, and thoroughly cripple the Eagle Kingdom. Chapter 1117. Willing to surrender. Unsurprisingly, Edward Deep Red Gem, even mounted on a dragon, could not overcome Mountain Copper Dragon Mata, let alone face the half-step barrier Knight List. However, the real surprise was when Edward saw List approaching. He surrendered immediately. King List, I am willing to submit to you. Submit? I don't need submission. List coldly refused. I am willing to submit to you like Duke Grey Iron Pyro Grey Mouth Iron did initially, leading the Crimson Gem family to allegiance with the Flame Kingdom. I have already reached an agreement with Red Honor, I will peacefully separate from it. As for whether Red Honor will become a dragon of the Flame Kingdom, that requires your Majesty to personally communicate. Having said that, he stood up and left the dragon tooth platform of the Crimson Gem Dragon. The Crimson Gem Dragon cried out sorrowfully. It was unclear whether it was lamenting over its knight's abject surrender or its inability to maintain its dragon pride, or perhaps both. Can a dragon and a dragon knight truly separate normally? List's gaze briefly showed a hint of curiosity. I don't know, but your Majesty, you have ridden dragons successfully multiple times, I believe you have your ways. Even if this process seriously injures or even kills me, it does not matter. I am not afraid of death, I only hope to die with value. The Eagle Kingdom is doomed to fall, and the Crimson Gem family needs a new king to follow. I can't judge the truth of your words, but the proposal is interesting, so I accept. Strength gave List a solid confidence, unafraid of any underhanded tricks by Edward. Now I need to clean up the battlefield, you and the Crimson Gem Dragon follow me. Yes, your Majesty. Edward sat cross-legged on the back of the Crimson Gem Dragon, looking submissive. List turned around, smiling. No matter how lofty Edward's words were, considering the interests of his family, they could not erase his cowardly demeanor, and equally despised was the Crimson Gem Dragon. Perhaps dragons are proud, but pride has its limits. Both man and dragon influence each other, and no one can guarantee against corruption. For instance, if someone else rode Fire Dragon Leo, they might be corrupted by Leo's malevolent thoughts, turning into an evil murderer. Of course. None of this mattered anymore. As a man destined to rule the legendary continent, he understood the concept of inclusivity. As long as it didn't undermine the fundamental societal structure, nobility was always needed to sustain his rule. Whether the Crimson Gem Dragon was accepted well or the Crimson Gem family's allegiance, it was all to ensure sufficient taxation. Once he unified the Tri-Nation Alliance, what faced him next would be the three great empires, needing ample knights to maintain his rule and produce resources. Boom. Roar. A sorrowful dragon's wail echoed in the distance. The Topaz Dragon chose a final release, seriously injuring the light green gem dragon in the process and plummeting into the ocean expanse. Mermaids released magic to envelop its corpse, preventing the loss of magic. White Heart Iron Dragon Knight, Auden Platinum, along with the Azure Sapphire Dragon, frantically fled, but ceased the chase upon List's signal. Riding the unicorn Charlie, she, along with other giant dragons, helped Lady Hilita crush the fleeing Lee Dragon. Thus, a sudden dragon-slaughtering battle ended swiftly, as Tracy Bloody Pelican, Warren Upside-Down Golden Bell, and Robert Lance, three Dragon Knights, died in battle. The lead dragon, Silver Dragon, and Zinc Dragon were all captured, the Topaz Dragon fell entirely, and Crimson Gem Dragon Knight, Edward Deep Red Gem surrendered. As an ending unfolded, 4 dragons will consume 4 bewildering dragon mind fruits, just right. With the Topaz Dragon dead, 4 more bewildering dragon mind fruits can be cultivated. I wonder if there are dragons that can complete the mind battle without bewildering dragon mind fruits. Unless extreme measures are taken, it is unlikely. These dragons were not young or fresh dragons but had already the mind branding imprinted. Without the power of bewildering dragon mind fruit, it would be difficult to erase the mind branding of the first Dragon Knight. Initially, Light Green Gem Dragon Ethan was the only giant dragon who did not use the bewildering dragon mind fruit and yet completed the mind battle. But back then, it was barely possible because the Jade Dragon leg continuously drained Ethan's flesh and soul, unless List continued such inhumane treatment towards the lead dragon, Silver Dragon, and Zinc Dragon, otherwise it would not have been successful. Let's just forget it. Deepening the hatred of a few dragons towards me is one thing, it would also greatly damage their vitality. Now is the time I need to snowball, the sooner they become combat ready, the better. And with the presence of the Jade Dragon leg, inevitably there will be dragons that die in battle continuing to nurture the bewildering dragon mind fruit. By battle foster battle, the bewildering dragon mind fruit is barely sufficient. Looking at the now calm sea, List closed his eyes and felt the bewildering power of destiny around him growing stronger, giving him a sense of domination. It seemed no longer the power of destiny guiding him, but he was beginning to control the power of destiny. The future has become blurred, but this blurriness is not caused by the weakening of the power of destiny. On the contrary, it is because the power of destiny is getting stronger, allowing me to write my own future. Alas, how immense was the power of destiny possessed by the Smoke Dragon in its earlier levels. A thought suddenly arose in his heart, the confrontation between the Sacred Dragon and the Magic Dragon. Was it the Smoke Dragon being deeply trapped by the power of destiny, betraying the humans of this planet, leading to the invasion of the Moon Dragon, or did it sense something from the power of destiny, decisively choosing to resist up to the moon? In his heart, he always felt that he should not be an evil being, that the Smoke Dragon should not be an embodiment of evil. He always doubted the content in the murals of Mount Milajiaoding. He shook his head. He stopped pondering blindly. Now is the time to tally the results of the battle, a time to celebrate the harvest. This day, this dragon-slaying battle, will surely resound through the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. All nobles and knights will discuss this battle and consider what situations might occur in the future. The first place to start is Flame King City. Long live His Majesty the King. Great His Majesty the King returns triumphantly, bringing with him the spoils of 4 dragons, along with captured dragon knights. Princess Emily slays the Topaz Dragon. Lady Hilita crushes the lead dragon. His Majesty the King surpasses all dragon knights combined. His strength is unimaginable by anyone, boundless and bound to dominate the entire legendary continent. When the lead dragon, Zinc Dragon, Silver Dragon were brought to the back mountains of Daymoon Valley in Flame King City, when the corpse of the Topaz Dragon was dragged across the sky by the Fire Dragon, when the dragons returned to Sun Mountain and Moon Mountain, the entire Flame King City quickly boiled over. Nobles and commoners alike rushed to the streets in jubilation. The news spread like a shockwave at blinding speed to every city in the Flame Kingdom. Government officials in the precincts, nobles in manors, all went crazy for King List's great military achievements. Every time His Majesty the King will defeat more dragon knights, the sky, land, and sea, the glory of our king is destined to spread everywhere, I deeply believe, starting from Fresh Flower Town. Marcus, the leader of the Black Horse Knights, raised his knight's longsword. Facing the knights who were lined up taking oaths, he shouted loudly, "For the glory of His Majesty, we pledge, to charge to death, to trample the eagle. Charge to death. Trample the eagle." The Knights of the Black Horse Knights, under the leadership of Marcus, chanted slogans and headed towards the magical gate of Reed City, ready to set sail for the Eagle Kingdom to wage war. After the dragon-slaying battle, came the issuance of the punishment order, the time to start plundering resources. Chapter 1118, The Stripped Glory. The footsteps of war did not cease in the slightest. The Knight Order of the Flame Kingdom mobilized in full force, riding on Iron Dragon warships and Fire Dragon merchant ships. With the powerful propulsion of the mermaids, they quickly surged towards the Eagle Kingdom. They did not immediately land, as the hinterlands along the coast were already desolate, lacking resources to plunder. Thus, these warships and merchant ships continued to be propelled by mermaids, sailing up against the current of several famous rivers of the Eagle Kingdom, penetrating deep into the inland areas for pillaging. Most of the large cities of the Eagle Kingdom were distributed along these rivers. The lands were exceptionally fertile from years of cultivation and rich in produce, leaving residents with no means to evacuate and seek refuge. The nobles here had never imagined that their domains would be attacked, nor were they willing to leave their lands. But facing the overwhelming night order from the Flame Kingdom, their resistance was feeble. After all, there were dragons in the skies guarding these knights. Why don't the Flame people show any restraint at all? Aren't they afraid of the royal family's wrath? Some nobles, who were late to receive the news, were still unaware of the dragon-slaying battle. Without magic platforms, their means of disseminating messages was mainly by letters. Unfortunately, how could the speed of sending letters ever surpass the speed of warships propelled by mermaids? When the Night Order began their charge, these nobles were still indulging in feasting and revelry, leading lives of debauchery. As expected, they were easily overpowered by the Night Order of the Flame Kingdom, who rode on magical beasts and fine steeds, conquering one castle after another. People, food, and elves were all captured. Be careful, don't bump into the elves. Marcus Wheel rode on the back of a super magical beast. A fire raven, flying close to the ground, supervising the knights in looting the spoils. Remember His Majesty the King's orders clearly. All elves must be handed over to the royal family for unified allocation. No private hoarding is permitted. Elves? Beautiful elves. Marcus knew very well of List's fondness for elves. As an early confidant who followed him, he knew that List was different from any noble. His affection for elves came from the heart. In the Flame Kingdom, mistreating elves was a serious violation of the law, and killing an elf was a crime comparable to killing a noble. The king has over a dozen dragons. His glory rivals that of an imperial emperor, but the king lacks elves, causing the Flame Kingdom to have a dimmed jewel. Marcus jumped off the fire raven, stood with hands behind his back, gazing at the newly conquered castle, his heart swelling with pride. As a member of the Burning Legion directly under His Majesty, I will light up this dim jewel for His Majesty. His strength was weak, merely at the level of an elite Earth Knight. Even now as the Earl of Storm City, he lacked neither magic potion nor magical beast meat, yet he had no opportunity to break through to Sky Knight. But Marcus was very content. When had his life goal ever exceeded becoming a noble, the lowest honored knight? Now he was an earl. All I have is bestowed by His Majesty. The Wheel family has only to forever follow the Flame family, to become the apostle of the Flame family, in order to repay the glory given by His Majesty. In his heart, he already had an idea. After this war, with His Majesty's consent, I will change the surname of my family to Flame Apostle. The times are changing, they truly are, lamented an earl, standing in his own castle, muttering to himself as he watched the Night Order surging toward him, flags of the fire dragon fluttering in the distance. He was holding a letter in his hand, an urgent message sent over tens of thousands of miles by a flying beast, from his elder brother who held an official position in the king's castle. The letter did not say much, only a few sentences. The Flame Kingdom has invaded, the Dragon Knight Patrol has been defeated, Tracy and Warren have perished, the Silver Dragon, Topaz Dragon, and Lead Dragon have been snatched away, the Ruby Dragon and Edward have been captured, the Eagle Royal family is at the brink of doom, the Morning Glory family must prepare. The Earl crumpled the letter into a ball, then let out a prolonged sigh. Prepare, prepare, oh my brother, what preparations can I make? Milord, the enemy is attacking, please give your orders. The Knight Commander knelt on one knee, speaking urgently. The Earl closed his eyes, remaining silent, until the surrounding knights urged him again and again. Only then did he speak with a sense of loss. Labrador, open the castle gates and hang the white banners. After speaking, the Earl felt the chi in his body vanish, feeling powerless in a way he hadn't since his promotion to Sky Knight. Milord. 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 The knights were in a panic. We swear to defend Morning Glory Castle to the death. It's unnecessary, these are the knights of the Flame Kingdom. No one can stop the footsteps of the Holy Dragon Knight, sooner or later he will reign over this land. The Morning Glory family has no choice but to change its allegiance. The Earl turned around, descending the stairs with heavy steps. Butler, prepare my clothes, I will go and surrender myself. Bang. Boom. Crash. In the Iron Dragon Chain Palace, Adonis Moonlight Silver of the Eagle Kingdom smashed crystal vessels to the floor, roaring out his anger. Why? Impossible. My dragons, my kingdom. He crushed a delicate crystal goblet in his hand, the shattered crystal pieces piercing his palm, blood flowing freely. List, how dare you do this to me, you sapphire fly, I should have crushed you from the start. Ah. I cannot accept this, my dragons. Adonis, the ministers are all waiting for you to preside over the meeting, the queen said quietly as she walked in. Get out, let them all get out, these useless parasites. What do they want, to laugh at me, and then secretly fawn over the king of the Maritime Fly Kingdom? Adonis cursed violently, do you think I don't know their plans? The Eagle Kingdom is finished, why haven't they gone to please their new master? The queen spoke loudly, Adonis, you must keep calm, the Eagle Kingdom has not yet perished. How to stay calm? Adonis looked coldly at the queen, when I inherited the throne, we had 11 dragons, but now.
Only 3 remain. 2 white Moa iron dragons, 1 brass dragon. Tell me, with what shall I rule the Eagle Kingdom? The glory of the Eagle royal family has been completely stripped away, turned into a joke. The queen was left speechless by Adonis's words. The royal family rules the kingdom, not with politics or wealth, but with giant dragons. It is the dragons that stabilize a nation, showcase its glory, and rule over the vast territories. The Eagle royal family once had 11 dragons, but through death and theft, only 3 remained. They no longer had the right to call themselves a kingdom. After a moment of silence, the queen, forcing a brave front, consoled him. Adonis, we are in a dire situation, but we must do something. The Moonlight Silver family and the White Moa Iron family must continue. Discuss with the ministers properly, and also Prince Alex's opinion will be very important. Adonis fell into a chair. What's there to discuss? I don't want to see anyone. I, as a king, am nothing but a joke. But you must meet them, even if not as a king, then as the head of a dragon-rearing family, trying to salvage what little benefits we have left. The queen showed a terrifying calm, not just with the ministers or Alex, but also with Steel Ridge, Blast Furnace Fortress, and even with List. HMPH. At the mention of List's name, Adonis's eyes widened instantly, and the fire of hatred blazed within him. I will not enter into negotiations with the Sapphire Fly. Chapter 1119, King and Grand Duke Your Majesty, negotiations with the Flame Kingdom are imperative. When Prince Alex arrived at the royal palace and saw Adonis, his first words were to persuade him to negotiate with List. Why, Alex, do you also want to see me fail? Your surname is Moonlight Silver, mine is White Moa Iron, but we are both from the Eagle royal family. Your embarrassment is no different from mine. Alex looked at the Eagle Kingdom's king, who seemed to have aged 20 years in a moment, and sighed helplessly. I have never been in favor of the Tri-Nation Alliance. But you voted in favor of the Tri-Nation Alliance initially. That's correct. Alex spoke frankly, although I did not believe that the Tri-Nation Alliance could truly curb the Flame Kingdom, or rather curb List's rise. If we do not make an effort, we cannot just watch the Eagle Kingdom being gradually devoured by the Flame Kingdom. Now that the Dragon Rider Corps is in ruins, the Tri-Nation Alliance no longer has meaning. We need to face reality. Adonis remained silent for a long while and then said dejectedly, what kind of reality? List has already become the most powerful Dragon Knight in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. No, he should be the most powerful Dragon Knight in the entire legendary continent. I do not know how strong he truly is, but from the way he easily slaughters Dragon Knights, he has far surpassed a completion-term Dragon Knight. Moreover, he is not fighting with a formless dragon, but a fire dragon. Emperor Jupiter also has elemental dragons, dark dragons. It's not the same. I asked the envoy from the Kashan Imperial. Elemental dragons indeed have formidable combat power, but at best, they are only at the level of magic metal dragons, royal sapphire dragons. The fire dragon might be slightly more dominant. List's strength is not merely due to elemental dragons. I don't understand what you're saying, Alex. I am not a dragon knight, but aren't dragon knights the pinnacle of strength? If dragon knights were truly the pinnacle, so many of our dragon knights would not have died. Alex shook his head. I am also reluctant to believe that there are existences more powerful than dragon knights, but with sacred dragons already appearing, why couldn't even more powerful knights emerge? Images of his several exchanges with List flashed through his mind. Despite List's handsome and noble appearance, seemingly a natural-born greatness, no matter how exceptional his appearance was, he could not bring himself to believe or accept that List's strength was beyond his comprehension. But disbelief changes nothing. The obliteration of the Dragon Rider Patrol is right before us. The panicked King Odin personally recounted the horrors of List. 3 shots to kill a Dragon Knight, and 2 strikes to subdue a giant dragon. An unimaginable strength. Adonis looked at Alex, clinging to the last shred of hope, and asked, Duke Buffett from the Kashan Imperial is coming with an ancient artifact to assist the Tri-Nation Alliance. Alex, perhaps I have not lost yet. The Eagle Kingdom has not lost yet. Not to mention that Duke Buffett is just a Dragon Knight. Even if he comes with an ancient artifact, how can he defeat List, who surpasses Dragon Knights? Even if he could defeat List and curb the development of the Flame Kingdom, the Eagle Kingdom no longer has any dragons. He paused briefly. He stepped forward and patted Adonis's shoulder. The current situation is not your fault. No one could have changed the situation we find ourselves in. His words of comfort were filled with bitterness, indicating a kind of inevitable defeat, not just for Adonis, but even if it were the kings of Blast Furnace Fortress and Steel Ridge, what could they possibly do? The Eagle Kingdom is merely the first to fall. Faced with the aggressive Flame Kingdom, Alex soberly realized that the Tri-Nation Alliance was like weaklings comforting each other, magical beasts huddling together before a giant dragon. All of a sudden, he took a deep breath, and in an indisputable tone, said, "Your Majesty, I know this is difficult, but I still hope that you, as the king of the Eagle Kingdom, will preside over one last meeting, discuss the future of the kingdom with the ministers, and face the existential crisis at hand." "How so?" Adonis gave a wretched smile. "After this meeting, will I be leaving my throne?" "Not leaving the throne, it's just that the Eagle Kingdom's throne might turn into a common Grand Duke's seat. The Eagle Kingdom's ministerial meeting is actually discussing the matter of submitting to my Flame Kingdom." When List received the message, he was descending from the Silver Dragon's Dragon Tooth platform. The Silver Dragon, lurking in the Sun Moon Valley, flickered a complex emotion in its eyes without making a sound. "Your Majesty, the blood servants are closely listening to the content of the ministerial meeting, and when there is new progress, I will report to you immediately," Mary Dawnbreak respectfully said. "Keep a close watch on every move of the Eagle Kingdom, and don't forget about Steel Ridge and Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. What reaction will King Osborne and King Helder have after knowing the news?" He touched the beautiful scales on the Silver Dragon and smiled. "That will definitely make an interesting scene." "As you wish, Your Majesty." Mary took her leave. List locked eyes with the Silver Dragon and said softly, "I know you are a Silver Dragon nourished by the Eagle Royal family, a symbol of the Eagle, but now you are a dragon of the Flame Kingdom. During the time I swallow the Eagle Kingdom, rest and heal your wounds. Afterward, you and I will face Blast Furnace Fortress and Steel Ridge together." Huff. The Silver Dragon took a deep breath, showing no other reaction, but this was already an expression. Leaving the Sun Moon Valley, List also sighed deeply. "I thought I controlled fate and could save some bewildering dragon mind fruit, but it turns out even the mind battle of the Crimson Gem Dragon needs the help of bewildering dragon mind fruit to erase the mind branding of the first Dragon Knight." Half of it was a sigh for the consumption of the bewildering dragon mind fruit, and half was because he did not control fate as smoothly as he imagined. Silver Dragon, Lead Dragon, Zinc Dragon, and Crimson Gem Dragon, these 4 dragons have successfully, with the help of bewildering dragon mind fruit, completed the mind battle and become his giant dragons. Including the earlier Fire Dragon, Light Green Gemstone Dragon, Formless Dragon, Grey Iron Dragon, Mountain Copper Dragon, Royal Sapphire Dragon, Water Dragon, Aluminum Dragon, Bone Dragon, Bronze Dragon. The Flame Kingdom now has 14 dragons. It has leaped past the Steel Ridge Kingdom to become the kingdom with the most dragons in the northeast corner of the legendary continent. First, digest the Eagle Kingdom. Thrilling matters can be set aside since the sweeping dragon-slaying battle along the coastline, after which the Flame Kingdom emerged completely victorious. List's reputation then blew like the wind across the northeast corner of the legendary continent. It caused a significant disturbance, especially among the noble class of the Eagle Kingdom, who nearly crumbled like fallen pillars, lost and bewildered. Except for the Crimson Gem Grand Duchy, all other vassal states of the Eagle Kingdom sent envoys to offer tribute secretly to the Flame Kingdom, hoping to become vassal states of the Flame Kingdom and follow behind List. "Your Majesty, regarding the tributes from these vassal states, do you have any plans?" Li Huiliam asked. "Now they want to follow me." List glanced at the teacup on the table. "Why didn't they act sooner? Let the outer cabinet draft a proposal, devise a tax plan that each vassal state can accept. Paying taxes to our kingdom can obtain temporary protection." He paused, then picked up the teacup and took a sip of fresh green tea, and said, "Let's address the following of vassal states after I sort out the Eagle Kingdom." Chapter 1120, Swallowing Up. From June to August, for a full 2 months, the impact of the Dragon War not only failed to subside, but instead intensified, sweeping through the 3 major kingdoms in the northeastern corner of the legendary continent and even drawing the attention of the surrounding Yellowstone Kingdom and the Fallen Leaf Kingdom to the situation in the Tri-Nation Alliance. Within the Eagle Kingdom, the cohesion of the nobles had completely disintegrated. Faced with the not particularly strong Knight Order from the Flame Kingdom, they crumbled and were routed completely. A large number of nobles chose to defect, while the resisting nobles saw their wealth confiscated. During this period, all 4 vassal states of the Eagle Kingdom, the Pink Gemstone Duchy, Purple Copper Duchy, the Emerald Duchy, and the Crimson Gem Grand Duchy, betrayed the Eagle Kingdom and negotiated terms to switch allegiance to the Flame Kingdom. Among them, the Crimson Gem Grand Duchy adopted the most submissive stance. No other reason but their Grand Duke was captured, their dragon too, and the Grand Duchy had lost the basis for its existence. These 2 months have been consumed by too many affairs to handle, especially negotiating with various nobles of the Eagle Kingdom, which has drained my vast energy. Even now, as a domain knight, I still feel utterly exhausted, in a study within a castle, the Duke of Tulip Island. Li Huiliam massaged his forehead. "Father, you are the Prime Minister of the Outer Cabinet, you could delegate some of the negotiation tasks to other ministers and just coordinate the affiliation of several duchies."
Li Ct stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the castle, looking out at the scenery beneath the setting sun. The wheat had matured, golden and bowing low, with serfs harvesting in groups, wives delivering meals, and children running around. Everything seemed so harmonious and beautiful. We have too few ministers, Li Ct. The outer cabinet of the Flame Kingdom needs expansion, otherwise, we won't be able to cope with the increasing number of nobles transferring allegiance. After all, the true population of the Flame Kingdom only equates to that of a Grand Duchy, and now we are annexing the long-established Eagle Kingdom. Father, you can make arrangements. Divide the outer cabinet into standing and general ministers, keeping the number of standing ministers at 11 and general ministers at around 50. Also, compile a reserve list of ministers, maintaining a number of about 500. It's appropriate to draw some from the nobles of the Eagle Kingdom. Li Ct finished speaking and seemed to remember something, adding, Edward Deep Red Gem is very savvy, he could be included among the standing ministers. The Crimson Gem family, do you have any specific plans? Li Huiliam asked. I promised Edward a dukedom, and the Crimson Gem family will begin anew in the Flame Kingdom. All the feudal nobles and direct nobles will switch their allegiance to me, and assist me in ensuring the stability of the Grand Duchy. Li Ct sighed, I instigated the war, yet I do not wish for it to ruin this fertile land. Once you unify the Tri-Nation Alliance, I believe the northeastern corner of the legendary continent will not easily be plunged into war again. It's still not enough, Father. The Kushan Imperial still looms at the side of our bed. This legendary continent is too vast. But you have enough time to take control of everything, don't you? Li Ct smiled, perhaps. Knock knock. The sound of knocking. Your Majesty, Princess Emily requests an audience. Let her in. Princess Emily strode into the study with a crisp and valiant bearing, and after greeting, she spoke directly, Your Majesty, the Eagle royal family has submitted a formal diplomatic note. King Adonis and Prince Alexander will visit you at Rainbow Glutinous Rice Fort on September 6th. Rainbow Glutinous Rice Fort was the very castle below them. It was a castle owned by a Marquis of the Eagle Kingdom, Thomas Rainbow Glutinous Rice, who had already defected. The castle was repurposed as a temporary palace by Li Ct. This time he issued a punishment order. It wasn't for a petty raid to loot and leave, but for a permanent occupation. Arrange for this meeting, and while at it, hold a banquet and invite all the defecting nobles to attend, said Li Ct indifferently. The Eagle Kingdom has been severely weakened. Initially, we had hoped to muster our forces and completely eradicate the Eagle royal family. Unexpectedly, the royal family made a resolute decision and sent an envoy to request surrender. They are willing to submit to the Flame Kingdom and be demoted to a Grand Duchy. However, List has yet to agree since the other party still possesses 3 dragons. Maintaining control of 3 dragons within a Grand Duchy clearly crosses his bottom line. If the Eagle Kingdom truly wishes to surrender, then only 1 dragon may be kept. And must be at List's disposal at any time. He poured a glass of juice for Emily, offering solace to the tireless Dragon Knight, then turned to Li Huiliam and said, Father, I will attend the banquet briefly, but I will not participate in the formal negotiations, leaving the outer cabinet in full charge. Perhaps you could appropriately strategize with Prince Alex. Do you mean that, after the Eagle Kingdom is demoted, only the Dragon Knight, Alex, remains? Yes, Dragon Knights are not easily fostered. As long as Alex knows to act in accordance with the times, I believe keeping him as a Dragon Knight is more meaningful than seizing the White Maw Iron Dragon, List stated. This was an act of necessity. There were too few Dragon Knights in the Flame Kingdom, and it would take at least several decades to train a few more. He did not plan to wait decades to conquer the legendary continent. Uniting the world would be better sooner rather than later. He still needed to seek the immortal dragon in the exiled lands with Ek and then get busy creating offspring. Flame Calendar, Year 2, September. The Crimson Gem Grand Duchy announced its incorporation into the Flame Kingdom. The former Grand Duke, Edward Deep Red Gem, offered the Crimson Gem Dragon to List, changed his name to Edward Dandelion, and was appointed by List as the Dandelion Duke. Flame Calendar, Year 2, October. The Pink Gemstone National Park declared its integration into the Flame Kingdom, continuing to follow List in the form of a dukedom. The Purple Copper Duchy declared its integration into the Flame Kingdom, following List in the form of a dukedom. The Emerald Duchy announced its integration into the Flame Kingdom, still following List in the form of a dukedom. Flame Calendar, Year 2, November. After 2.5 months of negotiations, the Eagle royal family officially pledged allegiance to the Flame royal family. Adonis Moonlight Silver abdicated the throne and was retitled by List as the Eagle Duke. Based on the foundation of the original King's Castle of the Eagle Kingdom, the territory of the Eagle Duchy was demarcated, with the brass dragon as the cornerstone of the duchy. Simultaneously, the original Prince Alex White Iron was bestowed by List the title of White Iron Grand Duke, retaining the White Maw Iron Dragon, and the territory of the White Iron Grand Duchy was established based on his former domain. Moreover, another White Maw Iron Dragon from the Eagle Kingdom was presented as a tribute to List. Thus, the Eagle Kingdom, with a history of nearly 1,000 years, was completely relegated to the past, its territories entirely absorbed by the Flame Kingdom. The northeastern corner of the legendary continent reverted to a tripartite balance of power as before, only now with the Flame Kingdom replacing the Eagle Kingdom, while the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom formed an alliance to resist. In the face of the rapid rise of the Flame Kingdom, the Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom each issued condemnations, but they dared not intervene in the process. They could only watch as the Flame Kingdom gradually assimilated and absorbed the resulting chaos, completing the granting of fiefs to and appeasing the nobles. It wasn't until the approach of the new year that List received a bit of news from the two kingdoms, thanks to intelligence gathered by Mary's blood servant. Your Majesty, the Dragon Knight, Duke Buffett from the Kushan Imperial, has already arrived in the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom. The Kushan Imperial. Duke Buffett. In a palace near the Doomsday Volcano Crater, List looked up at a 45-degree angle to the sky. Have you found out what ancient artifact Buffett has brought? Not yet. Keep looking. As you wish, Your Majesty. Chapter 1121, Purifying the Ocean. Relying on the enormous profits from the Flame Kingdom's annexation of the Eagle Kingdom, the scale of the blood servants was also rapidly expanding as numerous vampire families defected to the Flame Kingdom. Your Majesty, we are integrating the 7 great vampire families of the Eagle Kingdom, as per your instructions. As long as they are willing to defect and hand over their hearts, we shall provide them with a new blood magic cultivation system. The vampires of the 7 families have all made the correct choice. Mary Dawnbreak was increasingly showing the demeanor of a superior, transforming from a vampire that once eschewed the light. She had become the commander of the Blood Knights, nobly entering into the ranks of the nobility. The rest of the vampire sects have also become members of the Blood Knights, directly subordinate to the Burning Legion. He who knows the times is a wise man. These vampire families have made the right choice. However, don't have any reservations about their differentiation and suppression. Once they choose to join the Blood Knights, they are no longer vampire families but can only become my blood servants. Rest assured, Your Majesty, within half a year these 7 great vampire families will vanish into thin air. They can only exist in the form of night families, never to repeat any vampire patterns again. Very good. List was satisfied with Mary's work. You have worked for me for many years now. Although intelligence operations are not as clearly measurable as a knight's charge, I am very clear about your contributions. Once the integration of the 7 families is complete, I will give a special reward to you blood servants. Your Majesty's glory is my blessing. Mary is willing to serve Your Majesty till death. Mary bent down to accept the reward. List smiled. Mary, don't consider Marquis to be the end of your titles. I hope you can soon establish commendable merits that satisfy me. By then, you will be the first among the blood servants to be promoted to Duke. Duke? Mary was stunned, then she trembled with gratitude. Your Majesty, Mary. Her title was the Marquis of Reed City. As a pure blood vampire compared with other knights and arcanists, her strength was not outstanding, so she naturally did not dare to hope for a higher title. No need for thanks. Serve me well by mastering the blood servants, and probe all the information you can gather. As you wish. Vampires were one of the legacies passed down from ancient warriors and ancient magicians. The Eagle Kingdom had several other secretive heritages, such as those cloaked pig-wearers, gladiators, and warriors with bronze-hued muscles. However, these legacies were already in decline, with the knight system soon to subsume even the magic system, not to mention these ancient practices. Nevertheless, for the families of these secret heritages, List still showed favoritism. The Royal Arcane Academy was very interested in these ancient systems, constantly striving to decode the secrets of cultivation, and attempting to improve upon the established systems of Chi and magic, with even Archmage Archie similarly intrigued. Of course. Now, apart from returning to the royal palace to enjoy pleasure with List, Archmage Archie spent the rest of her time on Mount Milajiaoding, deciphering the moon teleportation circle. Before the festive season arrived, her research finally bore fruit. Brother, Archie has mastered all the secrets of the moon teleportation circle. Simply by replicating the construction work of the original moon teleportation circle, we can activate this circle that leads to the moon. After a moment of pleasure, she lay on List's chest and shared the working principle of the moon teleportation circle. List listened in a daze, and after finishing, he directly said, Archie, tell me what you need, I will prepare it, and then leave the repair of the moon teleportation circle to you. When dawn came, Archie provided a list, with a litany of 100 steps, each procedure requiring materials more precious than those needed to create a magic teleportation circle. It even required finding some never-before-seen treasures to maintain the operation of the teleportation circle. So you mean, I can't afford to build it now? He glanced at the forum and then asked Dean Chris of the Royal Arcane Academy. Chris glanced at Archmagak, who was deeply engrossed in reading, and nodded, "Yes, Your Majesty. Even after assimilating the territory of the Eagle Kingdom, the kingdom's finances still cannot cope. And during this time, you have asked us to submit plans for the construction of 10 magic teleportation arrays, which will consume most of the kingdom's magical materials." List had already tasked the Royal Arcane Academy with constructing 10 magic teleportation arrays within the Eagle Kingdom's territory to facilitate communication across the kingdom's vast lands. Of these, 5 were meant to connect with 5 vassal states. Dragon must be at his beck and call at all times, ready to join the dragon-slaying war. He allows the existence of vassal states, but they must be under his absolute control to prevent any defection in the heat of battle. Since we can't afford it, let's set it aside for now. List rubbed his forehead. Archie, the kingdom will focus on assimilating the Eagle Kingdom during this time, which will delay our steps in uniting the 3 kingdoms. Meanwhile, discuss with the mermaids. We are preparing to start purifying the oceans. Purifying the oceans was the mermaids' most awaited task. List had promised them, seeing as they had been behaving well during this period, he was ready to carry it out now. "I understand, brother," Ak nodded. The annual festival was grand, and List's fame could now be said to shock the entire legendary continent, his prestige having reached an unsurpassable level. Amidst the lively celebrations, the flame calendar turned to its 3rd year. The Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom hadn't made any move against the Flame Kingdom, and Duke Barden of the Gushan Empire seemed to have vanished, with no indication of where he might be hiding. January 15th, clear skies and gentle breezes. Gigantic waves surged over the Devil Sea, and currents roared within it. List and his impressive entourage embarked on purifying the Devil's Sea. He personally rode the water dragon Walter, accompanied by sea monster magician Ek, Unicorn Charlie, and 7 mermaids, along with a host carrying iron frame submarines. Huge baskets welded from steel, used for transporting goods. Upon entering the Devil Sea, they quickly discovered many high towers constructed by devils. Sensing the presence of living things, the devils rapidly disintegrated from the towers and furiously assaulted List's party. Unfortunately, they were now confronting a super luxurious cleanup team. Once Ak mounted Unicorn Charlie, her magic was an overwhelming destructive force. With List and Water Dragon Walter united, they could easily purify devils, and with the assistance of the 7 mermaids, one devil tower after another was thoroughly swept away. The Yuchu followed behind, packing the corpses of devils into iron frame submarines, which were immediately transported back to Anchor Island. These devil corpses would be processed for purification at the Overmarine Laboratory on Anchor Island, where Ak had designed magic arrays capable of extracting the power of the cursed dragon. If the cursed dragon's power is sufficient, perhaps we could use this power to resurrect a cursed dragon. List had inquired about this possibility with Ak. Ak couldn't predict precisely, but she mentioned it was a possibility. In any case, the Devil's Sea operation was rapidly underway. Chapter 1122, Butler and Shadow. The number of devil towers visibly diminished at a speed observable by the naked eye, which allowed List to witness various types of devils that retained their forms from when they were alive. There were devils who had fallen from mermaids, from Naga, and from Yuchu, as well as half-human half-crab, half-human half-lobster, and half-human half-shark devils. These were all intelligent species living in the Devil Sea, and they were subjects under the rule of the Mermaid Kingdom. There were even devils formed from the fallen sea serpents. Unfortunately, as the Devil Sea was polluted by the cursed dragon, no species escaped, all transformed into devils. The natural cleansing properties of the sea, after millions of years of washing, allowed the Devil Sea to regain vitality and various marine animals to reproduce. However, since the devils gathered into towers, they resisted the natural cleansing, until they were completely erased from the sea by List and his men. The sea is truly vast. 3 months have passed, and only 1/3 of the Devil Sea has been cleansed. List, riding on the back of Water Dragon Walter, was quite emotional. Even the whale fall of Leviathan cannot be seen more than 4 times. It shows how prosperous the Devil Sea was originally. Leviathan, a marine behemoth, now seems extinct, with only its body slowly sinking to the seabed, its nutrients nourishing the impoverished sea plagued by devils. Compared to the coastal waters, life in the Devil's Sea is still too scarce. After the devils are purified, the sea will one day recover its colorful past, but the intelligent rule of the Mermaid Kingdom will no longer exist. Duke of the Great West Eternia sadly sighed. She was the oldest mermaid, born in the polluted sea, but she still faintly saw a glimpse of the past prosperity. The other 6 mermaids were not so lucky. They were born busy avoiding the pollution from the power of the cursed dragon, only hearing about the good old days of ancient times. Purify with full force, and by October this year, the cleansing of the Devil's Sea can be completed. Crossing to the other side of the Devil Sea should then lead to the Mafa continent. List had great expectations for this. He currently has 4 places under active exploration. The first is the Moon, but it's uncertain when the Moon teleportation circle will be repaired. The second is the Exiled Lands, where searching for the immortal dragon occurs, where his and X potential love could blossom. The third place is the Mafa continent across from the Devil Sea. According to the murals recorded in the legend, it should be where the Shadow Dragon died. This place was under the Sun Empire in ancient times. It's uncertain what it is like now, or what kind of existence the species polluted by the Shadow Dragon have turned into. The fourth place is the far Northland, where the sea is completely frozen, even the deep sea, with temperatures so low that not even dragons can explore. According to the legend in the murals, the silent dragon fell in the far Northland. It's unknown whether its body has decomposed. Continue purifying the sea here. I'm going back first. Alright, brother, go ahead with your tasks. List did not continue with the team purifying the sea. He rode a dragon back to the Flame Kingdom himself, as too many affairs of the kingdom could not proceed without him. After more than 4 months, the Eagle Kingdom has been completely replaced by the Flame Kingdom. A vast territory is being surveyed by arcanists sent from the Royal Arcane Academy, holding sextants to measure the terrain and latitudes and longitudes, then drawing accurate maps to be archived. The nobles all pledged allegiance, with most not undergoing any changes, still maintaining their original territories and even continuing their wasteful lives. However, just because List is not acting against them now doesn't mean he won't in the future, as he already has plans to mobilize the knights of the entire country for the war of annexing 3 nations before it begins. Let the war consume the decayed nobility and nurture a new class of nobles adapted to the Flame Kingdom system. On the magician's side, List dispatched Archmage Lerald, Truth to rally. He gathered most of the magicians within the former Eagle Kingdom, bringing them into the Royal Arcane Academy for transformation to adapt to the Arcanist system as soon as possible. It can be said that the Eagle Kingdom was transformed into the Flame Kingdom in a flash. Flame Calendar Year 3, July. Inside a vast volcano crater within the territory of the former Eagle Kingdom, bubbling magma suddenly exploded, shooting out 2 flames. As the flames ascended, they rapidly transformed into a gigantic fire dragon obscuring the sky and a tiny human. The human landed on the dragon tooth platform of the fire dragon. Unity of man and dragon. Flying off into the distance. It was List and Leo. With eyes slightly closed, a cold smirk appeared on List's lips. Leo, do you feel it? Destiny is telling me, some people can't resist anymore and have started targeting me. Oh wow. Pity, they don't know I'm already on the verge of controlling destiny. Their every move is within my control. Oh wow. Let's go, since they think they have prepared a trap that can kill me. How could I not attend? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Do they think they are the mantis or the oriole? Soon enough, 1 man and 1 dragon returned to the temporary royal palace. The original palace of the Eagle royal family, which now serves as List's palace. Your Majesty, you have returned. The palace butler, along with servants, bowed in welcome. Arrange the dinner. As you wish. Dinner was a solo affair for List. Emily, Paris, Hilita, Lucy, and Rose. None of his companions had came to this palace. After all, List was here near the volcano crater to train, not to indulge in pleasures of the flesh, focusing on his training. To break the barrier sooner, to rule the world sooner. Your Majesty, would you like to taste the wine from Doppler Estate tonight, or the dark beer from the Civilian Highlands? Bring some fresh orange juice. List glanced at his butler, who was dispatched from the Flame Kingdom's royal palace. Each temporary palace harbored a servant from the Flame Kingdom as butler. This young butler had neatly combed hair and stood ramrod straight. Under the glint of the light, his shadow was almost invisible. The butler stepped back, signaling the serving boys to bring over the juice, then personally held the bottle, wiped the bottle's mouth with a napkin, and poured the golden orange juice into List's glass. Just as List picked up a piece of foie gras from his plate, preparing to eat. Suddenly, the butler threw away the juice bottle, flicked his sleeve, and a dagger popped out, stabbing fiercely towards List's heart. Snap. List quickly grabbed the butler's wrist, shaking off the dagger, his lips curving into a mocking smile. You are but an ordinary man, why try to play at assassination? The butler didn't reply, just chuckled sinisterly, then black blood flowed from his mouth, having bitten the poison in his teeth, committing suicide. The mocking smile stayed on List's face, he lightly stomped on the butler's shadow. Instantly, the butler's shadow trembled like water ripples, a blurred figure emerged, bleeding while transforming into a naked man. He still held a golden goblet adorned with colorful gemstones in his hands. Another king of shadows? Emperor Jupiter does really invest heavily. Pity, if you sent a shadow dragon, you might kill me, but just a king of shadows with an ancient artifact, what can you do? He signaled the panicked servants and guards to continue their duties, bending down to pick up the golden goblet. He played with it in his hands. Chapter 1123, Ocean of Skeletons. The King of Shadow's tongue had long been severed, rendering him speechless. List had no interest in interrogating him and simply eradicated him, while fiddling with a wine cup-shaped ancient artifact, sensing the effect of the equipment. Regrettably, he could discern nothing. The knowledge ancient book is in Ak's hands. I can't identify it. Never mind, I'll just put it away and wait for Ak to return. To this day, he no longer needed any ancient artifacts to augment his strength, ensnared by the power of destiny, and as a half-step barrier knight, there were no rivals in the vast world. Your Majesty, are you all right? On the next day, Emily returned to the palace castle. List smiled lightly. Of course, I am unscathed. Emily earnestly agreed. Yes, you are the most powerful dragon knight in the legendary continent. No petty thief or conspiratorial tactic can harm you. Emily, since Emperor Jupiter has already made his move, and it was such a feeble attempt, I think we can accelerate the pace of unifying the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. Why don't we start with the Night War? You can oversee this war between knights. We shall first campaign against the Steel Ridge Kingdom. What are your requirements for the Night War? At least half of the active knights must be eliminated. Understood. Thus, the Night War unfolded grandly, with large numbers of Night Orders from the Flame Kingdom galloping to the frontier, battling with the Night Orders of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Bard discovered several natural nodes in the border area, allowing List to support at any moment and expel the Dragon Knights of the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Protected by the Dragon Knights or Dragons of the Flame Kingdom, the Night Orders voraciously besieged and conquered territories, with many knights falling, but even more joining. List's renown also penetrated deep into the hearts of every knight through each battle. The war, starting in August, continued until December before temporarily concluding with the Flame Kingdom acquiring 3,000 kilometers of territory. However, the greatest gains were not the robbed lands and resources, but rather 3 of the 6 subordinate nations of Steel Ridge Kingdom which had covertly submitted to the Flame Kingdom. Maple Leaf Duchy, Azure Sapphire Duchy, and Honeysuckle Duchy. Had the other 3 duchies not been non-adjacent to Flame Kingdom, perhaps all 6 would have covertly communicated with Flame Kingdom, as anyone could see that List's momentum in sweeping through the northeastern corner of the legendary continent was unstoppable. As the year-end festival approached, the teams purifying the oceans finally completed the comprehensive cleansing of the Devil Sea, pulling out every single Devil Tower, and the Devil's corpses piled up like mountains on Anchor Island. The Arcanists were incessantly busy collecting the power of the cursed dragons and sealing it in enormous glass jars. Glass is a specialty of the Flame Kingdom, and though it lacks the magical properties of crystal, its effectiveness in sealing magic power is quite admirable. A large quantity of cursed dragon power accumulated, placed in section after section, condensing into one ferocious magic form cursed dragon after another. For now, List did not know how to deal with this cursed dragon power. He wanted to attempt resurrecting a cursed dragon but was extremely cautious about the nature of evil dragons. Moreover, the complexity of the operations needed to resurrect using merely some cursed dragon power was immensely challenging. Thus, he put it aside for the time being. Father, for this year's year-end festival of the Flame Kingdom, you shall take my place hosting it. List, having presided over several year-end festivals consecutively, felt weary. Li Huiliang curiously asked, aren't you hosting this year? I'm thinking of taking a long trip, taking advantage of this break in the war to fully enjoy the scenery of this world. These words were half true, half false. Actually, after Ak led the mermaids to purify the Devil Sea, the route to the Mafa continent had already been cleared. Li Huiliang shrugged noncommittally. If that's the case, go and enjoy yourself outside. I will take care of the daily affairs of the kingdom for you. However, don't be away for too long. After the New Year's festival, the Steel Ridge Kingdom might react quite fiercely. Don't worry, Father. With Bard's help, even though I am millions of miles away, I can return to the Flame Kingdom at any time. After finishing the kingdom's affairs, List left the Sun Moon Star Palace quickly, crossing the Devil Sea with Ak and many mermaids, heading towards the Mafa continent. Every day Ak would use the sextant to position and chart the route, while determining their current location. The area of the Devil Sea is far larger than that of the legendary continent. After crossing the Devil Sea, it took nearly 2 more days before they finally saw land. The landscape of the land was not much different from the legendary continent, and they even discovered elf bugs. However, there were no traces of either the little minor elves or greater elves. The Mafa continent must not have been polluted by the power of the moon dragon. Here, ancient magic rules still apply, and the plants can only nurture elf bugs. Ak caught an elf bug and said, Ak doesn't feel any evolutionary power from this elf bug, it's different from those on the legendary continent. List also caught an elf bug and made a pact with it, guiding the power of destiny to surround the bug, but then shook his head in disappointment after a moment. Indeed, I also didn't feel it has the potential to break its own destiny. Perhaps this type of elf bug was just a material used to make magic dust in ancient times. During the era of the Moon Empire, magicians were not kind to elf bugs at all. They were captured to make magic dust to help magicians break through. He ordered the elf bug to gather the cordyceps, then placed them into a jade box to carry with him, taking X's hand. Let's go further into the depths of the Mappa continent. Bard flapped his wings and flew. From high in the sky overlooking the boundless wilderness, List soon spotted the remains of a civilization hidden under the cover of a forest. After landing and investigating, although the buildings were ancient and their original appearances had faded, there were many traces of the Child of the Sun civilization, such as some of the characters, which were similar to the Sun script that List knew, indicating that this was a relic of the ancient Sun Empire. While the two were carefully examining the ancient buildings, the earth suddenly shook, followed by the soil beneath the forest being pushed up. Skeletons, flickering with ghostly fire, crawled up from below the ground, surrounding them. These skeletons were humanoid, animal-shaped, and even List saw a dragon-shaped skeleton. Unlike Bone Dragon Vinny, which flickered with a pale blue flame, this dragon-shaped skeleton, like the other skeletons, had only crimson ghostly fires flickering in its eye sockets, looking ferocious and terrifying. So many skeletons, brother, these must be creatures contaminated by the shadow dragon after its death, right? Ak casually set up a water wave's shield, isolating them from the surroundings. List quickly captured a humanoid skeleton and returned to Ak's side. Indeed, there's a special power surrounding the skeletons that is not within the magic rules we know. It must be the power derived from the shadow dragon breaking through the barriers, already involving the rules. Could it be the mental rules, material rules, or magic rules? Not sure, better leave it to you to research. Let's leave this place first. List stuffed the skeleton into a space ring, then carried Ak before mounting formless dragon Bard. With a loud cry of woo-yeah, they burst out from the circle of skeletons, flying higher and higher, and saw more and more skeletons crawling out around the entire ruins, forming a sea of white skeletons. Without making any sound, they just flickered with crimson ghostly fires, watching the two leave. Chapter 1124, The Fall of Steel Ridge. The skeleton's gaze weighed heavily on List's heart. Before setting foot on the Mappa continent, he was filled with curiosity about this vast land and believed he could find many wondrous things among its denizens, like elves, dragons, and sub-dragons. However, after several days of exploration, he discovered the entire continent was buried in skeletons, countless and endless. One could imagine the horror when the shadow dragon fell upon this land. It was no wonder that the Child of the Sun was utterly annihilated. Such a natural disaster was not something that human strength could reverse. With the death of the cursed dragon, the oceans were obliterated. With the death of the shadow dragon, the Mappa continent faced ruin. Fortunately, the silent dragon fell in the far northlands, sparing most life from its corruption. Brother, do the skeletons of the Mappa continent need purifying? Ak inquired. First, find the natural node. Build a magic teleportation array on the Mappa continent, and after I have unified the legendary continent, we will aim to purify the Mappa continent. The Mappa continent now was an undeveloped virgin land, but the existence of skeletons made development exceedingly difficult. He currently lacked the population to even develop the territories of the Flame Kingdom, let alone come here to develop. It would have to wait for the future. After locating the natural node, Bard pinpointed its location, then tore through the material boundary, taking List, Ak, and Unicorn Charlie, swiftly crossing the vast distance, back to the Sun Moon Star Palace. Ak took charge of the laboratory again, engaging in her magical experiments and research. List led the dragons to the front lines, presiding over this year's new punishment order, initiating a military invasion against the Steel Ridge Kingdom, with a multitude of knight orders rushing to the front. Your Majesty, an envoy from the Steel Ridge royal family requests an audience. Have Duke Li William represent me, meet with the envoy, and tell Duke Li William that my bottom line is for the Steel Ridge royal family to surrender and relinquish the throne. They may keep the Grand Duke title. List spoke, hands behind him, gazing into the sky. Beyond that, any negotiation is unnecessary. 3 days later, Li William presented the negotiation results to List. Unexpectedly, the Platinum family is indeed willing to give up the throne, retaining only the Grand Duke title. They must have other demands, right? The Steel Ridge royal family wants to keep their dragons. All of their dragons? Yes. List let out a cold laugh. Father, you can directly refuse and tell them that the Steel Ridge royal family may retain no more than 3 dragons. If they do not agree, I will personally start the dragon-slaying war. By then, the Platinum family might not be able to save even 1 dragon. I think Osborne Platinum will likely not agree. Whether he agrees or not doesn't matter. The whole situation is within my control. If they agree, It simply spares me the effort. If they don't, I will personally erase them. The outcome will be the same. Li Huiliang negotiated with the envoy again. The outcome was as expected, they parted on bad terms. And so, the dragon-slaying war swiftly approached. This time, the Steel Ridge royal family joined forces with the Blast Furnace Fortress royal family, deploying 15 dragons, including 10 dragon knights, to hunt down List. Faced with such a formidable array of dragon knights, List showed no fear. As soon as the enemy forces began to assemble, he would retreat to avoid their edge. The moment they showed any signs of dispersion, he would directly command the formless dragon bard to launch an attack, followed by unleashing Fire Dragon Leo. In an instant, he transformed into a half-step Bastion Knight, launching a combo attack with Dragon and Rider together, slaying the Dragon Knights, who could not escape death, while many dragons were left seriously injured. Utilizing this method, he killed 3 Dragon Knights and severely wounded 3 dragons, causing the Dragon Knight Legion to collapse and flee in disarray. Sadly, fleeing was utterly pointless. Even the fastest Dragon Knight couldn't outrun a formless dragon that could move through space. Then they would be met by Dragon Knight List descending from the heavens. King List, Your Majesty the King, spare me. A Dragon Knight pleaded in terror, shivering uncontrollably. The dragon beneath him suddenly flipped him off, causing him to fall from the sky, followed by a blast of dragon breath, melting the Dragon Knight on the spot. Dragons are known for their backlash. Proud by nature, dragons would never tolerate such Dragon Knights. Except for the first Dragon Knights, dragons could turn on their riders, but after such backlash, even the dragons would suffer great trauma at the soul level. Such a proud dragon. Let me use the power of fate to heal your wounds. The dragon roared and charged, fighting to the death, but under the crushing force of absolute power, it was ultimately left severely injured by List, falling unconscious. All the unconscious dragons were swiftly transported back to the Sun Moon Star Palace by List, where Ak bound them, to be reserved for a mind battle at a later date. In a short span of time, the collapsing Dragon Knight Legion was broken one by List, with not a single one of the 10 Dragon Knights escaping. 15 dragons managed to flee, with only one making it back to the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom due to the far distance of the natural node preventing immediate pursuit. A day later, List, accompanied by his group of dragons, went straight to the king's castle of the City of Steel in the Steel Ridge Kingdom. Upon his arrival there, Osborne Platinum, accompanied by the kingdom's sole remaining Platinum Dragon, crouched at his feet. Great Flame King, Osborne Platinum is willing to represent the Steel Ridge Kingdom in surrendering to the Flame Kingdom. From now on, the Platinum family shall honor you as master, offering loyalty and courage. If only you had known better from the start. List looked at the prostrate Osborne. The once far-famed name that resounded throughout the Duchy of Sapphire now fell before him, evoking myriad emotions. He generously waved his hand. From now on, the Platinum family will watch over the Grand Duchy of Steel Ridge and live your lives well. Then, he saw an old acquaintance lingering at the White Gold Tooth Palace, Matthew of the Red and White Roses, who once bought friendship through sheer wealth. His handsome face bore no trace of pride now, only awkwardness and fear. Your Majesty List. Matthew, long time no see. Ah, yes, Your Majesty, it has been a while. Matthew bowed in respect. Matthew offers the highest regards of the Red and White Rose family to you. The Red and White Rose family can continue to rule their own Grand Duchy. Matthew, this is my reciprocation for the friendship between us. List helped Matthew to his feet. However, the Platinum Magic Potion and Red Dragon Water produced by the Red and White Rose family can only be supplied to the Flame Kingdom from now on. Matthew was overjoyed, nodding without hesitation. Of course, from now on, the Red and White Rose family will dedicate itself fully to serving the Flame family, and will not sell a single drop of Platinum Magic Potion and Red Dragon Water to anyone else. Get ready, Matthew, the territories of the Steel Ridge Kingdom are vast. I will rely on your help, List said with a smile. It would be my honor to serve you, Your Majesty. Chapter 1125, Grand Finale. In the 4th year of the Flame Calendar, List Flame annexed the Steel Ridge Kingdom. In the 5th year of the Flame Calendar, List Flame annexed the Blast Furnace Fortress Kingdom, completing the unification of the northeastern corner of the legendary continent. In the 6th year of the Flame Calendar, Ak, relying on Jade Dragon Legs, successfully replicated the power of dreams, cultivating a large number of mind fruit trees and nurturing a large batch of bewildering dragon mind fruits. List then relied on a large quantity of bewildering dragon mind fruits to tame numerous dragons captured from defeated kingdoms. In the 7th year of the Flame Calendar, Flame Kingdom completed the resource allocation among vassal states, dragons, elves, nobles, and arcanists. List Flame was officially crowned emperor, with the empire named Flame Imperial and the emperor's title as List the Great Emperor. That year, Flame Imperial had 32 direct subordinate dragons, and the only dragon knights were still List himself, along with Emily and Hilita. There were 12 vassal states within the empire, retaining 15 dragons. All vassal states had signed agreements that their dragons would unconditionally accept List's dispatch. In the 11th year of the Flame calendar, after 4 peaceful years, the smoke dragon that List had been nurturing in his mind for several years was finally successfully hatched. However, the smoke dragon did not show the physical form of a dragon but fused with List, allowing him to have the ability to turn his body into smoke and completely master the power of destiny. At the same time, through his control over the power of destiny, he also found the true history of ancient times. The sacred dragon did not betray the magic dragon, nor was it a traitorous dragon communicating with the moon dragon. Instead, as humanity highly evolved and order increasingly escaped the control of the magic dragon, to clear this unrestrained trend, the magic dragon indulged the 3 great evil dragons, using the power of the evil dragons to thoroughly corrupt the Sun Empire and vast ocean, and even planned to pollute the Moon Empire with the silent dragon. In the end, they were thwarted by the sacred dragons. A part of the magicians who knew the truth, along with the sacred dragon, set foot on the moon, activated the life will of the moon, nurtured the moon dragon, and attempted to eradicate the magic dragon. Unfortunately, after the Great War, the moon dragon and sacred dragon fell, the immortal dragon fled to the exiled lands, and the magic dragon was merely severely wounded and fell into a coma. The era of magic gradually declined with the severe injury of the magic dragon, and the era of knights officially began. The smoke dragon inherited the power of destiny, pulling List's soul from the timeline of another dimension, quietly preparing for another eradication of the magic dragon without alarming it, to prevent the magic dragon from spying into the timeline of destiny. The smoke dragon completely annihilated its own soul, becoming a part of order, and once it was annihilated, destiny became a state of chaos. Even the magic dragon could not probe it. So it is, I am that chosen child, coming to this magical world to save it, List said with high fighting spirit. At this time, Jayla also liked him and gradually evolved into a dragon elf. With Jayla becoming a dragon elf, the power of destiny within her was still strong, vaguely revealing the shadow of the elf dragon. And List knew very well, if he was the incarnation of the smoke dragon, then Jayla was the incarnation of the elf dragon. It would no longer resurrect as an elf dragon, but it would become an elf king, surpassing the elf dragon. Jayla would lead the elves, becoming a friendly partner to humans, rather than being used to create magic dust. In the 12th year of the Flame calendar, Flame Imperial declared war on the Kashan Imperial. After 3 years, it removed Kashan Imperial from the legendary continent, and the territory of Flame Imperial was on par with Neverfall Empire and Blue Dragon Empire. In the 15th year of the Flame calendar, the Flame Empire once again assimilated several kingdoms, expanding its territory southward. Also, in this year, List and Leo finally fully grasped the rules of Flame, broke through the barriers, and became Bastion Knights, surpassing Dragon Knights as the controllers of the rules. From then on, wherever there was Flame, there was the power of Leo. Subsequent 3 years, List carried out decapitation strikes, riding the adult bard across the legendary continent, and then relying on the power of Leo, he completed attacks on all dragon-rearing families, royal families, and imperial houses. Flame calendar year 18. The legendary continent was finally unified, and the Flame Empire became the sole ruler of the legendary continent, with List's number of dragons also swelling to over 100. Flame calendar year 22. The moon teleportation circle was repaired, but regrettably, with the death of the moon dragon, the moon had become barren, and all creatures withered away. Jayla, emotionally struck by the scene, officially evolved from the dragon elf into an elf king, and it stayed on the moon, preparing to re-nurture the creatures of the moon. Flame calendar year 23, Ak found the gateway to the exiled lands and entered with List. In the exiled lands, a dimension that lacked both time and space, they found the dying immortal dragon. The immortal dragon, severely wounded by the magic dragon, could no longer recover. It bestowed its last life force to List and Ak, enabling them to successfully conceive their love child. Ak was finally pregnant. Flame calendar year 25, Ak was still pregnant, and in this year, List, who was charging towards the barriers with Bard, discovered the magic dragon hiding beyond space and time, awakening from its slumber. To contend with the magic dragon, List had to act quickly. He gathered the power of destiny of the shadow dragon, the cursed dragon, and the silent dragon, rapidly elevating his own smoke dragon incarnation to the Bastion realm. Flame calendar year 28. Ak gave birth to a male infant, whom List named Li Daolong, fostering him as the heir to the Flame Empire. And Li Daolong's older brothers and sisters, as well as his future younger brothers and sisters, still bore the surname Flame. These siblings are the progeny of Emily, Paris, Hilita, Lucy, Ruth, and other women for List, with several having reached adulthood. The adult progeny were all in fifth, developing their domains with the titles of Duke. The Flame family was destined to be the most prestigious family in the legendary continent, and even in the entire world of the magic sphere and the moon. Mentioning the Flame family, anyone would show respect and exclaim in admiration, Dragon Blood family. Because List had once shown his transformation into a smoke dragon, he was a dragon himself. Although he also possessed Phoenix bloodline, unfortunately, the name of the Phoenix did not resonate as loudly as that of the dragon. Flame calendar year 30. It was the 38th year since List came to this world, and the magic dragon fully awoke, meeting List in a world beyond the material. Man and dragon faced each other in communication. The magic dragon persisted in believing that List was a contaminant of this world, that humans of the Night Era had deviated from order and must be purged. Thus, the communication failed, and a grand battle occurred. Even though it was just the magic dragon recovering from serious injuries, it still possessed an immeasurable formidable power. After fighting fiercely with List, who was aided by a group of dragons, for a full 7 years, the magic dragon was finally slain. The dragons surrounding him also fell one after another, with only a dozen or so surviving. The power of the magic dragon surged, leading to a brief resurgence of magic, but it was ultimately replaced by chi. This battle is not recorded in history, and the common people are unaware of the true course of history. They have become accustomed to the rule of the Flame Imperial. Arcanists, like scientists, continuously improve people's livelihoods, and the fusion of magic power and technology has led to booming productivity, ensuring even the lowest serfs are well fed. Under nearly 40 years of rule by the Flame Imperial, the legendary continent entered an era of peace and prosperity. With the extensive construction of magic teleportation arrays, the Flame people began to migrate to the Mafa continent and even the moon. After the war with the magic dragon ended, List was severely injured, spending a full 10 years recovering in his own palace until the year 47 of the Flame calendar when he fully healed. It was also in this year that List the Great Emperor passed the imperial throne to the mere 19-year-old Li Dalong. He spent time with the aging Emily, Paris, and others, riding dragons to roam mountains and waters, exploring every corner of the world until their lives came to an end. Time swiftly moved on to the year 92 of the Flame calendar. When the last of his lovers, Lucy, lay in his arms and quietly drew her last breath, he felt as though he had no more attachments. It had been precisely 100 years since he arrived in this world. Brother, Ak has found the path to another river of time. That should be where brother's hometown is, right? Ak was still as beautiful as a young girl. He too looked the same, handsome and dashing, untouched by time on his face. Both he and Ak possessed long lifespans. How can one cross this path to get there? With a sweet smile, Ak replied, the world rules of brother's hometown are very rigid, not allowing the existence of supernatural powers. With brother and Ak's current bodies, it's likely impossible to pass through. However, if we abandon the shackles of the flesh and enter the river of time as souls, we can be reborn there. Do you want to see brother's hometown? I do. And if we are reborn, how can we ensure we'll meet again? Brother, Ak will give part of her soul to you, and you give part of your soul to Ak. Our incomplete souls will strive to find each other with every reincarnation. That would be best. List hugged Ak in his arms. Dalong already has a grandchild. We have no more ties to this world. So, let's go, brother will take you home. Earth. On April 16, 2019, List, who was working overtime coding. His name wasn't List, it was just his nickname, or rather the English name he used for coding. Groggily got up from his computer desk, only to realize he had actually fallen asleep from 9 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. He hurriedly locked the company's door and rushed home. Having not eaten dinner, he planned to buy a GMO to suffice, and while queuing up, he was unexpectedly bumped into. Turning around, he found a girl had somehow fallen over. Hey, are you okay? He grabbed the girl's arm and helped her up. I'm fine, thank you. The girl stood up flustered, rubbing her knee which was just slightly scraped. List had intended to simply lend a helping hand and return to the queue after lifting the girl up, but when he saw her face, for some reason, he even had a child's name picked out. Then, from somewhere, he mustered the courage, quickly took out his phone, and awkwardly said, can I add you on WeChat? The girl was startled for a moment, then shyly smiled, sure. Should I scan yours? Okay. After scanning the QR code and the friend request interface popped up, the girl's WeChat name was clearly Ak. List hurried to send the friend request. I've added you. My name is List's Landwalker Bird, please accept it. The girl shook her phone. Okay, I've accepted. Thank you so much for earlier. List grinned. It was nothing. Then I should be going now, we'll chat later. Sure, we'll chat later. He watched the girl's figure until she disappeared around the street corner, then abruptly turned back to the stand. Boss,
Give me our GMO, with an extra sausage and 2 eggs.